Oops.
Now, what I love about Akron is that you really can. The two extremes in thought exist right now in Akron. You've got the cops trying to implement a program of trust with the kids with the ice cream. And then you have two Akron firefighters who are on paid leave after making a porno at one of the fire stations.
Hey, that's dope.
I like that it's paid leave. That is a hell of a union.
Yeah,
if that's responsible for that. Paid leave.
Did they say
after allegedly creating a porno in one of the fire stations?
Who with, though? Was it another, like, firewoman, or was it, like, just a civilian that came in here that had, a fireman fetish? Something like that?
They said there's no content that's known about the video. There's no way to, I love this. There's no way to say if this was a full-scale pornographic shooting operation or if a couple of firefighters took a selfie video of themselves. But gee, which do you think it is? Do you think that they used the fire station as a full-on Brazzers shoot? Or do you think that it's just a couple of people on their cell phones?
But a couple, was it a man and a woman, or was it like two men and a woman? Oh, I want to know the details of this.
Why do you care what the makeup of it was?
Because that's hot.
If it's two guys, it's hot to you.
No, it's not. If it's two guys and a girl, it's hot. If it's two guys, it's hot. If it's a guy and a girl, it's hot. It's still forbidden sex, and that's the best sex.
Right, Ladder 69, coming soon.
The firefighters are accused of making the videos at a firehouse on Akron Peninsula Road. So there you go. You could drive by and go, Mom, there's the porno firehouse.
I can smell it from here.
Oh, man. It smells like bleach all the way out here to the street.
It's getting hot in here.
They've not released the names of the firefighters, but so if you are one or both of the Akron firefighters and you're listening to this show because you're not working, because you're currently on leave, I can assure you with the utmost discretion that if you'd like to forward me said video, I will inspect it for authenticity. I will inspect it for production value. You won't be judged on it, of course, because it will all be secret. And sure, you're saying, well, Alan, I can't do that because, it might be evidence in a forthcoming trial. But wouldn't you want a copy of that around somewhere?
Yeah.
Everybody keeps copies of that, they can use to somehow exonerate themselves. Incriminate themselves. I'm not the judge.
Plus, I'm on their side, though, because they live there. It's a firehouse. They sleep there. They bathe there. Why would they not poom there?
I don't think they live there?
Yes.
I thought that was in cartoons where guys lived in the firehouse.
They're like 2 days on, 2 days off.
Yeah, so they live there.
So they when they're on call, they stay there overnight.
They're not volunteer firefighters? I mean, don't volunteer firefighters just live at home and go?
Yeah, I don't know.
But you need to be there on a moment's notice. A fire could happen at any moment. So what you gonna do? Get dressed? Oh, I'm going to the fire station. Then I'm gonna get dressed when I get to the fire station. Then I'm gonna get in the truck and go to the fire.
All I can say is that I really hope that a Dalmatian was not involved.
Oh.
I hope that's not the case. I hope that this story stays as wholesome as it is now. Yeah, I said wholesome because forbidden sex is as American as putting apple pie all over mom.
This is basically an episode of Rescue Me.
Yes.
I'm down for this. I want to see this. I'm interested.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I can assure you complete and undivided anonymity. You're going to send it to me. I'll look it over. I won't show it to Pound Cake.
Don't be like that.
I won't show it to him.
Don't be like that. Why would you do that?
I want him to send it so bad now just so you can see it and Pound Cake can't.
For the sole purpose of not showing it to him. I want him to know I have it, but that I won't show it to him.
Hey, we got to do a new YouTube thing.
No.
Just do it.
No.
Just do it. Well, maybe you have a tablet. Grandma doesn't have a smartphone, but she has a tablet, so
by the way,
she'll use that all the time.
Yeah, that's good too. And I think it would be only fair if you don't have a smartphone, because a lot of people, my parents included, to the best of my knowledge, still relegated themselves to the flip phones. You should be able to get regular radio on a flip phone.
I think you should have regular radio on a smartphone too.
You also can get the iHeartRadio app on your TV. Just throwing that out there.
I've got an my television, the iHeartRadio button is on the remote.
Yeah, same with mine.
They got premium real estate on my remote. My buttons the top buttons are Amazon, iHeartRadio, and Netflix. So, Good for them.
I got one that has apps that don't like a blockbuster button.
My Roku remote has a Blockbuster button on it.
Poundcake and I went and saw A Star Is Born yesterday, and iHeartRadio had product placement in there.
Queen.
How was the movie?
The movie was excellent.
Yep.
I really enjoyed it. The only thing that took me out of it, well, there were two things. One, you can barely
Lady
understand.
Gaga's bad acting.
No, she was actually really good.
Get that Oscar, bitch.
I think she should win an Oscar for her performance.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
However, Bradley Cooper, because he's doing this like southern drawl and like he's also a drunk, I could barely understand him the entire movie. There must have been 5 or 10 times where I leaned over to Poundcake. What'd he say?
That's what I heard, is that he was
What?
real marble-mouthed in that movie.
Yeah, and between him and Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott.
How the hell do you understand? And then they have conversations with each other.
Breakdown, baby.
Who the hell is this?
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
To examine it would be to like demystify it.
Hey, yo, you get a ticket with a tasty group, okay?
Wow.
Definitely makes me cringe.
Very, very, very painful.
1, 2, 3, pick it. Pick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Pick it. What the
You're disgusting.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
You ignorant trick bastard.
WMMS.
Cleveland.
What's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hello to you and you and you and you. I got my pen, I got my pad of paper, I got my tea. I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I'm pretty sure I'm ready. I probably forgot something now that I think about it, but I'll figure that out. It won't impact you one iota. I'll tell you that. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who is right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening and watching this episode of The Alan Cox Show titled Mary Ploppins Returns. Grandma says hi.
You sound under the weather.
I am. I don't feel great today. Gonna power through. Stay away from me.
I will do that.
I'll be a little loopy because I'm on some cold medicine. And not feeling great.
Okay.
But gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Mary Santora is back.
Hi.
Right over there.
Right here. 2
Hello.
days in a row.
You Ploppins again.
Oh my gosh.
According
yes.
to Bill. And how
Thanks
are
for
you
plopping
feeling?
in.
How is your immune system treating you?
My immune system is great, but I have had a hectic afternoon. So
All right.
I'm just
Okay.
trying to decompress a little and get my thoughts back together.
We can unpack all of it if you'd like.
Yeah, I had picked up a shift and everything went to hell, and our computer system crashed at 12 o'clock.
It's like those days where you wake up and something immediately goes wrong.
It's
and
how
you
my
go,
whole morning has been.
Right, and then you think rationally, well, that's just this one thing. We'll fix this, and then the rest of the day. But sometimes that just sets the tone for the whole day.
It really was.
You wake up and you go, something happens, and then you go, all right, well, the day's ruined. This whole day's ruined now.
I hate thinking like that too, though. Like, where it's one of those things where I woke up late and I was trying to do too many things at once. So I was like trying to make breakfast, pack my lunch, and like warm up my car, and then I'm burning things on the stove, and like I'm running around like a crazy person. I was late to work, and then our computer system crashed right when we were filling up. And so I'm looking at people and I'm having to tell them,
You wait tables downtown.
yeah, I'm telling them behind the bar, and I'm just like, I literally can't take your order. There's nothing I can do. I couldn't put in an order. I couldn't open my drawer. I couldn't cash anybody out. I was just like, I don't know what you want me to say to you, but there's literally nothing I can do right now. And when you tell a grown adult person I can't do anything, they look at me like I'm telling them, you're not allowed to have lunch today.
Right.
Like,
Hope you pack something because there's nothing that we can do for you.
I'm like, I can get you free soup right now. That's
And-
what I can do for you.
And when it comes to the car warming up and the breakfast being made, there are 1,000 other mornings where that goes off without a hitch.
Yeah, and I woke up 10 minutes late. That's what it was. And it was just,
You got any of that free soup?
no, if you would have told me you weren't feeling well, I would have brought you some.
I could use some soup.
Get
I
him
have-
some soup.
I have leftover ground turkey taco salad. I don't want that.
Hey, Pound Cake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
How you feeling, buddy?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
Are you feeling under the weather?
Nope.
I heard that the cold and flu is just sweeping through Ohio.
I'm sure.
My wife had been sick most of our vacation, but I didn't get a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's coming to me because everyone around me, like everyone at my morning job, it made the rounds there. I didn't get it. It made the rounds at home. Taylor was sick, and then Zach was sick, and it still hasn't got to me. I think it's because I'm so gross. Like my immune system just takes.
That's what I was banking on. Is my booger eating was going to keep me safe,
like-
but then my kid got me sick.
So much for that booger eating
So
theory.
I'm just hoping I can hold off the sickness until Monday. Like Monday, I can be sick. I can be sick that entire week, but do not ruin my Hocking Hills like staycation.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't want to be sick on vacation because I'm about to light one up. I'm about to drink one. Like I'm about to turn up, and I can't do that.
You know what might do it? Being in a hot tub, being outside in the cold hot. Be careful. Take some NyQuil or DayQuil with you.
Yeah, I'll bring some
Wait,
stuff.
being in the hot tub outside would be good for his
Because
immune
it's-
system
if
or
it's
bad
freezing-
for
I would
his
assume
immune
it would be
system?
bad
I think it
because
would
you're
be
like
bad.
going from completely 100 degrees into 30 degrees.
I have no idea.
I feel like,
no
you're not
clue.
supposed to like go outside with wet hair in the
but
wintertime. It'll make
that's
you
got
sick.
nothing to, no. It's how strong your immune system is. What kind of shape your immune system is in, literally, that's all it determines if you get sick or not. The cold hair, it'll walk on wet concrete in the summertime, all that nonsense. How strong is your immune system at the time?
But there are things that can contribute to weakening
it is true. If you
Yes,
don't-
poor diet, lack of exercise.
Or going
you know.
from 100 degrees to 30 degrees.
I don't know that
I
does.
think that it is.
don't know. Because then people would get sick every time that happened.
Well, maybe not every time, but I think it could be definitely a factor.
Maybe it could. I'm no doctor. Unless you count which doctor. I'm no doctor, but, you know.
You do always say ooh, ee, ooh, ah.
Wink, tang, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. I do that, yes. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think it's just what shape your immune system's in. And if you haven't been sleeping, if you eat horribly all the time, Pound Cake, those are the conditions for.
Is he throwing shade my way?
You should. No,
You're throwing shade in my direction.
You tell us how you eat.
Yeah.
This is
That's
not new.
sometimes.
It's not new information.
Sometimes.
When was the last time you had a vegetable?
Did you not pick up on that?
I
What was the last vegetable you had?
broccoli.
When?
How much cheese was on it?
No, there was none. It was vegetable. What do they call it when you have like a
Medley?
Vegetable medley.
Was it the crinkle cut carrots in there too? Was it?
Those
yeah,
are good.
that's good. I know
I like
it's
that.
not bad.
No, I love.
like
I
broccoli.
can eat
But your mom
vegetables.
made it for Christmas, didn't she?
It was my roommates, and we had our own little get together.
Okay.
But yeah, I eat vegetables. I'm not opposed to vegetables. I like veggies. I just don't.
Since when? I thought you told us you couldn't stand vegetables.
I never said those words. Never came out of my
All
mouth.
right.
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay.
Making up stuff.
I agree with you on the point of like how you treat your body because there'll be times when you're run down or you're not sleeping or you're stressed out that you're more likely to get sick. But that doesn't. I don't know if that has anything to do with your immune system not sleeping.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
because
weakens,
it
it
weakens
weakens
your
it.
immune system.
Lack
yeah.
of sleep affects everything.
So that's what I mean.
Sure.
I've had that where I've gone like work to show to work
You
a double
know,
to do all
when
that,
you
and
don't
then
sleep, I
I end up
mean,
with a
yeah.
cold. Or
Ran
course.
ragged. Believe
right,
me,
your
I know
body
I've been
can't
there.
handle it. Yeah, is that what you're doing, Bill?
Was that?
He's
Running
running
all over
himself
the city?
ragged.
Going
Nah,
to too many Cavs games and getting all
Late
I
night
think
Scrabble
it's-
games with Grandma.
Yeah, I think it's just something I cut from my kids
Mm.
because they've all been sick too, and so
I hate how the voice
that's what
sounds.
happens.
Alan, your day will be ruined if you have to poop right after you get out of the shower.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Would
Why?
it ruin your day, though? I
It's
mean,
one of those like, come on,
It's a bad
Right.
omen.
it doesn't bode well.
yeah, it could portend something worse coming down the pipe.
You don't be plopping as soon as you get out of the
Right.
shower.
And by the way, multiple people texted me and used that as their example of what could ruin their day.
Pooping right
that
out of the shower.
specifically, pooping when you get out of the shower.
Hey, yeah, that's just a bad way to start your day.
But it's
because-
one tiny spot that you have to clean. You've cleaned your whole body.
Right.
Granted, it would be better if it came before the shower.
It's just the idea of it not coming at the right time.
yeah.
And mine is
Been there.
stubbing my toe. Like if I'm getting up and getting ready, and I'm like jumping around trying to get like stuff together, get my bag or get some pants on or something, and I stub my toe on the side of my bed, it's all downhill. I'm in a grumpy mood the entire day.
See, I don't like feeling rushed. I'm a pretty punctual person, and being late to things gives me a ton of anxiety.
Me
like
too.
I hate being late. So when I wake up even just 10 minutes late, and then I'm rushing at work, and then I'm behind, and then
Then you can never catch up. Yeah.
I feel like the whole day, and then like coming to get here, and I know you've said like take your time or whatever, but it's just a mental thing. Like if I know I have to be somewhere at 1:45,
I told Mary, I said, if you want, when you fill in, if you want to show up at like 5:50,
do
it's
one
totally
segment.
fine. It's
I was-
totally fine.
I was close to doing that today just because I feel like such trash, but I
Yeah.
didn't get here till after 1
Yeah.
because I just was like, I don't need to be there any longer than I have to be today.
You hear what's happening, Pound Cake? It's going to be the Cody and Allen show tomorrow.
It's not going to happen.
Not
I'm going to go
the
home.
Cody Allen.
I'm going to go home. I'm going to pass out. I'm going to NyQuil up and be better tomorrow.
Okay.
I
Just guzzle that NyQuil.
I'm going to willpower myself into
You know, they've
healing.
got NyQuil now that has like the Vicks Vapo Rub
Oh,
thing
yeah.
in it.
So nice.
Oh, it's like your head is... I took a guzzle of it just for shrimps and giggles.
Yeah.
It was in the linen closet. I was like, ooh, this looks good.
They have NyQuil that you can make tea with.
Yeah,
So
they have a Theraflu, I think, is the same thing.
It's like it's a NyQuil and it goes into your like coffee maker. What's that thing called?
Mr. Coffee?
Keurig. Yeah, it's got like a little Keurig thing, and you put it in there.
I know they have little
take that and it
pods
gets all warm, and then you just out.
Yeah, they have little pods you can put into your humidifier, too.
Yeah, I've had those, too.
So really, the NyQuil Vapo, or Vicks, or whoever owns that, they're like the Oreos of the medicine world now. You know,
into
Oreo
everything.
went from one flavor for 100 years to 65 flavors in a month. Like buttered popcorn Oreos I saw on the shelf. Yeah. You got to really, really like buttered popcorn and Oreos to get those.
That's gross.
All right. We'll return shortly. I'll have those Gabriel Iglesias tickets for you. If you want all the information on our Polar Blast Battle, our tubing race at Boston Mills Brandywine, that is at AlanCockShow.com. 520 all this week, putting people on my team, Cold Cox. Go to AlanCockShow.com. Use the keyword Polar Blast for all the info.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
I assume they're cheeky complaints on their part because I like it a great deal. If I say, Alexa, play WMMS, who knows whose machines are going off? But if you got one for Christmas, you got to set that puppy up. And I have a couple of them, and the one that's upstairs in the house, I really just kind of let it sit there. And then over the holidays, I was like, well, it's silly to sit there. I'm going to reboot the thing, get it back synced with the app, whatever, and I've kind of made it a point to use it more frequently.
Do you ever use it
for different things?
As an intercom?
I don't use it as an intercom.
I didn't even know it did that.
I don't think I did either.
We have 3, and so throughout the house, like if I'm looking for something, my roommate will hear me like shuffling around in the drawers downstairs. He's all of a sudden he'll be like, "What are you looking for?" And the Alexa will be speaking in his voice. I'm like, I'm looking for a
Wait, the Alexa speaking in his voice, or
no,
he's just using it as a
he's
intercom?
speaking. Yeah, he's speaking out of the Alexa, and I was just like, it does that.
Well, how does he set it up to do that?
All of them do that.
Right, but I mean, if I started talking to my Alexa, my wife wouldn't hear it downstairs.
It would. You say Alexa, link to living room, and it will go to the living room, and then you can speak through.
Okay, well that's what I mean. I didn't know what the trigger command was.
the command was.
Yeah, I didn't know. He's an IT guy, so he knew, but he was just like, yeah, connect to living room, and then he started talking. I was like, wow, I didn't even know it could do that.
Alexa, play Flicks and Bill on iHeartRadio.
Yeah, there you go.
But Alexa knows like when there's like a device near, like because when the TV says Alexa, it'll glow for a second, then it goes back down because it's like, you ain't talking to me. You're the TV.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll use it like that because I really prefer to go, what? What?
And your place isn't that big. I feel like they could just yell easier than using
He
the
likes
thing.
to show off.
He does like the text stuff, yeah.
He's like, hello, you rang? I'm like, what are you?
He wants to show off to you guys?
He loves
his
it. Yeah.
roommates?
Yeah, he loves it.
Right, but
He has all the tech. He wants to use it.
Yeah,
I mean, that makes
he's
sense.
making reasons for it. And it's cool, though, because, like, I know when they're on their way home, that's like my, jail alarm because the Alexa will start playing music if we're getting ready to turn up and they're leaving, like, the liquor store.
Yeah.
The music will start playing 10 minutes before they even get home. So by the time they walk through the door, they're like, hey, let's rage. Like, so.
So wait, Alexa knows when they're 10 minutes away?
No, he can play it. He could play it from his phone.
He will play it as a warning to you.
No, he'll just play it in general, and I'm already
Right.
at the computer, so I'm like, oh, they're coming home.
So no one in your place like uses light switches?
No, it's all done by Alexa.
Yeah.
We can say, Alexa, turn on living room lights. We can fade the lights. We can turn them different colors. The lights behind the TV, they adapt to what's on the screen, so it turns. Our thermostat's ran by Alexa. Everything is ran by Alexa. Everything except our bidet.
And he's not worried about getting hacked, or he's got a good firewall on this thing, or what?
I would imagine so. I don't know.
I mean, the more things. I mean, there's people who have their baby monitors hacked.
Yeah,
where
that's
somebody's
scary.
talking to them through their baby monitor, and that's old school tech. That's not even something that's basically tailor-made to get hacked by people who know how to do it. So my thought is always, the more things you have on that thing, the more potential points of entry you have in your home digitally, which would make me nervous.
It doesn't unlock our door.
Because you don't have a digital lock.
No.
Right. Some people buy digital locks and they go, oh, when I'm on my way home, or if I'm not there, I can unlock for the delivery man. I'm like, what are you, insane?
Yeah, there's.
I mean, I love the notion of getting everything all Star Trek'd out.
Yeah.
I'm just probably not going to do that.
But there's nothing that they can access. What, you want to turn on our lights? We already think we have a ghost anyways. Like,
No,
what are you going to do?
all of your information that is attached to your Amazon account or your Alexa or...
Well, it's his account,
and
not
if
mine,
they,
so.
And what do you mean if somebody hacked your front door? Yes, they could go into your
yes,
house.
I'm not talking about the front door. Our front door is not rigged to Alexa. But I'm saying his Amazon, they let you, they notify you about that stuff away.
They could hack into the camera in your television. They could listen through your Alexa.
They do that anyways. People do that anyways. You give up some sort of...
Right, but I'm just saying the more things that you have in the Internet of Things, the more things you have, it's just the more points of entry.
And there's checks and balances to fix those things. Like,
such as?
I'm just saying, if someone were to order something off your Amazon, there's a notification like, hey, you ordered this off of Amazon. You're like, no, I didn't.
Right, but
And
they
you
also told you that Alexa wasn't listening when it was off.
Okay.
And
that was proven to not be true. So, because it is just to sell you things. So they want people going, hey, order more toilet paper,
Yeah. Well, it ain't my Amazon account, so in the meantime, I'm going to start ordering a bunch of crap.
No, I think the whole thing is really cool. I was just reading a thing the other day that said that more and more home builders are incorporating a whole lot
smart home
to the extent where you're not going to be able to opt out of certain things. You're not going to be able
smart lights and everything is
right,
going to be
the
mandatory.
fixtures will be in the house. And it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, privacy is largely a thing of the past, but there are also things where you don't necessarily want to completely ignore those things. You don't want to just like digitally invite people into your home. I don't know. I still feel like we're in a weird spot right now where we haven't really we haven't.
There's a lot of old and new.
Yeah,
and
we haven't gotten to that tipping point yet, but more and more companies, and listen, every company wants to be on the cutting edge of whatever. So yeah, now refrigerators have a screen in them, and it's one more thing that somebody could, You think I want
all your connected appliances? Someone gets into your gets all your bank information because they hacked into your dryer.
But that's what people say. They go, "Well, I don't care if they're going to hack into my fridge, see I'm out of milk." I'm like, that's extraordinarily short-sighted. That's not what. So all of these security people are just making stuff up.
No, it's true.
Yeah, of course it's true. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So it's cool, but at some point,
hack into my bank account and be mad. That's all. You're just gonna be disappointed that you wasted your time. So go ahead. It's fine.
But a lot of times they won't even take a large amount, though. You won't even notice it. Like the really
they notice $0.0
right, but I'm saying like
or they take
like $5 or $10 at a time,
or they take your identity. Well, he'd notice even $5 or $10 at a time.
Yeah,
but somebody could take your identity. I don't know. I mean, I just don't think that those kinds of concerns are that far-fetched.
People can still it's not easy to prove that you're you if someone steals your identity. I thought that was like a thing of the past because there's so many things now that that other people don't know.
Because it's so. No, but it's you're not trying to prove to a person you're talking to that you're you. You're trying to prove it to the credit card company and your gas bill and all this other stuff where they're not talking to you directly or they're not talking to you face to face. You're like, nobody goes, ask me where I was born. Like they have no way of verifying that.
I know, but
you can make up anything.
I feel like you go to the.
There's people that get credit. I never understood how people got credit cards in their dog's name. Never understood that.
That's weird. I mean, Bart did it, but that was a cartoon, so...
Now, I've never had it done, thankfully, so I don't have to experience this, but I feel like when you just go to, like, the Social Security office, like, what guy who's stealing someone's identity, like, walking into the Social Security office, giving you, here's my Social Security card, here's where I was born, here's my mom's maiden name, like, there's just things that hackers just wouldn't know.
No, they would know all of those things. Because your information is already online in some capacity. Like my dad is my dad is one of those guys who doesn't like buying things online.
I'm one of those people too.
But I'm like, Dad, if you've ever used What?
He just got done telling us.
I know. I know. Listen to half of what he says.
I said it's not my Amazon account.
What I'm saying is, if you've ever used an ATM, some of your information is out there.
Or paying at the pump.
Play WMMS on iHeartRadio.
I got you, fam.
So environmentally friendly, they recycle every joke. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Two 216-578-1007 to join us, or 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you like, 35192. A lot of people sending me their anatomy of a ruined day. Somebody said, making plans to watch Pornhub and then you get your period. That'll ruin your day.
You can
power through, man.
It's you.
That's what I say. Plow through.
Put a towel down.
Maybe they were implying that they weren't going to be watching it solo, but that's how I took it. You know, there's all kinds of workarounds. You gals have got a million workarounds for when you're riding the cotton pony.
I was going to say, girls plan to go solo. Like, guys, they're like, I got an extra 5 minutes, I'll do it. Like, I was just planning on watching Pornhub. Like, who makes an appointment? Like, you guys light some candles, run a bath again?
You in this bath.
But, like,
it's also not something that can just happen and then you are satisfied in 2 minutes like a guy.
So you guys like date yourself? You're like, all right, I have an evening to myself.
Or if you have a couple hours, not even a couple hours, but if you have time where you don't have to immediately go do something else, like it takes more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can get it done a lot more quickly and then move on with our day.
Exactly.
That's right.
Gosh, women
it
have
has
it so
to be
hard.
an event. You know, for you, it has to be an event. You just let it slip. You know, if you have a spare couple of hours,
well, because you can't.
That's what we're up against.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're like, oh, I'm at work. I had extra 5 minutes when everyone else was like taking an extended lunch. I might go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, of course. I just happened to see a picture of boobs. I'll be right back. One of those kinds of days. Yeah.
You can just pop one in, pop one out, and you're good.
Sure.
But
I mean, there's
girls?
days when you're like feeling it and you're like already, Bill's favorite saying, horned up.
Yeah.
You're already all horned up. And then it does happen quicker than other days, but it's not something that you're just like, oh, let me do this in the bathroom at work.
So he can't poop at work, but he'll go in the bathroom.
I didn't say I would. I just said I could if I wanted to.
Oh, okay.
I
If you
didn't.
wanted to.
I've never done it at work just because I feel like ill, but I totally could.
All right.
Well,
it's good to know your limitations, really. It's good to know what you could and couldn't accomplish on your employer's hours. It's good to know.
I could be silent.
God, I remember whacking off a lot when I was in radio sales. I was not.
You got to Wolf of Wall Street.
Well, there was about a year before I moved to Cleveland, where I was not on the air in Chicago, but I did not want to leave because I did not have plans to leave. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, well, I'll hang out and I'll do sales until I get back on the air. And I hated that job. There are a lot of people on this side of the microphone who don't have a good relationship with salespeople. I have nothing but respect for salespeople because I've done that job. And it's not, at least for me, it's not fun. I'm not wired that way. Some people are just great salespeople.
They're
you know
people,
what I mean?
like they can connect with people. They're able to go through that rigmarole. They're people pleasers.
They're BSers.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Oh, I have my bona fides in that. I'm just saying that there is a certain, you have to love doing that job. You got to love closing and making the sale and that kind of stuff. And I was like, I liked the people I work with, but I spent so much time in that bathroom pretending that I was somewhere else. And I'm loath to admit it.
Why didn't you just go someplace else?
Huh?
Why didn't you just go someplace else?
Like where? He's on the clock.
Where? Yeah, I mean,
But if you're like saying you're out doing calls or whatever.
But I wasn't.
But couldn't you just tell them that you were?
Well, no, because you got to show them where you went and who you talked to.
And they do call logs.
Yeah,
and
I mean, of course, there's all kinds of things. So there was a lot. It was one big shell game, and it didn't last that long. I think I did it for 3 months until they fired a whole bunch of people, and I was one of them.
So 2 of those months were just served in the bathroom.
2 out of the 3 months were me in the bathroom, in a suit, mind you. You know.
Good for you.
Nobody had more plumber clients than Alan.
That's true. I really did. No, because you know, if you finally got a client, or not even a client, you go on a call. And here, everywhere is 20 minutes in Cleveland, right? Hey, I got to get to Strongsville. 20 minutes.
Right.
Yep. It would take me an hour and 20 minutes to get to where I had to go in the suburbs or whatever.
For Chicago. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I remember making a trip to, I finally got a guy to agree to see me. And it was at some soul food restaurant, right? And so, an hour and 20 out there to meet him. And then, like, his lackey comes up and says that the guy's too busy and can't meet with me. So I go, all right, get in the car, back to the office. Ugh.
Miserable.
Miserable.
Why couldn't he call you that why couldn't he tell you that over the phone?
Good question, but he didn't. I don't know.
Hey, I can't meet with you today. I wanted to spare you the trip.
Some people don't care.
In that line of work, yeah. There are a lot of people. It's very hard getting calls back from people, getting email back from people. It's just not, and it could have been as simple as whatever I was lacking in those skills. But
is there a better way to reach your audience than with radio advertising?
Of course not, Bill. 90% of people listen to radio every week. What are you talking about?
What do they use?
Saw a big old survey on that.
What do they use besides listening live?
Well, they can use the iHeartRadio app. I mean, of course.
Awesome.
But yeah, where you can listen to Flicks and Bill,
That's
a new
right.
Alan Cox Show podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
That's so convenient. It's almost like you can go in your work bathroom, put them in your ears, and
while you're rubbing one out,
toss one off.
Take care of business.
Please don't do that to my show.
Please don't
As
listen
long as
to
they're listening, what do you care for?
Wait a minute. That's not what it's for?
No.
That's
it's-
what
it's
Netflix and chill is all about.
It's not flicking your bean.
Flicks your bean? Well, if you are taking over the, generally Netflix and chill has a certain connotation.
Generally.
But generally?
What's the new episode of Flicks and Bill?
The latest one is Bird Box, and then tomorrow's new
So it's
episode.
all Netflix movies.
It's all Netflix
Okay.
movies. And then tomorrow's episode is Bandersnatch with the Fantasy Boys.
Okay.
My boyfriends.
Your boyfriends.
That's
With
right.
a Z.
All right. Kevin Hart has got it. He could not have a new movie out at the worst possible time. Kevin Hart is in this movie with Bryan Cranston. It's called The Upside. And it's a remake of a French film that is not that old. I don't know if it's a true story.
I thought it
Thought it
said
said it
based
was,
on
yeah.
a true story.
Okay, but it's a remake. Like the original movie was 6 years ago. So Kevin Hart, Bryan Cranston is this crazy rich guy who's a paraplegic. Kevin Hart is his assistant. This guy, he gets hired out of nowhere to clean the guy
caretaker.
and his caretaker.
Yeah.
And so he has to do press for this.
And they're from two different worlds. A very new concept for a Kevin Hart movie.
No.
Where he is matched up with a white person, and they learn from each other.
It's really a fish out of water story.
Exactly.
Yeah, fish out of water.
The originality of it is, I'm hooked.
Yeah.
I'll pay to go see that.
Because they never make a movie like this before. Like,
No.
they've never done black guy and white guy.
They should be cops.
That shouldn't.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be crazy.
If they were
Get on
like-
that, Hollywood.
They didn't
How come they haven't
get
done-
along.
How come they haven't done a black guy and a white guy as firefighters yet?
I don't know.
Seems like right up their alley.
Good pun. But again, this is a French film that they remade, and again, it was a black guy and a white guy, and that's a lot more controversial in France than it is here. I don't know. But Kevin Hart is still in the midst of doing press for this, still has to talk about hosting the Oscars. And he went on Ellen, and she ended up taking a bunch of heat because they thought that she sided with him as a comedian rather than being an ally for LGBT. Whatever. Comics are always going to side with comics, right?
Yeah.
Comics are always going to side with comics because they know that particular gene that makes that mechanism work, whether you're gay, straight, black, white, whatever. So I thought that was kind of silly.
And also when he's already apologized and she's not defending the comment, she's just defending the fact that he's already apologized.
Right.
So why can't, and he apologized years ago for this. So why are they still trying to bring it up?
Right.
Because they don't want anybody who had that type of past or has said that type of rhetoric to succeed.
But everyone has got
everyone said
something.
that.
Yeah, everyone's got
I know.
something.
Everyone's always against. They want to throw up their pitchforks when it's someone else, but when it's them, they're like, "But you guys don't allow me to evolve, and you guys we can't rehabilitate ourselves." Like, well, you were throwing up the arms when this guy got lit. So
Well, they
whatever.
always pull out Michael Strahan over at Good Morning America when there's a black celebrity to interview. So Kevin Hart's there, and he's like stonewalling. He's like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. And because poor Strahan, they told him, get him to say something he hasn't already said.
Right.
Get him to say something he hasn't already said. And so he's just sitting there stonewalling, and he's like, we're going to talk about your new movie in a second. But first, and you can just see the light kind of dim from Kevin Hart's eyes.
So I said, for the last time, I'm addressing this. It's there's no more conversation about it. I'm over that. I'm over the moment, and I'm about today. So if it's accepted, great. If it's not, it's nothing I can control. Some things are left out of your hands, so I'm done with it. I'm over it. That's where I personally am.
And then you said on Saturday, you said, I'm evolving.
It's like he didn't even hear what he said.
Right. He wasn't listening.
Didn't even hear what he
no.
said. Because if you're Strahan, you're like, okay, I can't go right to the movie now. I got to get something out of you.
That's so aggravating.
I know it is.
Can't they put that in their contracts? Like, I thought there were certain
They
things
tell
like
your publicist.
Kevin Hart's publicist says, listen, he will not do this interview. You can't talk about this, this, and this.
But there's levels because
you get that from publicists all the time. But if you want to talk to them about something and they go, well, I don't want to talk about that, you go, all right, well,
like in like a contract or something when they're like, hey, you can't bring up
usually not
X, Y, and Z.
No, I don't know about that. They don't sign contracts for talk shows.
They want to promote your movie, so they're going to say, you want us to give you screen time for your movie? You got to give us some meat here, and that's literally
but the trouble is there are 1,000 places now that you can pimp your movie.
Right.
It used to be you were going on the network television shows, and that you go on Carson, Good Morning America, Today Show, you're done.
Yeah, that's why
now you don't have to put up with any nonsense because you can just go to somebody else.
But they just
Joe
want
Rogan or something. Yeah,
they want one soundbite. They want something to go viral.
So it's as though Michael Strahan did not hear Kevin Hart when he said he was done addressing it because he just keeps going.
You're changing. So what did you believe then that you don't believe now? How have you evolved?
I have explained how I evolved, which makes
Here's
me
attitude.
say I'm over it. I'm not saying how I've changed anymore. I'm not saying what I've done and what the new me is. I'm not giving no more explanation of who I am. I've done it. I've done it several times. I've tweeted it. I've talked about it when I went on Ellen. I said it on my radio show. I'm just done. So you have to come to a point where you know that you've given all that you possibly can, and if that's received, then great. Then that means we've achieved something. If it's not,
anyway, they keep going. He will not let it go. He just kind of keeps going.
They did the same thing with Chris Brown, and then that's why he
Chris Brown was punching people in the face.
But it was 5 years ago. Like that.
But that's a different.
I'm talking about then. It was 5 years ago.
Domestic violence.
But did Chris Brown, like the issue people have with Louis C.K. is that he never came out and apologized for anything.
Chris Brown has.
Okay, I don't know. I don't pay that as close attention to Chris Brown. I have $1,000 here for you. Go fund yourself is what we call it. You have a shot to win $1,000 every hour. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. We have your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword tattoo to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's tattoo to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Even more maddening, by the way, about that Kevin Hart, Bryan Cranston movie is the movie probably isn't that good. So there's going to be more conversation around the Kevin Hart thing. And now Bryan Cranston is getting a hard time because he's playing a paraplegic and they think that disabled people should get those roles. And he's like, look, I'm an actor. I'm a straight, older, white guy. I could play a gay man. I could play someone who's in a wheelchair. I could play,
That's also, to be on set for that long is incredibly demanding. It's not like they're doing 12, 13-hour days.
It's not even that. You're not wrong, but they're trying to sell tickets.
Right.
How many disabled actors can you think of who could open a movie? They get real mad when, straight actors play gay characters.
I don't get mad.
They're trying to get you to watch the goddamn movie. They're going to put Armie Hammer in there?
Yeah.
Or are they going to put some guy you've never heard of before? Hey, who's the best quadriplegic actor out there instead of Bryan Cranston, who everyone loves?
Let me know when Armie Hammer can open a movie.
Well, that was a bad. I was thinking of Call Me By Your Name.
That was a good movie.
I didn't see it. I'm just thinking of straight guys playing gay actors. Straight actors playing gay men. Poor Cranston. This guy. I mean, a nicer guy you'd be hard-pressed to find. He's like, look, I realize he's got to do that soft shoe. I realize there's a time for these conversations, but... Dwayne Johnson was in Skyscraper, and he played a vet who had a prosthetic leg, and all these people were pissed off because Dwayne Johnson... You're trying to get people to go see the goddamn movie.
Right, it's The Rock.
The Rock.
That's who people are going to see.
He's the draw.
Yeah.
You're not going to get... I don't understand that. It's like, where do you draw the line?
Good pun. Listen, I don't know. And frankly, no one went to go see, I don't think, not in this country, went to go see Skyscraper.
No.
Because they're like, oh, I get it.
Well, because
the Dwayne Johnson's running around again.
It was his 6th movie that year. He had that and
Jumanji,
Rampage. He was just on a streak where you're like, I don't even know which Rock movie is out right now. I just know he's jumping from a helicopter.
He's gonna save the world at some point.
Yeah.
I think there's
bring it all
one.
together.
I think there's one script he gets, and they just change passages in it.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a car instead of a giant monkey. This one's and
Right.
then it's a new Rock movie. He's a hard-working guy. God bless him.
I love him.
But I used to say that putting him in something makes it automatically better. Love him on SNL. Love when he'd be. But he's worn that a little thin because he's clearly, he's hustling. He's taking all these gigs, and there's diminishing returns. I couldn't tell you the last Rock movie I saw.
But you got to think.
Get Smart was the last Rock movie I saw, and that's before.
Get Smart?
And that's before he was a big.
That
Yes.
You haven't seen. Well, how are you even saying that he makes a movie better? Because Get Smart was, what, 5-10 years ago almost?
And not
Wasn't
very good.
that
Steve
It was a
Carell?
Steve
I
Carell
almost said
movie.
Michael Scott.
Same guy.
Was it Michael Scott?
Yeah.
But here's the thing too, with his stature and the way that he looks and his demeanor. How many roles can The Rock play that isn't I'm a hero, I'm going to save everybody?
He was in The Tooth Fairy. Thank you very much.
Okay, but that was why it was so funny. Look at this
Yeah,
big dude
He
in a
hasn't done.
skirt.
He hasn't done his Mark Wahlberg in the where he loses a bunch of weight role yet.
Okay.
He's not going to. He's
I
so
know, I
much
know he's
in
not,
the
because
fitness industry.
He's an action guy, and he's not. But maybe down the road sometime, he's gonna be like, all right, I want to be taken serious. I'm gonna and skinny, not strong.
No way. That would never happen.
Dwayne the Twig Johnson will be out there.
Do you
Dwayne
know-
the Pebble.
He has such an influence on the fitness community and things like that, and gyms and all kinds of places that he's got his hand in that I don't think he would ever do that.
I could see him doing it, not anytime soon, but maybe in 10 years.
When he gets too old?
When he's getting older and
Yeah.
he's like, hey, I want to be taken very seriously as an actor. I want this role and I want to do something drastic. That's the best way
He's
to get
gonna do
people's
the
attention.
Machinist?
He's going to do the
He's
Machinist,
gonna-
yeah. Yeah, get real skinny.
He just had a can of tuna and an apple every day. Well, now, though, while let's say he waits 10 years to do that, in the meantime, Cena is the guy who's doing that stuff. He's doing comedies and he's doing some dramas, because
he's growing his hair out and he looks crazy
He
with
looks
long hair.
like Travolta in one of those wigs.
I haven't seen it. I have to look that up.
Yeah, Google
It's
John
very
Cena with long
off-putting.
hair.
John
And I don't
Cena
know
hair.
why. Speaking of Travolta, he finally shaved his whole head. I think he finally has had a come to Jesus meeting. All these dopey hair pieces he's been wearing. He just shaved his head.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Live your truth, buddy.
That's right. Be proud. Now you come out, and we'll all applaud you. Yeah, I don't know the last Dwayne Johnson movie I saw.
It was probably, for me,
Did you see the other guys?
one of the Fast and Furious.
The other guys, was he in? Oh, I saw Central Intelligence with Kevin Hart.
Oh, yeah.
Fast and Furious movies, those are okay. I like
are fun.
those.
Yeah. He's got that new one coming out with the angry British guy that kicks everybody.
Jason Statham?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Fast and Furious spinoff.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Shaw and Hobbs.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I'm very good at catchphrase.
Jason-
What is it?
The angry British guy who kills everybody.
Not kills, kicks.
Oh, kicks.
He's always kicking
First
people.
he kicks him, then he kills him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got your favorite line in any movie.
What?
It's Alan's favorite line.
No, he goes,
I now
what's
pronounce
that?
you.
Oh, I now pronounce you man and knife.
Oh my god.
From the
Great line.
What was that movie? I'm so out of it today.
I don't know.
It was
Deplorables?
no.
Departed?
The Expendables.
Expendables.
Deplorables.
The deplorables, Bill.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm
I
telling
know.
you,
You've already.
I've explained. I don't.
It'll be okay.
I'm cold medicined up.
You're not going over it again. You've already explained your position.
Yes,
Explain
I'm not
yourself.
explaining it again.
I've already
know
put
how
it
I
out there. You know how I feel. You know what's going on with me.
Okay, but what are you going to do to change how you feel?
I'm going to take more cold medicine.
Okay,
And be even more loopy.
How have you evolved from being well to being sick in this
I
time?
don't know. Eating boogers and I've already gone over this. I've
I've
gone
already
over this.
talked about my booger
I'm not going
eating.
to talk about it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't work. Tried to eat boogers
Well,
to stay healthy.
We'll get to your podcast in a minute, but which type of cold medicine do you prefer?
I've already gone over this. I prefer NyQuil. If I don't have that, I'll get some off-brand. But NyQuil is my go-to. And I've already been over this.
Oh, boy. You sit in a bath full of warm salts or anything like that?
No. I'll just
No?
sleep.
You know
I'll just
what?
sleep.
Bath
are
bombs?
awesome. They have Alka-Seltzer tabs you can put in your shower. and they're like like you put it in a hot shower, and they're effervescent.
You put
and
it
they
in the shower head.
and then you hold your mouth over it, and it comes through, kind of like a filter.
Why wouldn't you just drink it? That sounds like labor intensive.
No.
You just drop it in a glass. And,
No, you put it in the shower, and then it has almost like that Vicks Vapor Rub effect throughout your whole bathroom, and it really like clears your head and your sinuses and stuff. They're really, really nice.
Effervescence, one of those words that we really got carried away with in the last 5 years when it comes to marketing.
Effervescence.
Yeah, they're like, it's effervescent. You're like, well, I need it because it's effervescent. I need some effervescence in my life.
Like decadent chocolate cake. Decadent used to be like if you were going to a party, nobody was going to be wearing clothes. There would just be greased up mattresses everywhere.
Ew.
And now it's like chocolate cake. Would you like something decadent?
I thought decadent meant like
fancy,
like rich.
Well, it technically means just to. Decadence is like engaging in behavior that has no tether to morality or anything like that.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, technically, that's what it means.
So they're making chocolate cake be like, you shouldn't.
It's sinful.
You shouldn't have
that's
it.
right. It's sinful.
But you should have it. Just one spoonful. Like that's.
This chocolate cake was made by the same kids that find your diamonds.
Would you like
sinful.
more blood cake? That's delicious. This cake is blasphemous. That would be a good food adjective, sure. More blasphemous pizza? Doesn't believe in the Lord.
Jesus.
You'll give up your belief just because this pizza's so good. There can be no God because this pizza was made by man and not God.
And on
Jesus
the
crust.
Jesus crust. On the third day, the dough was risen.
See, it's all coming together. I'll let you guys write the rest
Thanks,
of it.
man.
But,
Appreciate it.
Send the treatment to The Rock. He'll probably do it.
He's in.
In Flames is back in town for a show at the Agora. You'll dig them. I'll have tickets for you a little bit later on. That show is February 21. Gabriel Iglesias is coming back, too, if you want to see him. 35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
New Year's resolution. I totally
would
would.
not.
I totally would. You can't speak for me. You don't know what I would do.
I can use your own words against you.
No, I would go. If I was hella rich, I would be like, all right, who's going to be my charity case today? And I would just go on. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, I'm going to give him $500 to
You'd pat yourself on the back if you were crazy rich for giving a charity $500.
It wouldn't be a charity. It would be an individual. It would
You
go
just
to
said charity. I'm just using I'm going by what you're telling me.
I said it would be like my charity case, but like it would be a person.
Well, there's celebrities that do that all the time.
Yeah.
They just don't talk about it.
I wouldn't talk about it.
They'll buy someone's groceries or they'll do little things like that.
Like,
ludicrous.
Oh, you need $3,000 to start your own business? Sure. Let me Venmo you that right quick. Take it out.
What business? Would you ask to see a prospectus or any kind of?
No, but if you said
because you know that these things are rife with scammers. That's why the whole Venmo Cody Parker thing. What's his name? Cody Parkey.
Yeah.
Is there's all these people saying that they're Cody Parker. There's all these scammers on Venmo.
After he missed that kick and people got word that this was happening, there was like 30 different Cody Parkey Venmo accounts. So you don't know which one's the real one, if any of them were his real one.
Yeah, so I'll play the clip. This guy, all he does is hit the uprights. And he's got like $9 million guaranteed, okay? Even if the Bears got rid of him tomorrow, they'd still have to pay him $4 million for next season. This guy, like Bill said, he has hit the uprights 5 times this season, 4 of them in one game, and another time in another game.
The biggest kick of probably his career.
This was a Ray Finkel moment. Wasn't the Super Bowl,
Finkel and Heinrich.
but this was Ray Finkel. It's the Eagles are winning by a point, and the Bears could have won this and gone on. This was a wild card game. And he hits the upright, and it bounces on the crossbar. He does the double doink.
Yeah. Yeah, so technically he's done it 6 times.
6 times.
He got the double doink, yeah.
3-yard attempt from the right hash mark. And, he hits the upright again. That's impossible. And the Eagles run out into the field, but there's still 5 seconds. So they've got to get back. He does it again.
Brought back to the spot of the kick.
So the Eagles go on with a final score of 16-15, one step closer to
Big Stick Nick, man.
Oh God, this guy.
That guy can do it. He is the luckiest quarterback in the league.
He really is.
Big stick.
Listen, for a long time, we had Robbie Gould on the Bears, okay? And this guy was the highest paid guy on the team. I think he replaced Phil Dawson in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's still in the league.
He's not retired yet. Robbie Gould, they paid him like $9 million a year, right? This guy never missed. He was the highest scorer in franchise history for the Chicago Bears. So anytime it got down to crunch, they were like, here comes Robbie Gould. We're good to go. And that's when the team sucked. The Rex Grossman years. You know, when I finally moved back home, we had Rex. That was the year that went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, but Rex Grossman. So you knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl.
Kyle Orton.
No. It was pre-Cutler.
Yeah.
But anyway, so watching the end of this game was depressing. Because we don't ever get close to anything like this over the past few years. We're like, oh, this is going to be great. So the Bears finished.
You guys were a nice story this season because you were the team that went from worst to first.
Yes.
And you got a Cleveland kid on the team as a quarterback.
That's right.
It was a nice story that ended in a very, Browns-like fashion.
Browns-like fashion. That's right. We got Khalil Mack. I mean, it was a good, So, yeah, Bears finished like the Cleveland Browns.
What's going on with your eye? You got pink eye?
No, pink eye just itches.
You want me to kiss it? You want me to lick it clean?
No.
Right,
it's not. No.
You're not having a ocular migraine, are you?
No, I'm not having
Okay.
any kind of. There's no pain. No, it has slight itch.
Just a slight itch. All right.
Slight itch. So yes, there's a lot of people pretending to be this guy on Venmo.
It was a wild weekend for football, though. There were a lot of good games.
Everyone was wilding.
Did you see the Cowboys?
Yeah.
The guy who bent his ankle?
Oh, I didn't see that, no.
Oh, first quarter of the Cowboys game, this dude goes down with one of those, like, your leg's not supposed to go that way.
Ooh.
I don't remember who the dude was.
Cowboys injury. It's like shows up before I even finish typing cowboy.
Yeah. Because before that...
Oh, okay, Alan Hearns. Yeah.
Yeah, before that, people were talking about that former Cowboy who came out as gay.
Oh, yeah.
Like on his wedding day. The guy who retired Dallas Cowboy who married his well, now it's his husband.
Linebacker back in the 80s. Never... He didn't even date any guys when he was playing football. He just had
didn't want
the
to get
urge
caught.
since he was little, yeah.
Yeah.
And then finally, like years later, in his 50s, he starts dating a guy.
Jeff Rohrer. Now, this is funny because the guy he married looks like one of those like Instagram makeup dudes. He looks like he's like super sleek and carved out of marble. So the guy's maybe 20 years younger than him or something. Jeff Rohrer is the guy. He played for Tom Landry. And he married his boyfriend.
Good for him.
As an older man. Yeah, why not? I'd never heard of the guy.
I hadn't either, but that's one of those things that there's so many guys like that are now finally feeling comfortable. And even for him to be like, a professional athlete and have that kind of a magnifying glass on him, and it wasn't the same in the 80s, but you still weren't comfortable with it in the 80s.
Well, even the Michael Sam thing, for all of the accolades that he got for being an openly gay player and
He's
all that,
gone now.
it just kind of all fizzled out.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with him being gay, but it's certainly, if that's all you're getting attention for, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, you'd like to also be a good football player.
Right.
Was he a good football player?
He was not good enough to stay on a team,
So
and
it was just
he
hype.
probably would have had to be better, but he just wasn't. He wasn't great.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype surrounding him because of that.
But then again, it's also the kind of league where maybe he was good enough, but they were just like, we're not going to give him a shot.
Right.
But he was on teams. I feel like he got a fair shake to make it in the NFL, and he just wasn't good enough, which is the story with most people that try to make the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly difficult.
Being in the closet and being famous would be so scary. Like, I would just imagine everyone's out there trying to out me. Like, I honestly think everyone would be out to get me, so I don't even think I could, like, trust anybody.
Yeah, that's why a lot of those people were so paranoid and it takes away your mental health trying to keep that secret.
Like I see why celebrities like buy prostitutes and stuff because they don't want people like screenshotting them and
Well, also they're incredibly wealthy, so they have to buy prostitutes for their orgies on their yachts.
Right.
I'm not even saying that, but I
mean, that's what you think.
I think most of them do.
But if you're in the closet, then why would people even focus on you to try to out you? Like if you're keeping it real quiet, they wouldn't even think to try to out you.
Because what do you mean if you're keeping it real quiet, it wouldn't be on your focus?
Well, no. Why would you said I would think everybody would be out to get me.
But I'm saying if you're a great athlete, like everyone wants to know your personal life, everyone wants to get to know the star, and then when you show up to the guy's house, like
so you're not talking about some guy who's just like a fair to Midland player. You mean like a superstar?
Like a superstar.
Player.
Like if you're a quarterback, you're that guy. Everyone wants to know who you're dating and who you're out here with, and then all of a sudden I'm an escort and I get a call and I show up at this mansion and whoever opens up the door, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're Tom Brady. Like what? You're gay? Like, I would be like, all right, I'm not going to tell
And if
anybody.
you said it like that, you'd get the door slammed
exactly.
in your face,
That's
too.
why you got to play it cool. You got to walk
Uh-huh.
in, not draw too much attention to yourself, and then you instantly 411 your friends. Like
411 your friends.
You guys would never guess
That
whose
is
house I'm at right now.
I got to hand it to 411. That's a really old reference that is still hanging around in slang.
Wait, that's not like a sex thing where you got like 4 up here and then 1 in the back? And
Maybe
then
it
one,
could be. I don't know.
know.
When 2 in the pink wasn't enough. Yeah, 411 is really hung around.
I can hardly walk today. I got 411 last night.
I'm just saying that.
I feel like Michael Sam plays with. Doesn't Michael Sam play with Manziel now?
Oh, is he up in the?
I think he's playing
maybe
in
he is.
Canada. I think Michael Sam's up there doing something. Joe in Philly, go ahead.
Laces out.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Want to join us live? The live video stream you want to watch, it's at alancockshow.com. You can share and subscribe and like and comment. Mary Santora's back.
Hi.
2 days in a row.
2 days in a row. I cannot walk today.
Are you okay?
I lifted legs
Is
yesterday.
this something that we need? Oh, it was leg day yesterday.
Leg day.
I wasn't sure if that was a euphemism when you mentioned it or okay.
No.
Maybe you got banged out.
Nope, no banged out.
So what precisely were you working on for leg day?
So I had, there's like, I'm learning so many new terms in this. I was doing supersets, which are 2 different exercises you do back to back without a pause. And then that's one actual set. You do 4 of those. So started with squats. You're supposed to have a barbell. I tried to use even just the barbell, which is like 20 pounds, and I did like 2 or 3. I'm like, this is too much. So I was just doing like with my body weight. So I did squats and then lunges.
Are you doing this with someone?
No, you
That
would
you're
like
doing this
follow
on your own?
on your
Okay.
phone. It's like a whole plan.
Gotcha.
It's all virtual. So I did squats and lunges was the first one. You do.
I hate lunges with
They're
fiery
so
passion.
hard. They're so hard. Like I'm
And
like
even-
shaking.
Even
it was,
when I was in like my best shape and could do a lot of them, they're still just a terrible exercise.
Burpees
I'm like,
and lunges suck.
I never lunge. I'm not a
Right.
lunger. I don't need to lunge in my life.
Ugh. So it was the squats and then the lunges, and then it was deadlifts and lunges. So you would do like lunges forward and then lunges backward.
Squats are great because they work everything.
Yeah. I mean abs. Like my abs are sore from working my legs yesterday. It was
Yep.
really weird. And then deadlifts and lunges, and then what was the last one? Oh, wait, like the leg curls on the machine that you lay down on, and then you did like body weight calf raises. But you did it. I did. It was 12 reps, 4 sets. So you're doing like 24 exercises in a row, and then you rest for a minute, and then you do it again.
How often are you doing this workout?
It's every day.
Every day.
There's 2 rest days a week, and they kind of are sporadic, but
Okay. You're going to get soccer legs.
I want any kind of legs. I want not jiggly legs.
Well, but here's the thing, though, with girls is, if you get muscular, like you don't necessarily want Venus Williams legs.
Right,
Right?
but
You want like toned legs.
Toned.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get to that point.
Okay.
And plus, at
Yeah, you're
this
not like
point,
you're not like eating enough protein that you're going to get jacked.
bulk. Yeah. I'm also, like I said, a lot of them, I'm starting out with just my body weight or like adding 5 pounds because I haven't like legitimately worked out in 2 years. And even just trying
2
to...
years?
Yeah, like actually gone to the gym on a regular, consistent basis has probably been since 2016.
Does it feel like it's been 2 years?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't sit down on the toilet. I'd like to have like sitting like trying to...
There's a lot
So
of...
you really are Mary Ploppins.
I am can't plop. I can't...
No, you're hovering.
Right.
There's a lot of standing poops at Casa Santora these days.
Hurts. Every part of my body hurts.
I remember when the very first time I ever played paintball.
Ooh.
The first of many, because I grew to love paintball. Very first time I ever played paintball, this was probably 20 years ago. And the next day, we lived on the second floor, and I had to hold the rail to get down the steps.
It's down.
Because
it's so
you're
much worse.
you're crouching and you're running low and all this, And I assumed that I probably hadn't done too much strenuous exercise before that. I was like, I could not believe how immobile I was from the waist down after playing paintball.
Going downstairs is so much worse than going upstairs because you're trying to like support your body weight and your legs just want to give out. They're just like, we're done. I quit. I have like 4 stairs to get into my apartment, and it was just too many.
Are you just like sitting on your butt and scooting down them?
I should get like a laundry
kid.
basket. Like, slide
You're like a
down.
dog dragging its ass across the cargo when you get in there.
Right.
And paintball, you get lit up, so you end
Yeah,
up with
and
welts all over you.
bruises and-
I didn't even feel those. My legs hurt so bad.
You don't realize everything, and we're busy at work because I'm like, this is as fast as I can move.
Yeah.
I physically cannot go any faster because my legs will not let me.
So even if you hadn't had all those computer problems at work, people would have taken them a long time to get their orders from
They
you.
would have looked at
because
me
you're
like,
walking
can you just
super slowly.
Right? It's like, I can't.
Can you quit moseying with my food?
Right. Like, I can see it. It's going to be cold by the time you
It's
get
cooled
here.
off right when you drop it at my table.
I got one of those foam rollers.
Yeah,
those
and
are great.
It hurts. It hurts
For your
so
IT bands.
bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts. I mean, I know it's like good for you, and it's supposed to work out the muscles, essentially like a deep tissue massage. But I roll on it like twice. And I'm like, I feel like I want to cry.
Yeah, Gwen. I do that to Gwen a lot. Like she's got like the roller, but I'll run it like her IT bands or whatever get tight, and so I'll run it, and it'll look like she's in pain. She goes, "Well, it hurts, but I also need it's good.
It'll feel better later." Kind of a thing.
And so then I roll it on my leg. I go, "Boy, this looks amazing." And I don't feel the
Well,
same
you're
way.
not sore.
Yeah, you're
either.
limber. You're a limber Larry.
Well, she's limber. I mean,
It's meant to loosen up any tight muscles. And this, I
Yeah.
have like one of the big ones that you like lay on, so you're putting like
Yeah.
your body weight on it, and it's
looks like a
painful.
decorative pillow that you might.
Yeah, it's
put
a
on.
big purple
tube,
circle.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Kaylee. Hello.
Hola.
Hola. What's going on?
Hey, Mary, you know what else squats are great for?
What?
Here we go.
Butt cleavage.
Butt cleavage?
Mm-hmm.
Like at the bottom?
Did you see my picture?
At the top, butt cleavage, like the coin slot, right?
I promised you butt cleavage, and I made sure you saw it.
And I did see it.
I think she means at the bottom, like when your underwear don't go all the way down, like booty shorts.
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
She tweeted us a pic. Yeah, there's a picture of an Alan Cox Show sticker next to her nice little butt.
Where was this?
It's on or what is it?
Was
she
it
did
Instagram
on,
or
she did on
Twitter?
Instagram and she did on Twitter.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah. It's out there.
Well, yeah, you said at the bottom. It would be at the top of your butt. Bottom
No.
of your back, but top of your
The
butt.
bottom of your butt, where your butt meets your legs.
It could
The-
be either.
Oh, I thought she was talking about the coins, like the
That's.
coin slot. Like, if your top of your underwear is down. I don't know what the hell we're talking about.
I think it's like when women wear like booty shorts and then you can see like two perfect little
Oh.
cheeks at the bottom.
Or it looks like
I have 2 legs.
I
It doesn't
see.
like there's no cheeks. There's none of that.
Just no ass. It's just a straight line from the shoulder to the heel is what she's
Right.
talking about.
But thank you,
Well,
Kaylee.
It could be either.
Okay. Well, I'll have to check for that photo.
And I wanted to tell Mary that she still owes me a PBR shotgun out of the trunk of my car.
That was on. I'm gonna tell you, Kaylee. That was on New Year's Eve. I had gotten off stage and I did not recognize it was a dark room. And I just have a girl grab me by the arm. She's like, "Hey, good set. You want to shotgun a PBR out of my trunk?" And I was like, "I've found my comedy voice.
Yeah,
like,
right.
This is my
It sounds like the
demo."
beginning of Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
Shotgun a PBR out of the trunk of. Why the trunk?
Because that's where it's not visible through the window if I get pulled over.
Ah.
And it's probably colder.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Probably colder.
Gotcha.
I got you, Kaylee. After about a month, let me go 1 month as little drinking as possible, and then we'll shotgun a PBR out of your trunk.
Why isn't it in the fridge at home?
Oh, it is. I just brought one for Mary because
Yeah, because her reputation preceded her.
well, yeah, I felt
Yeah.
like that would have been a notch in my belt is to shotgun a PBR with Mary Santora.
Good for you.
I'll do
right?
it. I'm just gonna let you know I'm the worst shotgunner there ever was. I have a better chance of chugging it. It gets everywhere. It's just all over my face.
That's probably
and
what she was looking for too.
just to be a
All
mess.
over your face. Sure. Yep.
We could do whiskey instead. I'm actually better at shots of whiskey than I am shotgunning beers.
Let's do that.
Me too.
Let's do trunk shots.
Hashtag shotgun a PBR with Mary Santora.
Yeah, let's get that going.
Uh-huh. All right. Thank you, Kaylee.
All right, love you guys.
All right, love
Bye.
you too. There's Kaylee, the Alan Cox Show staff horticulturist. Yes?
I was going to say, post a picture again or send me it on Twitter because I can't find it.
If you go back into your story, Bill, you can see it. And during the break, I'll show you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on Twitter.
You know what's very unsettling is when dead friends show up on Facebook. Does that
Yeah.
happen to you?
Mhm.
A buddy of mine that I used to work with in Pittsburgh died. He got brain cancer or something. Young guy. He was older than me, but still young. And he died a couple of months ago, and his birthday was yesterday.
And it pops
And
up.
it popped
Ugh.
up. And I was like, oh, my God. Like,
No
no
babies.
babies. Mm-hmm.
It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, it was very, very strange. So then I went and unfriended him.
Alan!
You can't
Well,
go
he's
back.
he's
That's
dead.
a no, that's a recipe for a ghost.
So then I go.
That's a recipe for a ghost right there.
If he's mad that I unfriended him on Facebook after he died, he's got some other things he's got to
But you
concern himself
realize
with.
you're never going to be his friend again. Like, you can always unfriend him, but you can't ever refriend him on Facebook.
Oh, you
What
can
does that
never-
have to do with anything?
Maybe you want to go see his
This
pictures.
is a guy that I knew in real
Yeah,
life.
If he has a but I'm saying you might want to go back and reminisce. You might need that one photo to go.
I have
like,
photos with him.
You need that one photo, and it just happens to be on his Facebook, which is a private account.
No.
And now you can't get back
Got
on
photos
there.
in something called my brain and my memories, pound cake.
You know what else is going to be in your brain and your memories? His ghost.
Okay. well-
Terrorizing your whole house.
Yeah,
no.
whole house.
All
Well,
those
he's not
people-
the first one of my friends to pop up dead on Facebook.
But whatever.
None of them are haunting me.
Out of all the people that badger you on Facebook, the dead ones are the ones you got to unfriend.
People don't badger me on Facebook. I'm never on Facebook.
People badger me, and I'm like, the dead ones are the least of my worries.
What do you
I
mean
always-
badger you?
Well, there's people that always send me crap, and like,
Like badgers.
oh no, they
Actual badgers are on there.
You need no stinking
man.
badgers.
People from Wisconsin.
there's just people sliding in my DMs, and I try to be nice because I'm like, they're fans, like whatever. You could be on my Facebook, don't become a nuisance, and then they become a nuisance, and then I unfriend them, and then I get messages as to why I unfriended them
Because you're a crazy person.
because you keep messaging.
What do they want?
me.
They want to hook up or what?
It doesn't even have to be that.
Oh, I don't know.
They'll just stuff days ago, like, hey, catching up on the podcast. Nope, like from a week ago. Bye. I don't remember what I talked about this morning. You're gonna talk to me
Why
about
does
a
that
week
get
ago?
you so upset?
Yeah,
People
you're
are
giving me a
paying
hard time
attention?
for
Yeah.
unfriending a dead, real-life friend from Facebook, and you won't answer a listener's question.
It's a conversation. Like, it's a big paragraph. Like, I really like it, like how you said this. And when Alan gives it to you, you give it right back to him. And he was like, "What do you think about this?" Like, I don't know. I don't
Hey,
know
you know
what
what's
you're
worse
talking
than
about.
that? People who don't care about you.
I don't remember what you're talking about.
People who don't care what you're doing on the radio.
Don't remember what you're
That's
talking about.
even worse.
I say thanks for liking the show.
Right.
That's how I respond. Thank you for
Wow.
listening.
You're cold, bro.
No, don't remember. Don't remember.
I don't get a whole lot of that.
That's a cold ass honky.
You know what?
I said I don't get a whole lot of that. I get a lot of weirdos in my DMs. What do I have to do to get your attention? I'm like,
Oh, you should
stop
see the
being a
texts
crazy
I get in
person.
here when you are filling in.
Oh, I'd see
From
those are the
people.
times when I'm glad that I can't.
You wouldn't want to see them.
No.
No.
Do you want to know something? You said that
Have you ever had your
yesterday.
toes sucked?
So toes sucked. That was the last three digits were 207. I got a text message from a number I didn't have. The last three digits were 207, asking me like, "Hey, I think we matched on Tinder a while ago." Da da da. Da. I was like, "Please don't contact me anymore." It's a wonder if it was the same guy.
You see the girl who was on Bumble and she was bragging about a deer that she killed, except she killed it illegally, and the guy she was bragging to was a game warden.
Oh my gosh!
And so he
no.
set a date with her just to arrest her.
That is hilarious.
You got his paper.
What are the chances of that? Hunter, this woman is on Bumble, and they're going back and forth. There's a woman in Oklahoma, and she was showing off an illegal deer kill, a photo.
What makes it illegal?
There's
Not
something called
paper?
spotlighting, where you first of all, deer season was over, but there's also something you're not supposed to do called spotlighting, which I think is when you shine a light in their eyes to disorient them and then shoot them. It was like
you
bow
make it watch
season
the
was
movie
a-
Spotlight, and then when it's
Yes.
crying and just wondering why people are so terrible, you shoot it.
That's
It's
right.
Vulnerable.
Yep. Really liked Liev Schreiber in that movie, but I'm still going to kill you anyway. I'm sorry. That deer ate all my popcorn.
Then
So she posted a picture of her.
Posted a photo and was going back and forth with the guy, and the guy said, the first thing I thought is that it was somebody who was messing with me because they knew who I was. He goes, that wasn't the case. So he was getting some information out of her, and they were just talking. He's like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, whatever. And then he set up a date with her, and the game wardens showed up at her home the next day.
You must have really like.
That's hardcore.
You must love your job more than you love getting laid, or better
It
yet.
doesn't say he didn't get laid.
That's what I'm saying. How
Didn't get
awesome would that be?
arrested.
He like the date goes well. They go back for a nightcap, and then he's like, freeze! Like, you know?
At least it's not like a
nightcap.
creepy story. It's like, hey, I'm going to arrest you unless you do something. You
Right.
got to put out or you're getting arrested.
But imagine if he did though. Imagine if he did get laid, and then he just like arrests her after that.
Like he pulls out the handcuffs and she thinks it's kinky. And he's like, no, seriously, get in the car. Just put your clothes on, get in the car.
Oh, this is what you're looking for. All right. She said it was her first deer ever, too, is what she told the guy.
This guy.
Whether or not that's true.
How many eligible like women are? How many bachelorettes are out there in Oklahoma? Like, come on, he must have really wanted to get that.
Yeah, but the guy's a
Wait,
game
what?
warden, too. So, I mean, that's his job. Maybe she wasn't good looking.
I wonder if he could get in trouble for not taking action, like
did.
knowing about it and then not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
knowing
does that make
illegal.
him an accomplice?
Yeah, like knowing that there was
Aiding and
illegal
abetting?
activity going on, and then
I don't know. Maybe so.
he's like,
come
"Man,
on."
I'd really love to take this girl home, but I could lose my job because now I know too much.
What
you
kind
told
of
me too
time
much
do you get for a crime like that? Like what?
for being an
There's-
accomplice."
No, for killing a deer.
Oh, she got a fine.
Just a fine.
$2,400.
Ooh, that's a lot.
That's more money than I think I've ever had at one time.
Can I get 24 days?
I've never had that much money. In
I'm
my
going to
bank
need a
account.
year to pay you this back. Can I
Yeah.
get on an installment plan?
Yeah, no, just give me a day.
So just be careful what you're bragging about on dating apps. The chick or because girls with guns.
You're supposed to be
Oh,
hot.
they
Yeah.
love to tell you that they hunt and have guns, and they love to tell you that.
Not me.
They can't. They're just like guys in that regard. They can't not tell you that they love guns.
Makes them unique.
You'll never meet somebody who loves guns who doesn't tell you that immediately. And it's a community of sorts, I guess. And some of these girls are foxy. I'll give it to you. I don't know what this girl looked like because in the story they had to black her face out. Didn't give her name or anything like
That's
that.
racist.
Exactly.
About neck down.
Even though
Is
they
there any
used
body?
an orange. Huh?
I says neck
No,
down.
because
or-
she's holding up a deer.
the
She's like in
deer.
camo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you literally can't see her.
She wasn't hunting in a bikini, if that's what you're asking.
I don't know. Some people are into different things.
Yeah.
Alan, have you ever gone to like the range, just to
Gun
shoot?
range?
Yes.
Yeah. You don't like it?
I don't. Do I not like
Do
it?
you not like guns? Like, do you not like shooting around?
I didn't grow up a gun guy. I mean, I've been around them most of my adult life, but more in an urban environment. No, it's fine. Harding and I went to shoot a while back. We went to the range. No, it's fine. I understand why people could really get into it. It's not my thing.
Okay.
I mean, and there's a difference between like I've got this because I want to protect my family, my belongings. I get that. But most of those guys are really into their guns.
Like
And
they're
that to
waiting
me-
for something to pop off.
Well, I listen, if something does pop off, those guys, I guess, are going to be the best suited for it. But it's just not my thing. You know,
Unless the
I
aliens
wouldn't-
are immune to bullets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like
Maybe
those
their
movies
body
where.
processes lead or
And then it
different.
turns out water is what they're.
The first time I went to a gun range, I cried.
First time you went to the gun range, you cried.
Uh-huh. I like.
Who'd you shoot?
I didn't shoot anybody, but I like literally fired
As
a
they
gun.
were stretchering the guy out, I was
Right.
really tearing up.
I fired a gun for the first time, and I literally set it down, and I walked back, and I started crying. And my ex was like, "What is wrong with
Why?
you?"
'Cause it
And
was so powerful?
That's exactly what it was. I said, "I've never in my life had this much power."
Yeah.
That if I wanted to, right now, I could just kill all these people. Not saying that I felt like I was a murderer, but anybody around us could do that. They
Right.
could just pop off and be like, "Well, I'm done. You're all done. See you later."
Sure.
That terrified me.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to be around this. I don't like it. And he got me a much smaller, less powerful gun, and I was a little bit more comfortable with that. It was like it was a 38 or 380. I don't know the
38,
difference.
yeah.
38, yeah.
But it was tiny, and I felt like I could control it. He had a big, heavy. I don't even know what the hell it
A
was.
Glock or something.
Smith
or
and
9mm.
Wesson.
Oh, one of those big
42,
ones.
maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought
Bigger than a 9. It was powerful. Like the kickback on it.
Like a hand cannon.
Like the kickback on it moved me.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is way too much for me to handle.
Well,
Like,
and
I
you're
don't
small,
like this.
too, so-
Right. So
yeah.
when I got the little one, I felt like, doo-doo-doo-doo. You know, like I could.
Pew, pew, pew.
Like if someone were to invade my home, I'd feel it would probably disarm them. I wouldn't
Yeah.
kill them, which makes me feel better. You know.
But you might.
But I got it was a very overwhelming feeling where I was like, this is so not for me. I don't ever want to touch another gun again. Like this is terrifying.
And as a single lady, you've got concerns that lend themselves to
I
being
know.
armed.
That's why like the 38 was I was comfortable with that.
Did it
I
have a
felt
pink
okay.
pearl handle?
It was purple.
Nobody will
was
ever see
purple.
that concealed purple gun you've got in your waistband.
But that was something I was a little bit more comfortable with. It was like, okay, yes, I could kill someone if I hit them in exactly the right spot, but more or less it's just a self-defense. They're not going to, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's a deterrent.
Yes. They're going to see, oh, she has a gun. Oh, she just shot me. I'm going to leave. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want my...
Oh, she just shot me. Ouch, ouch.
Yeah, our
You don't need my 10-year-old laptop that badly. Like, you don't need
Your
it.
10-year-old laptop.
Right.
Our last camping trip, we were shooting around, and I was like, oh, it'll make me feel butch. And then I just looked really gay shooting the gun.
Oh, when you guys were
very
out, camping or whatever. Make you look really butch.
Yeah.
Right, but that's only going to happen if you hold it a certain way, I would imagine. If you like...
But we had to say...
if you hold it like you
Just
think it's
like that.
infected, yeah.
If you were in the firing zone, like just around, they were like, okay, just say if you're within, a certain amount of space, just say warning before you fire a shot. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, warning, everybody, I'm warning. And then I shoot.
Too much.
Not the best, it was just target practice, but.
You just got shot.
No, he's talking about it.
yeah.
He fired a shotgun, right? Out into
You
the
fired
woods.
a shotgun?
I thought he did.
I had a pistol and I had a shotgun.
Did it bruise your shoulder?
No, because I'm a strong man.
I've had friends that have, like,
I'm a strong man.
fired shotguns and, like, the
Yeah,
kickback.
you
like, give them a
gotta
big
have it
bruise
nice and tight against
When I was
your
younger,
shoulder.
I mean, my uncle got me a BB gun for Christmas, and then like that's what started it. Because he says, okay, well don't point them at each other. We're like, okay, so we're pointing them up at the sky. We're pointing them.
First thing every kid does is point a BB gun at his friend.
Right. Or, like, you set up the cans. Or, I mean, I've seen that in movies. I don't know if that's what people really do.
We were shooting at like owl holes and stuff. Like
you know how you have all
holes.
those empty cans lying around?
Yeah.
You'll line
we would
those up.
save them.
We had
would
beer
save
cans.
We'd save cans and bottles to
shoot at?
when we were younger.
Would you?
I just get so bored.
Put
of
a
it so
watermelon
fast.
on a tree stump?
Like yeah, we do stuff like that.
I would like a gun.
I would shoot. Like I've gone shooting before. I went to the range with Hardig as well, and it's fun for like 15 minutes. And I'm like, all right, that was like, I'm not a marksman. I don't care anymore.
I don't know if moral is the right word, but the moral implications of it. Just knowing
You have a
I have a
responsibility.
tool that could end someone's life.
Well,
that
when
was too much for me to handle.
When I get into arguments with gun people and they go, because I say, well, we license cars, and those aren't specifically created to kill people.
Right.
They can because they're big and metal. Guns are specifically created to kill or maim.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing they're used for.
Right.
Maybe if you got a hammer and nail in every so often, use the butt. Every
right.
so often.
To hang a picture.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what could go wrong, but
It's like when Homer got a gun. He's like, I use my gun for everything, to turn on the TV and just.
yeah. Well, okay. Mary's here.
Hi.
She's unarmed.
So
Right, so unarmed. She's disarming. That's good.
Oh.
Yeah. Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, if you want to find her there. Gabriel Iglesias is back in town. He's going to do a show at the Roxino. If you want to see Fluffy out there. I'll have tickets for you when we return. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
I think I won the year before you.
I think I've won 3 times now.
You've taken the lion's share of the Polar Blast battle.
I think Erica might have 3 too.
There you go. So, is this the 8th year for the Polar Blast?
I think
it's the 7th or 8th year.
7th or 8th year. I think
so.
the
This
8th.
could be your year, Pound Cake. This could be your year.
Hopefully.
Alan, you might want to point out to Pound Cake that Varick Allen Greer's initials are VAG. He might want to reconsider that. Well, I'll leave that up to him.
He didn't know that what way he went when he was born, He found that out later. His family didn't know.
Right. They did not know. Anybody watch the coverage of the 116th Congress being sworn in?
I saw one little moment.
I saw the aftermath.
Probably the one moment that everyone's talking about.
Which is that? There were a lot of little ones that I saw.
Cortez lady getting booed.
Oh, she got booed?
She got booed.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah.
Got booed by who? All the old white guys?
All the old white guys.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But why boo her? They're all supposed to be... Listen, even if you don't agree with someone, and she is very left, she's very progressive, why would you boo people that are like your congressional peers now? I get if you're an old
us
white...
against them. That's what it is.
But I get if you're an old white guy that's been in there for a long time, you feel immediately threatened. I understand that, but
they're threatened by Nancy Pelosi. They're threatened by anyone who goes.
They should feel it, right? But they feel that way about her because she's
effective.
Yes, been there a long time. But these women, and that's why this Congress is getting so much attention, because it's the youngest, most diverse Congress that's come through in a long time. This Ocasio-Cortez, this girl is the youngest person ever elected to Congress. I think she's not even 29 yet. And they keep throwing these things out in the hopes of somehow discrediting her. They sent out this video of her dancing in college, as though that's not going to make everybody go, she's awesome.
Yeah.
What is this? You know,
I didn't even like the fact that they were doing that to Tommy Lauren or Laren.
What are they doing to her?
They were going through her Twitter feed and like talking about how she was using the hashtag pop that pee. when she would go to college, she was like, all right, gonna go to the bar tonight and pop my pee.
Right.
And
hey, good for her, whatever.
And I was like, hey, that actually gives her like, I actually am more related. She's more relatable to me now. Like, I actually kind of liked her for a split second. And then I was like, no, but look what she turned into. So it didn't help.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't even think it was when she was being sworn in. I think when they were all announcing who they were like she said, I vote for Nancy Pelosi.
Mm-hmm.
Was that for confirming the Speaker of the House?
Yeah, because they have to vote on who. Yeah.
So it was when she got.
There was some concern that she would not do that because she's made it clear that she calls herself a democratic socialist, so she's clearly to the left of some other Democrats. Kyrsten Sinema. Arizona made history by having 2 women now in Congress, including the woman who lost the race for John McCain's seat, I think, but they put her in there anyway because the guy that they replaced McCain with split. So this Martha McSally goes in on the Republican side, and this Kyrsten Sinema on the Democratic side. She is the first openly bisexual member of Congress.
Bisexual.
A sexual threesome.
A sexual congressman.
Bisexual threesome. I don't want to be the guy who's...
sexual threesome.
Yes. I don't want to be one of these people that points out how hot some of these girls are, but...
if they're attractive, good. Attractiveness is effective when it comes to voting.
Well,
a lot of people voted for Paul Ryan because he was hot.
But he's not hot.
He is hot.
I don't think, people bought the whole Paul Ryan myth is why they, Anyway, this Kyrsten Sinema, though, she's very pretty. And she's got like this platinum blonde hair. And she shows up in like a
skimpy top.
Well, it wasn't skimpy. No, I mean it was fine. But you're used to seeing these people coming into Congress wearing navy and brown and gray. And there were a lot of, there's a congresswoman now from Minnesota who's a freshman. She's wearing her hijab, and a lot. It's very exciting to see all these different kinds of people get put into government. The thing that I was watching Kyrsten Sinema because they do kind of the vice president, of course, is the president of the Senate. So Mike Pence does kind of a ceremonial swearing in of these people. You put your hand in the Bible. She wasn't going to do that. She had a copy of the Constitution in her hand, but I was like, how awkward that must be for somebody like Mike Pence, who, when he was governor of Indiana, did everything he could do to prohibit gay rights, remove funding for HIV testing, all that kind of stuff. And now you're up there with an openly bisexual member of... like she's gritting her teeth going, hi, I loathe everything you stand for. And she's putting her hand up. Everybody plays nice on camera. No, I know.
We're all in this together.
Well, no, let's hope.
I mean, we
I'm
should
with you,
be.
buddy. I mean,
we should be.
Let's hope.
That's the idea.
That's the idea, but that is not how a lot of people feel.
But she had like this fake fur stole over her shoulders. It was pretty wild because you're just not used to see
It's a new day.
Used to seeing things even on the Democratic side, just kind of a lot more buttoned up and more conservative. Another freshman congresswoman is getting people yelling at her because she said, let's impeach the mother effer. So now all these people are clutching their pearls that she dropped the F-bomb. But don't forget this thing, okay? Listen, the president plays to his base. That's what these people are doing. These people were sent to Congress. That's what the blue wave is. Mm-hmm. These people were sent to Congress to do one or two big things.
On a mission.
And that's one of them. Somebody pointed out when the ranking Republicans played upset, they were like, Didn't the president call Stormy Daniels horseface?
Anything anyone says cannot be compared to the ridiculous stuff the president has said.
The football players.
Right side, left side, it doesn't matter. Nothing anyone below has said. Remember when Dick Cheney said "Go F yourself" and everybody lost their mind?
Big deal.
Right. We are so far past those days.
In a lot of ways, the decorum ship sailed a long time ago, but it is funny to watch these guys kind of. Kevin McCarthy, who was the House Minority Leader now, he took over for Paul Ryan.
The new season of The
Very
Real World
upset.
is not on MTV; it's on C-SPAN.
It is.
Let's see what happens when senators and congressmen stop being fake
Polite.
and start being polite and start getting real. And it's going to be an interesting next 2 years, and it's going to be great.
It'll be entertaining to watch in a different way, hopefully a constructive way. Representative Rashida Tlaib, who is a Democrat from Michigan, who is a freshman rep,
I hope what
dropped the
happens-
F-bomb not long after she was sworn in.
Yeah, I mean, there's still people. I don't even mind the salty language. Really, that's not even really what bothers.
Let's not pretend that's a thing anymore.
It's not.
Right.
Like, honestly, I know they swear like sailors, but just like me, as soon as I get off this mic, I'm saying every salty word in the English. Well, not even English language.
Not even English.
But I'm just saying every salty word imaginable. But when the light goes on, you don't say those things.
And
that's fine.
And you're making up some of your own words, even beyond the English language. Politefully.
Yeah.
Warbury, remember that?
I find those way more offensive than a lot of swear words.
Absolutely. The way you slaughter the English language, at least she's using an epithet that we all understand. Forwition. Managerial. I can whip out my pound cake glossary anytime I want, Bill. It's my pound cake glossary if
That's
you're
what I'm
watching
gonna-
the live feed.
That's what I'm gonna swear in the Senate with.
Do you solemnly swear to uphold the tenets of the United States Constitution? He's got his hand on the pound cake glossary.
Yeah.
It is hard-bound in leather. Handy down, reluctant. I am reluctant to speak out against the honorable gentleman from Michigan. How long do I have to stand here? I'm getting a trolley horse in my leg.
All right.
That's what you need to be sworn in on. Should you ever run for public office, and I'm quite serious when I say, I hope someday you do. I would love for pound cake to be some kind of, even if it's in state legislature.
If
I
there's
would
a
like to
need-
see you be out there. There's always a need for different voices. And
I'm just saying, if I feel like there's other people fit for the job, there should be at least. But if there's not, then, if that's my calling, then I got to do my duty.
Could you imagine a scenario in which pound cake was the fittest person for that job?
Yeah, I can imagine the world being that bad.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
I wish I hadn't said that. Yeah.
What the other...
So young and innocent.
Is with Cleveland's rock station.
Holy
Just say, Alexa, play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
All right, I want to go see Gabriel Iglesias. The One Show Fits All Tour is Saturday, January 26th at the Hard Rock Rocksino out of Northfield Park. Tickets are on sale if you go to Ticketmaster.com. Two here for you. For Fluffy, good luck, have fun. 216-578-1007. Looking for caller number 14 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
There's no news.
Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. 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 Cocaine. Cocaine.
That is the feel-good hit of the summer, boy. Oh, the president was sniffing up a storm. Talk about cocaine. Anybody watch this last night?
No.
The 10 minutes that he spoke. And I'm a sucker. I'm one of those suckers because it was on all the networks. I go, all right, I'll watch this. I want to see what this guy's got to say, right? He's pissing and moaning about this dumb wall. See what he's got to say.
It's all the same stuff he always says.
Well, we didn't know that. That's what it turned out to be. Worst ASMR video I've seen in a long time. People are doing supercuts of just him because as he was talking, he would do like this. You could hear him do that on the microphone with a lav they had hooked up to him.
My fellow Americans.
Yeah. Like when he does that, like sucking through his teeth thing sometimes. He goes like, you know, that's.
I'm so uncomfortable.
It was uncomfortable watching.
Wait, you're not horned up?
As
no,
you should
that
be.
does not horn me up.
It doesn't horn you up?
Someone clearing their nasal passage.
I wish I had known. I only saw it in retrospect. I wish I had known that Stormy Daniels said, hey, if you don't want to watch Trump's speech, I'll be doing an Instagram Live where I'll be folding my laundry in my underwear. I wish I had known. They should have promoted that a bit more. They should have put a chyron at the bottom of the Trump speech telling you that. Hey, if you want to see Stormy Daniels fold her underwear.
Picture in picture.
Yeah.
In her underwear. It's really coming down, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know. That just made me so sad to look at.
Oh, yeah?
I hate brushing off my car.
Oh.
That's like...
It is January 9th, so, yeah, it's bound to happen.
Yeah, but we've been real spoiled. And
Yeah, I know.
You know what, though, Mary?
What, Bill?
Because I'm a nice guy, you can also brush off my car.
I'm not brushing your car.
I'm sick.
I don't care.
You don't want him to
I do
go
it
from
for
a
you.
warm building to a cold outside,
Oh,
do
how
you?
could that happen
This is-
ever?
What we were talking about yesterday is like,
Oh, I don't give enough to the relationship.
yeah,
and that's what it is.
This is what you can do.
First,
If
you
you-
have to admit that there's a relationship, and
A
then you
friendship.
not the way you guys talk, and then you can
Please.
move on from there.
Whatever.
No friend would wipe off another friend's car.
I don't want to wipe off anybody's car.
Right, that's my point.
I
I'm
started
supporting
stealing
it.
my neighbor's garage spots. I don't have to clean off my car. When it's
Well, let's
slow.
hope they don't ever notice.
It's her second apartment.
Mm-hmm.
I got way too much information when I moved in. She was like,
Wait, what? Her second apartment? She has
like,
two apartments?
She like has a home
Uh-huh.
and then like an apartment. And the
Mhm.
only time I ever hear her there, it's clearly sex noises.
Oh, she's got a stabbing
So I
cabin.
think she's got like, she's probably
Got a side piece?
Yeah, she probably got a side piece.
Oh, look at
And
that.
I was parking in her spot, and she was like, "Hey, I don't really mind. I'm not here that often. This is kind of like my, my alone space. Like I forget how she like this is her space." And I was like, "Yeah, everybody needs their own private space. I hear you guys. You're right
Uh-huh.
above me."
Her boy toy is up there with her.
But I was parking there, and she got mad that I didn't ask to park there before I did.
Oh.
But she's never around, so
You think those guys upstairs ask where they can park?
they know. They know where
Put
they
it
can
back.
park. Right. Pull it around.
That's right. Sometimes they're double parked.
But I truly hate brushing off my car. It's one of those things. There's
Yep.
a few
Yeah.
like little tasks like that just make me insane.
You have to allot
But
time in the
we're
morning.
used to it.
I know
mean,
I'm
yeah.
used to it. I have
Yeah.
the snow brush in my car, and everybody's like, I know it's just while I'm doing like
Yeah.
you know, just
because you get stuck in your routine, and if you have to get up earlier just to brush off your car, it's like I don't want to add 5 minutes to my day. Like I don't want to do that.
and then you're wet. It gets on your pants, and then it's just
Mm-hmm.
like damp, and your gloves and.
That's why I kind of envy people who have the remote starters. Don't you have one?
I do have a remote starter.
So what do you
and
need me to brush off your car for?
You just heat it up.
Yeah, I mean,
It'll melt a little bit when
it'll
you.
melt a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
It's not going to get all of it.
I'll bring you soup today after I get home from the gym. That I will do. But I'm not brushing off your car. Is that fair?
for her to bring you soup?
I'll probably be asleep already.
All right. Well,
I was.
It's gonna be like he's.
I
It's
appreciate
gonna be like
it.
he's.
I
I
tried.
appreciate it. You can bring. You know what? Just bring it, and just because I want to inconvenience you.
Yeah. Because I have to go to Strongsville after this, and then I will go to the gym in Rocky River, and then I will go to.
Yeah.
your
By the time you
apartment.
get there, I'll be.
You're gonna be
passed
out. It's gonna be
yeah.
10:30 at night.
Yeah,
You've
something
got a
like
full
that.
dance card doing
Dude.
errands for him. You got to scrape off his car, bring him some soup.
Ugh.
Wow,
Oh,
you're a
nice.
really
All
good
stuff I've done for her.
non-girlfriend.
Aren't I though?
Yeah.
I'm sure
All
I've
things
done,
you've done for her.
I'm sure I've done. Maybe not wiping off the car, but definitely have brought you food. Maybe
Yeah.
not soup,
You've
but
picked
food,
me up
yeah.
a couple hangover chicken sandwiches
Yeah.
from Chick-fil-A. That's happened.
Yeah, Bill drove me to my appointment, so he is a good friend.
He's a good friend. Bill's a good friend.
Bill's
Say
never
that?
driven me anywhere.
So
I
ever
And all you gotta
asked?
do is ask.
I have no frame of reference.
Yeah.
I have no frame of reference.
He gave me meds and then bought me what did you buy me? A flurry?
A Frosty.
A Frosty.
And then you ate it, and I filmed it and posted it, and you're like, can't feel my face.
He's drooling out chocolate.
I think my exact quote was, I think my lips feel like a vagina.
Yeah.
But that was my exact quote.
I think my exact quote, as though he hasn't memorized his exact quote.
I didn't.
It's on the YouTube channel. Also, I posted the butt cleavage on my Instagram at Bill Squire. If people want to go see the description
It's
of
a
the
good butt.
Yeah, it's a nice butt.
It's a real nice butt. If my butt looked like that, it'd be everywhere. I would never wear pants. That's the goal. Never have to wear pants again.
It's on your
such a
Twitter, you
nice
said?
butt.
No,
Instagram story.
On my story.
He actually
Instagram
tagged
story.
you in it, Alan.
Ah.
Pay attention.
Sorry.
But
Hey, Bill Squire mentioned me in his story.
That's
oh,
right.
hey, look at that.
And hey,
Hey, look at that.
I may not have given you a ride,
Is
but I
it
got you a
big,
blue
though? I
check
can't-
mark.
Thank you. I can't tell if it's big or not. Because she's
It looks-
she's a slight lass.
It's plump.
yeah,
Okay.
toned.
Yeah, that's all you need.
She probably does yoga.
Can't tell anymore. I you know, I can't tell. I don't know what's good and bad
She
out
just
there.
said, send me a message. Sorry, I sent you that. If it's weird, I'm like, no, that's fine. I want it to become a trend where girls send me butts.
No, you
Well,
don't.
we
Put
used to-
stickers of the show on their
Yeah,
booties.
We
well,
used to
we
have
used to do the
CL
CL
Evage
Evage.
gallery.
We need a
What's
new
better?
version of that.
What's better, cleavage or butt? I would say butt.
I'm cleavage.
I'm an ass man, so
I'm a
I'm
boob guy.
biased.
I've always had boobs, so I think that's why I like butts. Boobs are not
Because you're
impressive.
jealous of it.
Yeah, because I've always
Because
had
they're
like
just in the way.
You're shaped like a capital P.
even when I was like small, I always had bigger boobs for my frame, but I've never really had a butt. Nice legs, toned, muscular legs, but no butt.
Do you come from large-breasted stock?
I do.
Okay.
My aunts, my mom, everyone. they're
Usually,
all-
large-breasted stock, they have big asses too.
Not us.
Not necessarily like Kardashian, but like the kind where you're like, I need to work on that.
Right. No.
Alan, I'll brush Mary's car off if I can suck her toes after.
What a freak.
Different person, not
Oh,
even the same
different
person.
number?
Different number.
That's worth it though.
No, it isn't.
I'm the guy that sits in the car until it defrosts. Like I don't care if I'm late to anything. I'm just like.
It takes too long.
There's a lot
It's
of.
so long.
Takes too. Get it started with the brush. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not like it's a full body workout. I mean, you're brushing snow off your car.
I used to make
Have
fun.
you seen that thing on Instagram that's one of my advertisements all the time for that window cleaner for
Yeah,
rice?
it's like a little circle.
It's like a little circle, and it looks like it works so well, but
I want it.
I know it doesn't.
You don't know that.
I know it doesn't.
Dude, I buy stuff like that all the time. One time I bought like
But
this
you know
thing.
it's not going to work, right?
No, the thing I've bought all the exercise equipment like that you could ever
But that
have.
little round thing looks like it would be on the end cap at a dollar store.
Right.
Yeah.
You could give it a try. You know what
I-
one's
and-
on mine is the cat brush one, where they like you guys probably don't have
I've
cats,
seen
so you
that
don't see
one,
where they
yeah.
like just rub your hands with the gloves, and then you're like, look, no
That's
cat hair.
seamless, yeah.
Yeah, gross.
It's
That
the
is nice.
amazing world of invention. Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah, but that ice cleaner, it looks
How
amazing.
much is it?
I don't know. I never clicked on the ad.
It's like
I just see it.
$14.
I would say less than $20. I'd probably get it.
Huh.
If someone out there has it, let us know if it works. Because if it works, I'll get one.
But it's only
it's
for
also-
ice. Because for snow, you don't really need a scrape. You can
Right,
just
it's
brush.
for ice. But I mean, that happens a lot where you'll go into a place, your car will be warm, and then it'll ice over while
Yeah.
you're in the store.
I'm also that guy that has a mound of snow on top of his car. Like I'll
Oh,
brush.
no,
I'll
you're that guy.
are the
Just
worst.
smoke screening everybody.
Yeah, I brush off the windows, like anything. I might even have like a little window where I can see.
I was gonna say you're the guy who just cleans off the window in front of your face.
Because I'm always in the morning. Like it takes a while to get me going, and when I'm at my spot, I'm like, okay, like now I can relax. But in the morning, like I'm grouchy. I used to be a morning person, not anymore. So I brush just enough for me to see. The back, I put on the defrost, and then the windows, I'm like, I just need to have some eye holes, and then on the top, I just have like a mound.
No.
I have like the snowman on top of my car.
See, I've gotten to the point where I have to at least warm up my car in the morning because if I'm already cranky that I have to be up, and then I'm like cold and like tense
Yeah, I don't
driving,
care
it
about
just
that. I
makes
have
me
a
more
coat.
aggravated.
I have a coat.
Yeah, but you can still, when it's 20 degrees out, your coat is not
It
keeping
doesn't
you
even matter
warm.
because the inside of the car, like when the moisture gets on like the rugs and stuff in the interior, it smells like wet dog. So I'm like, I don't like this.
Okay, so one person texted me and said that they work like a goddamn charm and they put them in every family member's car, and then somebody else says that they're garbage. So two people are pro that scraper, one person is anti that scraper.
We need a tiebreaker.
All right.
No, it's 2-1. That is. You said 2 are pro, 1 is
Two are
against?
pro, one is
2 is
against.
pro. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I thought it was 1-1.
We need a tiebreaker for this 2-1 argument.
For your scraper.
Go
and
on.
I've got a scraper bike. Did I ever tell you about my scraper bike, though?
I think you have.
Moving on my scraper bike. I'm cruising on my scraper bike. My scraper bike go hard. I don't need no cord. Smashing on my scraper bike. Scraping on my scraper bike. Scraping on my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike. On my scraper bike.
And that's that. The scraper bike bit.
Scraper bike.
Got $1,000 for you. Go fund yourself is what we call it. Grand an hour all day long. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. We have your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword YELL to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's YELL to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
The scraper round, it doesn't work at all, someone else said.
2-2.
Alan, please tell Pound Cake it is illegal to drive with your windows not fully cleared or defrosted. And you are DWB, so I would just be careful. Now, if you only have that tiny little hole,
can't see
they
me.
can't see what color you are. So I guess you're getting the better of all of us. What I've seen also advertised is like that thermal blanket that you put on your car, and you shut the edges of it in the cars, and then when you come out, you just pull it off, and there's nothing, no ice or snow on your windshield. But then you got to fold up some wet blanket and put it in your trunk. I don't know.
A literal wet blanket to ruin your day.
It looks like it's made out of like
that
the tin foil that they
Tin
put
foil,
around
yeah.
bomb victims or what? Yeah, I don't know.
They put in the summertime, you're supposed to put the same thing on the inside of the car so the inside of your car doesn't get too hot. Like keeps heat out. Have you seen those where you like fold them out on your dashboard?
Yeah.
The screens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All these little, I don't know. I'm fine brushing my car off. I turn it on, crank the defrost,
And then by the
and
time
then
you're
brush it
in
off.
there, it's starting to warm up.
I've
I
got the
get
big
it.
like telescoping brush, so I don't even have to go on the other side of the car. Oh, it's great.
Well, my car's so small I can reach across the whole thing. I can almost do the other side windows.
Just your arm.
Right. Just I can
You
like
can
reach
reach
over
over the
top
roof.
of it and
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
get
When
the
I-
passenger window.
When I had my old car, I can't tell you how many wipers I went through because I would wait till the slightest bit was like you could see through the ice just a little bit, and then I would turn on the wipers and they would just like smear it and make it worse.
Yeah, and then rip them apart.
Yeah, I went through like maybe 5 or 6 pairs of wipers because I would do that. My mom's like, you're gonna ruin those. I'm like, I don't care. I just don't
Rather
want to get
spend
outside.
the $20.
I was in school at the time. I was like, I don't care. I'm not getting out here and scraping nothing. I barely use my car as it is.
People are telling me that Chocolate Charlie had one and said it's garbage.
The circle thing?
Yeah.
There we go.
So there we go. There's our defining.
That's I trust Charlie because
that's right.
He's a car guy.
Yes.
He's got that Bronco 2.
He still got it?
He still got it. It runs. He was changing
A Bronco 2.
He bought an
from like
old,
1982 or
Yeah. Oh man, it's one of
Is he fixing it up?
He got it running, but it was like a whole ordeal getting it back from where he bought it. He got it in West Virginia and it broke down on the way home. It was a pretty big
Why
ordeal.
did he buy it?
Cuz he wanted it.
Huh.
And then I saw him changing his girlfriend's tire the other day, so like, Charlie's a man.
And he just bought a
Car
house.
guy,
Like he's
yeah.
winning.
Good
What
for
a
him.
guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Got it all
A
together,
lot
man.
going on. A lot going on. Why not? Alan, where is Mary's Final Friday?
Oh, it's at Battery Park Pub.
It's called Final Friday?
Final Fridays is the name of the show because
Yeah.
it's the last Friday of every month.
Oh, it's quite literal.
Ah, yes.
Mhm.
The final Friday
All
that you
right.
could possibly go see a comedy show. You
So
come to mine.
January 25th is the premiere event.
It is. We have
Who's headlining?
Grant Lyon. He's a very
Oh,
funny
he's-
guy
yeah.
from LA.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he's going to headline, and then Liz Blanc is featuring, and I'm hosting. So I'm going to host all of them. So hopefully I can keep it fresh for you.
Mhm.
15 minutes. I don't have to repeat material very often,
Mhm.
and then have different headliners in from all over the country.
You're just up there to keep it moving, do a
Yeah.
little knick-knack, paddywhack.
Well, hey guys, thanks for coming.
Yep.
My name's Mare. Enjoy the night.
Is that where people bring their dogs?
I don't know in particular, but
I know there's one bar in Battery Park where you're allowed to bring your dogs
there's
inside.
a brewery in Battery Park that you can bring your dogs
Okay, I
inside,
think
and it's
that's
right
it.
across from that.
That's it. Okay.
There's
that's
only
the one.
like 3 places in Battery
I
Park.
know.
There's Stone Mad, there's Battery Park Pub, and there's that brewery.
Okay, then that's what I'm talking about.
But that's not what you should be talking about. You should be talking about
Okay,
Battery
I didn't know.
Park Pub.
I got it confused.
The upstairs, 9 p.m., doors at 8, $10. Final Friday of every month. Mary Santora.
Stop confusing me, damn it!
He's
Yeah,
very
that's my
easily
bad.
confused. Okay.
Yeah, you feel better?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better.
You're next, Alan. You're going to get sick.
I was on the Cleveland Reddit page, and they're looking for people. They're like, hey, anyone who wants to help, just come out Cuyahoga Valley National Park and just help clean up.
It's just a mess?
Because of shutdown. Yeah, because I was reading a thing, they're like, why are the parks even open? Because people are dying in Yosemite.
Yeah.
There's poop everywhere. There's garbage. I mean, so the people who would normally like work the gates or whatever, they're not there. People who would be tour guides aren't there.
Cool.
I'm like, why aren't there ways to close these parks?
Why are people still going?
Because there doesn't cost anything to get in because there's a shutdown.
Yeah, you can.
So I guess
sneak
they
in.
figure, I'll just walk in.
Go see a canyon? Or...
Yeah, if you want to see a canyon. I mean, you figure.
It's not like they close. They like put a tarp over the canyon.
Right.
They
block off Old Faithful.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
whatever.
They're parts of entry.
Turn it off.
Walk around the gate.
Shut it off.
Yeah.
But they're like, people are exposure to human feces
Ugh.
is a problem.
Fertilizer.
No.
And they're like, when the government eventually reopens, it's not as easy as just guys coming back in with brooms. There's going to be a lot of issues going on. So, Cuyahoga Valley National Park, here closer to home, they're looking for people like over the weekends
I wonder,
to go and help. Yeah.
could people get that, like, if they have community service they have to pay off through, like, courts and stuff? Like, go help out.
Don't
That
know.
would make sense to go to hey, there's, I think that's all public record. You could see so-and-so has X amount of hours. Hey, come use 5 of those.
Yeah, but there's no federal employee to keep an eye on them.
I keep forgetting about this.
So that's the
No
thing.
supervisors. No nothing.
It's got to be like out of the goodness of your heart.
Yeah.
So a lot of these parks, in the meantime, are kind of slowly being destroyed by garbage and poop. I don't mind animal poop. You're going to find that in a national park.
But not by the loads. You know what I mean?
Are
Like,
people going in there and doing it?
a
By
little
the
bit
loads.
of rabbit poo isn't going to hurt anybody.
That's
but,
what I'm right. But giant American diet human poop.
Oh, yeah. Just
And you can spot a human poop
100%.
immediately.
You know what it is.
We were in Denver and it was raining, and so we rain that happened quickly, like a cloudburst. So we jumped underneath the canopy of this bar that was closed because it was in the morning, and we were just walking around, and it was, like the outdoor patio of a bar, right? So we're standing there and kind of waiting for it to die down, and I look over, and there's a giant human poop. And I go, oh, well, that's... For half a second, we're like, it's probably a dog. I go, no, that's a human poop.
turd, yeah.
Yeah. Or that
What
dog
are you
needs
doing?
that's a dog that needs to be hunted down and put to sleep immediately.
Giant
because
dog.
It is in bad shape.
Dire wolf.
It needs, Clifford
Diarrhea
something.
wolf.
It needs to be cornered, tranquilized, and then investigated.
What are the hours to come down to the Metro Park and help?
Not the Metro
Cuyahoga
Park,
Valley National Park. Talking about national parks. It's on the Cleveland Reddit page. I don't know what the hours are, but you could look into it.
I might do that.
You should. Give back to the community.
He won't take 3 minutes to snow brush his car, but he'll go down in the freezing cold for 2 hours.
I've evolved.
Well, he's
Sit
evolved.
in the last 3 seconds.
I'm not talking about it anymore.
He's
You guys
done
know
more
my
than Kevin
standpoint.
Hart has done.
I'm
That's
done.
right.
That's in my past. I just wanted to bring it to the forefront.
Hakuna Matata. We're just going to keep going with this.
Maybe just tell people, hey, if you're going to go to the national parks, don't have a big meal before you go. How about that? Or
Try to hold it.
Yeah, something. Why you get to the park and then decide you got to let fly?
I mean, I've had to do it before.
Come on, man.
Metro Park?
In a woods?
Yeah, I was when I used to go walking for like I do like these 7-mile walks on a daily basis. One time I was out there and something wasn't agreeing with me. I had to go in the woods and just marry Ploppins.
I would be afraid I would wipe my butt with something.
I was a Boy Scout, so I know what the right leaves are to use.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Pull one off a tree.
You really use leaves?
I had to. I didn't
What else
know
are you
that-
going to
yeah.
use? Your shirt? I mean...
And then I took a shower as soon as I got home.
If I had a spare shirt,
but it was
I
also
probably
I
would.
was lucky because it was just like it was a like solid chunk that just shot out and like there wasn't much of a trail.
Like
yeah.
a potato cannon?
I pooped
It
my
made that
pants.
noise, too.
I ate too much corn.
Thunk. All right, I'll be back. All right. I've got those In Flames tickets for you shortly. They're going to come back to do a show at the Agora with, who else? Another good band on there. All That Remains, February 21. They're going to play over there. 35192 if you want to text, AlanCockShow.com. Live video stream is there. And you can listen from anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
New Year's resolution. Spend some quality time with your
Easily my favorite headline of 2018 with respect to the fine that Baker Mayfield incurred for its touchdown celebration.
Flopped it out.
If it had said that, it wouldn't have caught my eye. What I read was Baker Mayfield fined $10,000 for pantomimed unfurling of comically sized loins. A more circuitous way to say that he faked having a giant dong, you'd be hard-pressed to find, but I did like that. And how did they arrive at the figure of $10,026? I'm sure they've got some sliding scale, if you'll pardon the pun, but he really threads the needle on this pass as I saw it, and he comes out and he kind of does the arm from the elbow in the crotch, drop the arm, he's got that
like, bam.
big D energy on Baker Mayfield.
Big D First Energy Stadium.
There you go. And but pantomimed unfurling of comically sized loins. I'm not even. There's a lot to unpack there. Again, if you're pardon. I don't know what comically oversized means. Unfurling of loins. Your loins are not just your genitals. Your loins, I think, are that whole mid-region. He wasn't unfurling his pelvis. And Baker Mayfield in general is the real deal, right?
Yeah,
he's
is.
like Rookie of the Year, and okay.
He hasn't been named Rookie of the Year, but he has the
he would be
rookie
a contender.
record. Yeah, he absolutely is a contender. Yeah. He's got the rookie record for most touchdowns thrown by a rookie.
284 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He didn't throw 1 interception?
On Sunday?
Was that just that game?
Well, I mean, depends on... Well, that game where he unfurled his loins, yeah.
Okay.
No interceptions. He had 3 interceptions
I've seen him
this
throw
past
interceptions.
Sunday,
Yeah, okay.
He had 3 this past Sunday, but he had like 400 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. He's really good. He's what we've been waiting for. And he's got attitude.
$10,000 for unsportsmanlike conduct for unfurling his loins. So good for him. I'm glad that the team has got somebody that the fans can get excited about.
It's nice.
He's good back there. He seems like a handsome guy. He seems like he's having fun. Isn't that important?
Yeah.
You don't want you don't want some pan face back there.
Yeah. As far as you want your quarterback to be the face of the franchise, and if he has Eli Manning's face, you're like, right. Put your helmet back on.
Right. So, $10,000. He did get a $20 million signing bonus.
Yeah, he's got the 10.
He probably had the 10 grand in his pocket back in the locker room.
That's straight cash, homie.
Yeah.
Randy Moss.
But somebody did still, this is how much people love Baker Mayfield. Fans started a GoFundMe page.
To pay his fine?
To pay his fine.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. He's got...
Accordingly, they've only reached $3,900 of that goal. But people, the same people who would like to scream at highly paid athletes when they screw up have enjoyed this guy's success so much that they're saying, yeah, we'll raise the money. It's been changed to donating to a charity.
Well, that's nice.
That's nice. The Providence House is where the money will go. So as of now, they'd still be looking at $3,900. But I loved unfurling of comically oversized loins.
So that's a great headline.
It's like a Harry Potter book title.
Harry Potter and the unfurling of the comically
oversized loins.
I cannot believe that they're still handing out like fines like that. I can't believe it's like that common. Like, why would you just want to? What would make you want to play the game if you're just going to get fined for everything?
Who was the guy? Well, but there's a difference between playing the game and...
But he scored a touchdown. I don't understand why you can't celebrate.
You can celebrate. You just can't pretend that you're flopping your D out.
Unfurling comically oversized loins. Who was the other guy who went to poop the football?
Isaiah Crowell wiped his butt with the football and threw it into the stands.
That was a guy on the Browns, wasn't it?
He was on the Browns. He did it when he was on the Jets. And it was when we were playing... against the Jets, and he threw it like he kind of left in an
Wiped
acrimonious
his.
way.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I
But
wiped his
they've-
butt with a ball.
They've handed out fines for stupid reasons, like when you do a little dance, like they'll fine you for that.
No,
And
they've loosened up the rules in the past 2 seasons, and like now you can dance and have fun and do all those things.
Exactly, it's
but
a
you
game.
But you can't flop your D out.
But he didn't flop his D out. Metaphorically, he flopped
But
his
you
D
can't
out.
do that.
Yeah, like if a guy
I would've
got
watched
out there,
football if that happened.
If a guy got out there and moved his hand like a jerk off motion, like I get why they wouldn't
Yeah,
want
roll the
somebody
dice,
doing that.
whatever.
I'm rolling the dice out here.
But Randy Moss got in trouble because he pretended to moon the crowd in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm pretty sure it was in Green Bay. Like that was all, he didn't really show his butt. He just mimed showing his butt.
Right.
Yeah, and people lost their minds over that.
Yeah,
it's so dumb.
It's dumb,
It's
but
sports. You can't
but
get all
he
these
knew-
guys all pent up and like.
he knew he was going to get fined. He didn't care. He
Comes
has the
down
money
to-
to pay it.
Fine. Comes down to, is it worth it? And if the moment's worth it,
You
then
get a $20 million signing bonus. It's
10
worth
grand
it.
is
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, it's nothing.
But $10,000, that matters.
You're always the person saying if somebody's you're always saying the exact opposite. If somebody's got tons of money, they don't. I said, how stupid is Lil Wayne that he spends $20 million on a house in Miami?
Yes, but that's tangible.
And
He
you
can go
said-
back to his mansion. He can go back to his mansion. That $10,000. Hey, you can't touch it. You can't eat it. You can't like
sometimes
crap on it.
Imagine how much money Baker Mayfield is going to make off of merchandise sales because of who he is. So $10,000 is nothing compared to what's going to happen with all the endorsements he's going to get, the contracts he's going to get, and he gets that because not only is he a good football player, but he's got attitude too.
he's a good football player on the Browns.
You want a guy with swagger.
He's a good football player.
He's a good football player. You want a guy with swagger. People like that. That $10,000 is an investment in your image.
That's right. He's a brand.
And what do they say? It's always better to spend money on experiences than on things, right? Mm-hmm. Spend the money on a trip rather than buying a car. It's probably a bad example, but you get it.
But if they needed a car, where would they go?
Well, they'd go to Ganley.
Okay, just making sure.
I got my car. Alan, I remember 30 years ago going to a New Year's Eve party. You bought a ticket. It included live music, noisemakers, a champagne toast at midnight, and after midnight, a pork and sauerkraut dinner. There you go.
There you go. The
All
funny
right.
stuff, they had a breakfast buffet
Oh, yeah?
at midnight, yeah.
Did they do the whole thing? Did you guys have to count down?
Yeah, we counted
and-
down, and we had noisemakers and
Yeah.
champagne toast and everything. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
It's a good time.
Was it just you and Mary, or was there a host? or-
The host was Angela Bellios from WNIR in Akron.
Don't, no clue.
Yeah. She was fun, though. It was a good time.
Okay. Alan, please forgive my social media ignorance. What does it mean that you've been verified on Instagram? I have no idea. No
you
clue
just get a
what
blue
that means.
check mark.
Don't
You're-
know what that means. Yeah.
You're an official profile.
Oh, I was already an official profile.
Like
I don't
the
know what
one
that-
and only Alan Cox.
But I was already that. I'll
The
do what it-
one-
Okay, can you explain a black thing to me?
I'll do my best.
Have you seen black people ask Siri a question?
I have not.
All right.
Siri, what is 1 trillion to the 10th power?
1 trillion raised to the 10th power is 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0
What is that? Is that a song?
No, black people just like to beatbox. That's all.
Well, she's not beatboxing. She's tapping pens.
She's
on
just
the
making a
rhythmic.
beat. I mean, you're making a trap beat.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just rhythmic.
Yeah, it's just a trap beat.
Okay, I thought it was a song.
No, it's probably just like a meme, just like climbing in your window, snatching up people up.
Okay.
People just do it.
I just want to make sure what you know.
That's just the urban version.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I never saw that before, but
I like to be down with the peeps. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, stay woke.
I like to be down. I like to know what's going on.
I have to check into my.
Because then, if there's a modicum of cool that I might have with my children, it's because I know things that a man my age should not know because of what I do for a living. So if I can get ahead of them a little bit, that helps. I've shown my kids things before, and they go, "Oh, that's really funny. That's dumb." You know what I mean?
I was showing my kids stuff on Christmas Day. That's what we did. We just watched like funny YouTube videos, and they're like, "How do you know all this?" I'm like, "That's all I do. It's just trying to find
all day.
videos and funny things to talk about." So yeah.
Content.
It really is funny how you tap into yourself. Like me being half black, half white. With my white friends, I'm just me. I'm Cody. But when I go back to my family and they're all black, something changes in me, and every other word is like the N word. I talk like them. I laugh like them. And
yeah,
I'm like,
Cody's short for code switching.
I was like, I was like, where did this come from? It's like I pulled somebody out of myself, and it's just like, hey, this is like the new me, the black me, the urban Cody. I'm Cordell.
Cordell.
Yeah.
Is there sound on the live feed?
It's fine.
Okay.
Just a little behind today.
That's fine.
But it's fine.
You gonna make it?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna make it, buddy?
I will make it.
Need some
We're
tea?
close. We're close.
Some cuddles.
Are we tea? Are we tea? Are we close?
No cuddles.
Only 2 hour shows halfway done, Billy.
Yeah.
Hey,
you should
hey.
get one of those boyfriend body pillows. I got one for Christmas, and it's life changing.
Who got you that for Christmas?
My roommates.
You've been talking about that. Were they just tired of hearing you talk about it?
No,
it's your
actually,
roommate's mom,
it was
right?
my roommate's mom that got it for me. That's how far I've spread.
That's
Everyone knows
sad.
I'm lonely.
Oh no!
She was like, "Wait till you see your gift. You are going to love it." And she said it with like absolute certainty.
Was
So
it
I'm
in
like,
a box or was it wrapped so that you could tell it was a boyfriend pillow with the arm around? And
It looked like a mattress rolled up.
yeah.
So I'm unwrapping this. I was like, "What is this?" I thought it was like a sleeping bag. So I'm like, and it just the hand comes popping out. It's like, boing. I'm like, ooh, I can cuddle.
Just
with
like a
it.
real boyfriend.
Yeah, it just popped out, and I was like, I cannot wait to cuddle with this. I used it as like my pillow that night because we stayed over his house for like a party, and I slept on the floor, and I had my boyfriend cuddling
it's
me.
a pillow that you put behind you and pull the arm over, or it's
like it's a
or
torso.
you can lay
Yep,
on it.
on
when-
his chest.
See, I have my cat. And my
That's
cat
strong.
sleeps with me every night, like right next to me. So I don't.
That sounds awful.
I like
terrible.
it. And
Awful.
she's just so warm and cuddly, and she just lays there and
When's
purrs.
the last
and-
time you slept on some pecs and some hard abs? Okay.
Last Friday.
Yeah, but a pillow is not a hard pillow. It's not replicating a ripped boyfriend.
It
it's a
is.
soft, doughy. It's
It's
a
a
dad bod
comfort.
pillow.
It's a dad bod pillow.
Yeah.
And a muscular guy. That's not the most comfortable.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
It's comfortable either way. There's that little dip, right?
And there's body heat.
You know where a girl's or guy's head goes when you
Yeah,
lay
I
in
know,
there.
I know,
That's-
but I'm saying,
that's
like,
comfortable on anybody.
A mushy guy is a little bit more. You know, I got memory foam.
Oh, there it is.
You wake up and you see your face in your body.
You
Great.
could,
Yeah.
you could set your glass of wine on your belly.
That's right.
It never spills.
That's right.
No, that's
No, life changer.
I like cuddling with my cat at night. It's not like an all night type
Duchess,
of thing.
the
Dutch,
cat?
yeah, Dutch. Well, they'll lay there and she just cuddles up and her head goes right here.
So what
and just
happens to
kinda-
the cat when you go on the road?
My mom watches her.
Oh,
So
fun for your mom.
She doesn't like stay at my house and look at the cat. It's not like a kid. She just comes and feeds her and scoops her box and makes sure everything's cool. But that cat is so starved for attention. It's
Got to get your box
unbelievable.
scooped, Bill.
Guaranteed, Mary.
They don't have a
Scoop that
pillow for
box,
that.
yeah.
If you got your cat a boyfriend pillow, she wouldn't need you anymore.
No.
A
She would
tiny
cuddle with-
cat boyfriend
No.
pillow.
No, just get her like a normal size male torso pillow, and she will not cuddle
She
with
has
you
a pillow.
anymore.
They do
She has
have-
a pillow that she sleeps on like during the day.
But it's
that
not a
she'll,
male
like,
torso.
They do have
sleep
those
and
like
take naps.
side sleeper pillows where it's got like a hole for your arm to go under.
Dude,
They're like $350.
Are they really?
I want one so bad.
I'm a side sleeper too, but I just have 4 pillows on my bed So like I'll still have the two like supporting my head, but then I sleep with one kind of when I'm not.
But Pound Cake, when you see that pillow just sitting there and it's not being used, you must find something else in yourself that might make you a little forlorn. You know, to sleep with the boyfriend pillow while you're using it, you're probably not really thinking about it. You're like, oh, it's just fundamentally comfortable. But when it's there by itself, leaning in the corner.
He puts a T-shirt on it and a hat. He sprays cologne. Not
Well,
his
that's the
cologne,
thing.
different cologne.
Different cologne.
It doesn't have a head, right? It's just a torso.
Correct.
So is that going to ruin boys for you? You'd be like, I just prefer my boyfriend pillow. I don't like when they got that head on their shoulders.
Yeah. Could you put a bag over your head so I don't see that? And then that's going to lead to some awkward conversations with...
You're going to have to chroma key the head out of all the pictures so you can't see them.
Well, I haven't been laid since I got it, so I'll let you know next time I get laid.
Do you think there's a correlation?
Always having threesomes. You have a threesome no matter what because you got that pillow.
Yeah, no. No, because I have no problem getting laid. It's just relationships. I can get laid whenever I want. I don't care.
That's what I tell people all the time. They're like, you can't find a boyfriend. I said, it's not about finding a boyfriend. If
Yeah.
I wanted a boyfriend right now, I could have one. But that's not what it is.
Yeah, I could have a boyfriend too, but it wouldn't be anybody that...
Oh,
no one of quality. You trying to call me
Like,
out?
answer
I'm trying
any
to
one of
tell
those
you.
creepy text messages, and there you go. I have a boyfriend.
I wasn't calling you out. Is it a white or a brown pillow?
It's tan. So he could be probably Italian, maybe a little Puerto Rican.
Did you name it?
Not yet.
That's so weird. You usually have a name ready to go.
Yeah, those are for my imaginary boyfriends, not
Well, this
actual
is your-
body pillow.
Not actual boyfriend body
Not
pillows.
one that he can actually touch.
That would be creepy.
And hold.
Not like Philo.
No, because I would feel bad
Pillow
putting
the
them in. I would feel bad putting them in the washer.
Huh.
So
You're just giving him a bath.
I'll see you in a minute, Francis.
That's you drawing his bath.
I'm closing the door on him though, like, and he just whirls around like.
But there's no
I can't see
head to
that.
look at you sullenly. There's no head to like
you
be
just see-
different if you see the eyes. You go, "Ah!"
You see the hand hairs just get real soggy, and I'm like, I can't deal with that.
Hand hairs.
Yeah, it has like peach fuzz on it.
No, it does not.
It does too.
You have a hairy pillow?
It has, but yeah.
It's got body hair.
It's got a body hair on the
Do you have
pillow.
pictures of it?
I think so.
Gross.
It has peach fuzz.
Is it like a
That's it. I
Like,
think
Like a
you know the-
microfiber,
like a
like
microfiber
soft blanket.
that's the color
blanket?
of it. That's it right there, Alan.
It has a nipple button.
Yeah.
And it has
button?
abs?
Button?
Yes.
Like
A
it
nipple
does
button.
something?
I wasn't
Oh,
joking.
Like in a pillow.
Like a shirt button. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't joking. That's it. It's pecs and abs. And,
So it's half a torso
but I sleep on that half. So
and a big muscular arm.
Okay, so it's like furry. It doesn't have like.
Aggravating.
I said
Hairs,
peach fuzz.
hairs. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But because of the material, not because they're trying to replicate a hairy hand.
Sure, but I can
Okay.
deal with it.
Understood.
It looks like the muscle suit that George Michael wears on the Arrested Development. Pretty big into fitness.
It's my godsend.
It reminded me of Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah.
That's what I see when I look at that.
By the way, so you can put some of these come with like a shirt on them. Is yours shirt topless?
Mine's topless.
Yeah, some of these they come with shirts. So
nipple's
you
weird.
can feel.
The
Yeah.
nipple does look weird.
I'll tweet this out so people can see it.
Don't do that. What if they want to get one?
What?
Yeah,
You're
sure.
all proud of
Yeah,
it.
I don't care. Whatever. It is what it is. I have one. I love it.
The original boyfriend body pillow is $35, and you can choose the color of shirt. Mind you, the fingers look.
They're sewn
Yeah,
together.
they're sewn together.
They don't look. They don't look right.
Like a claw.
Yeah, yeah.
A scoop.
They're like
What would you-
Homer fingers. Or
That's how
something.
you scoop the box.
Like, scoop the box. What would you guys do if you went over to a lady's house? Like you went to dinner, you had a nice dinner, good date, couple drinks, and then you went back to her house and she had a boyfriend body pillow.
I
Just
think
laying.
she is going to work so hard for this tonight. She is going to put on a show for
Like
me.
she is lonely.
Yeah, she is going to put on a show.
Never let me go.
She wants a command performance.
I
She
would,
wants
I would
date
act
number
offended.
2.
I'd be like, I didn't know you were in a relationship.
That wouldn't like be off-putting. It could be
It's
just
incredibly
just a-
off-putting, but
that's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
care.
It's just a. I mean, I guess
it
it's
depends.
just a pillow, but
It depends how hot she is and how good a time I had. If-
which is more important,
if
how
I-
hot she is or how good a time you had?
How
hot she is.
Yeah.
Are you guys for real? You guys are the worst.
I can have a good time with most people.
Yeah, I have a good time with you, Mary. It doesn't mean I
I'm a
want to.
good person.
I know, but it doesn't mean I want to sleep with you.
That's not what I'm asking. But I am saying that I feel like you had okay, so like a 6 that you had an awesome time with.
And she's got a boyfriend pillow.
And she's got a boyfriend pillow, or
Do you
a
hit?
9 that was like one way or the other, still boyfriend pillow.
I mean, I'm probably gonna do it either way.
Still beat for both.
I'm not really gonna stop. It's not a deal breaker. Like
you're not looking for a long-term thing,
right? And I know she's like, now if she had like a boyfriend pillow made out of like human skin, that's a different story. But
Right.
then the 9 still getting it, but the 6, I'm like, I'm out of here.
The 9, you're still doing
A
it.
pillow made of human skin.
Yeah,
you
like-
took a leap.
Buffalo Billin' it over here.
Right? Yeah, if you do some human taxidermy.
Gross. On a pillow, though.
Rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Yeah, I wouldn't care if she had a boyfriend pillow.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. Because mostly it's going to be someone that got it as a joke.
Yeah, like a gag
It's
gift.
just, yeah.
'Cause to me, that's no different than, back in the day, there would be girls that would have like, beefcake posters or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like in the kitchen, there'd be a poster
Like a
of
hot dude.
Yeah, some hot guy.
And if it gets that far, it also means she's cool with me living with my friend's grandma. So who am I to judge?
Do you reveal that on first date?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's first date information.
You have to be very forthcoming with that.
in case you want to take her back.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Just
most
to
girls-
let you know,
yeah.
there's an older woman
And most
who lives
people
here.
already know because like I don't really meet people that don't listen to the show.
So
I
they've
should
already
try that sometime.
They've
Yeah,
already
probably be a lot easier on you.
they've already
Nah.
crossed that line and they're cool with it when they meet you.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like
They're familiar with the
excited.
backstory.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I get to meet grandma. It's fun.
I don't know what I would do. I mean, I get it. People go like I lived at home last year for
Yeah.
8 months. I lived with my mom and my
But
sister
you really
and my
bring
niece.
boys home.
No, not one time. I didn't. Yeah.
That would be weird if you brought a boy home.
No.
You went to the boy's house.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
I needed that to happen, it was going to be at their place.
Yeah, because I would do the same thing if I lived with my mom because she's nosy and she'd be like, "Oh my gosh, are you my son's partner?"
See, it's not even that. It was my niece. I have a 6-year-old niece who doesn't. She doesn't care.
Yeah, that's-
She'll
that's
bust
the
into
weirdest
the
thing,
room
yeah.
and wake me up every morning at 6. Like that's what
Yeah,
you need
that's
to
the
see.
problem,
Like,
yeah.
right.
Some dude there and she just runs in the room.
Aunt May, like just close your eyes, girl. Just
Mm-hmm.
I'll be out in a minute.
What is that?
Right.
Grandma's very respectful though. She doesn't really mind.
Right.
Brought a few ladies home. She's cool with it.
Got any screamers in there? And
Walls
grab
are
it
pretty
and,
thick.
grab it and wake up.
The walls are pretty
And
thick.
you'd also have to explain that, like, hey,
Oh, they know.
be respectful.
Right,
Don't
yeah.
We're not in a college dorm.
But
We're
again,
trying
the
to
walls,
show off.
the walls are like really like it's an old
Cement.
building, so you can't really hear anything once that door's closed.
There's no reception.
All right.
Just so you know, ladies.
So you know,
FYI.
if you want to come over, if you're a screamer,
It's very private.
Casa Squire, yeah, there's no issues. All right.
Paula's penthouse.
Paula's
penthouse.
That's for the purposes of the date, you could attach your name to it. Like, hey, let's
Yeah.
go back to Casa Squire.
I
or
don't
whatever,
like
you
to
know.
pretend.
I know,
I
but
don't
yeah,
wanna-
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
you,
give 'em-
you want to brand it properly for your purposes.
Yeah. It's not that big of a deal.
So let's say we wrap this date up and get back to Paula's penthouse, shall we? She's
Why
like,
does that
oh,
sound-
I've got to get up really early tomorrow, so I've got a meeting, early meeting, can't make it.
Why that sounds like a cartoon to me.
Paula's
Like
penthouse.
Allegra's window.
Yeah.
Paula's penthouse.
Like an 80s sitcom.
Eureka's Castle.
Yeah. Oh, is that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah,
Eureka's
not-
Castle. Allegra's window was one.
Is Allegra's window? Sounds like a allergy pill.
No, Allegra is an allergy pill.
Okay.
I'm almost positive Allegra's window was like a PBS with the dragon that would fly around and read.
I don't remember.
They were like 15-minute
Allegra's
cartoons.
window.
Allegra's
yeah.
window.
Nickelodeon. Yeah.
What's the dragon one? The dragon, he would read and he'd fly around.
Let me Google Reading Dragon.
Reading
I don't
dragon
know.
cartoon.
Don't know.
He would.
On PBS?
I thought it was on PBS.
The Library Dragon?
No, it had a name.
Oh.
The library dragon.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh, my girlfriend came over last night. and
Dragon
we-
Tales?
Oh
No.
yeah, scissor
we were,
date.
No scissor date. We were watching Jeopardy, which is now on Netflix, which is super exciting.
It's
I
on
know.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's the Tournament of Champions. I love Jeopardy. I'm gonna guess
Okay.
every time. It's always wrong. I don't care. We were watching it, and the one was, I think it was, who's the horror writer? Oh my gosh,
Stephen King.
Stephen King's, and it was like the death of his daughter's cat inspired this novel, and I said Animal Graveyard instead of Pet Cemetery. I was like Animal Graveyard, and I knew it was right. She's losing it, and they're like, "What is Pet Cemetery?" I was like, "Dang it, I was so close."
So close with that, yet so far away.
I know.
That's so funny.
They remade that. That's coming out soon.
Yeah, I saw
Animal
the trailer.
Animal
Graveyard?
Graveyard is coming out, yeah. With new cast and everything.
New cats.
So what? It's live on? It's not live on Netflix.
No,
they
it's
just
all
put
the
them up.
old Tournaments of Champions, starting in like
Oh.
2012 or 13 or something.
I see. The Ken Jennings era?
Nah,
I don't think
he's
it's
on
after
it.
him.
Oh, yeah. I've watched a few episodes. It's fun.
I like putting it on when
yeah.
people are over because
Yeah,
it's
good.
like whenever there's a lull in the conversation, you just look over and then
What is?
Yeah.
And it starts conversation too because you'd be
Yeah.
like, "How do you know that?" And you'd be like, "I don't know." And then you like kind of get into your brain
It's
and be like,
fun.
"Why can I answer this one question out of the entire episode?"
Right. And then there's some categories where everyone just looks at each other like, nope.
What's your category?
See, mine's all like pop culture stuff that I know.
That's a given, but I mean, like a weird one. Like for me, like geography, I would crap the bed, so I would not. What's a weird one where people go, "Oh man"? I mean, we're all going to know pop culture. But
I'm pretty decent with science stuff. I mean, I was a pharmacy major for a while in
All
college, so like
right,
I can
yeah.
do. I have like a weird recall. Where, like I don't know why that stuck with me, but I mean, math isn't generally on there either. But like questions
I was watching with a friend,
pertaining to those types of things.
and she is in med school, and she's incredibly smart, and she's just answering almost every question.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
it gets to like a pop culture one, and I'm like, "I'll take it from
Dibs.
here."
One of them
I know
yesterday
these
was
ones.
like 1990s radio or something. I'm like, done, sold. I got this. This is no problem. And then that's one where like the $2,000 question. You're like, really? The answer's share? That's gonna be $2,000 for that?
Yeah.
Do you believe?
That was it. That was the one. It was referencing that song.
Oh, songs on the radio in 1990s.
Yeah. Not like
Shows,
radio
yeah.
DJs. That would be your area
That's
of
what a
expertise.
weird esoteric.
Do you have like
thing that- no.
cars or what do you?
No, like if
Golf,
they,
like
if,
something
no,
like
if they do like old literature, one of those like boring categories, yeah, I can
that
usually
everyone
nail those.
avoids till the end.
Yes, yeah. All right, I
And
guess
just-
I'll take old literature
and it-
for 200, please.
1880s poems.
And the whole round is just burp, burp,
Right, exactly.
burp, burp.
No one answers
Nobody
anything.
answers any of them.
And he gets to use his accent in giving you the answer.
He's so good at it.
Well,
Do you think
he's
he's just-
retiring. They got to find a new
Oh,
guy.
really?
Yeah.
Who do you think they'll get? Who could even come close to replacing Alex Trebek?
Bob Saget.
No.
No.
Bob Seger, maybe.
Bob Seger.
Saget, no way.
I bet they get a woman.
I'll take Catmandu for
think?
1,000.
Yeah.
What woman? Betty White.
No, it's got to be someone. It'll be like
Betty White. They want someone who will spend another 40 years, though.
It'll be probably I don't know, like an Aisha Tyler monologue kind of thing, or like analog, something like that. Okay, a cute young black lady.
Alex Trebek says the guy who should take over for him is sportscaster Alex Froust.
Never even heard of him.
He is the hockey announcer for the LA Kings.
Was he like his voice or something?
I have no idea. Alex Trebek's deal expires at the end of 2020, so we have him for another 2 years or whatever.
He's been doing it for so long.
And it's the greatest
Yeah, 'cause he just
job
knocks them all out.
It's the greatest job in showbiz.
Dude.
He's talked about it. He's like, there would be years where they'd come to me and they'd go, he goes, I never had any like back and forth negotiations
No.
over contracts.
Right.
They'd go, hey, we can't pay you $20 million this year.
Mhm.
We'll pay 15. He'd be like, good, fine.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
I
I've
like
made
$15 million.
tons of money doing this. All right, Mary Santora is here. She is Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram. Final Fridays start the 25th of this month at the Battery Park Pub, which is 76th and Battery Park, I think, right there on the corner.
Right on the corner.
I will have those In Flames tickets for you when we get back. They're doing a show at the Agora February 21 with All That Remains. So if you like either or both of those bands, you want to grab those. 35192 and a text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
All right.
Cavs basketball.
We went out for New Year's Eve for the first time in probably 7 years.
Yeah, you went to Hotchkiss's party, right?
Yeah, the big boss here had he and his wife were celebrating their 10th anniversary, and so they had a little get together downtown. And I don't think we've gone out. That might be an exaggeration, but boy, we just don't go out on New Year's Eve because it's usually amateur hour, and it's
If I wasn't getting paid to be out, I would have been home.
You would have been home.
Like I don't need to be out.
Right.
But
it was fun though. There's this little pop-up down there at East 9th and Euclid called Lake Effects or something, and they had rented it out. I wasn't even aware of it.
Oh, the Lake Effect Studios.
Yeah,
I've done shows and stuff there.
Have you?
Yeah.
I'm just not down there that often. So it's just like a space that they put stuff in. Then it's right next to the hotel.
They've done shows, like they've done Halloween parties there. Not Halloween parties, but they do parties there, like open to the public a lot.
Okay.
Did they just have a section of it? Because that's a big space.
No, they rented it out. It's
The
private
entire
event.
thing?
Yeah.
So it was a big party.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay.
about 30 people, maybe 30, 35 people.
Okay, well, this is a event. Maybe we're not talking about the same venue.
Might not
I think
be.
you're talking about Red Space, Bill.
No, I'm talking Lake Effect Studios is a.
It's right next to the Kimpton Hotel, where Parker's restaurant is.
Oh yeah, that's not what I'm talking
Okay.
about. This place is like an art studio that's over close to like where all those warehouses are on the east side.
No,
Yeah,
this is
okay.
right downtown.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it was nice. Ended up drinking more than we planned on. $80 to get home in an Uber.
Yep.
That
Wasn't
surge
surprised.
pricing.
Worth it.
Well, because we didn't go downtown until probably 9:30, and I had kind of been looking at Uber to see if I could notice when it was starting to take off. And even at 9:30, it wasn't that expensive. I think it took us maybe $20 to get down there, and I knew we were going to get murdered on the way home.
It's worth it though.
Yeah, it was. It was totally worth it. But yeah, $80.
Last year, Erica and I think we were at the 9 because we did that appearance, and then we were meeting some friends at the Flats, and it was $100 just to get from East 9th to the Flats, and it was like I want to say like right after midnight, maybe like 12:15, 12:30, and we had to get down there, and so we had to pay that $100 just to get downtown.
Yeah,
It's miserable.
it's a lot of money. Because I was like, well, I'm not going to drink that much, so I'll just drive us. And then I was like, well, but then parking garages, they'll be jacked up for New Year's. And it was really, because when we left the house, it was also 58 degrees.
Right.
Yeah.
But
So
it's
New Year-
raining.
It had stopped by the time we
Okay.
went, yeah, but it was windy, but it was super warm. So we're like, oh, this will be great.
Yeah, you probably.
And then when we left, because we left probably like, we got in the Uber like 2:30. And yeah, it felt like it was 45 degrees. It was windy. I'm like, I just want to go home.
There were a lot of checkpoints out, right?
No,
I mean, it's a busy night.
I don't know about
for-
that. Yeah, I'm sure there were.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say,
for people
I
driving.
I wouldn't even trust having like a beer or 2 beers like on New Year's Eve. If I'm gonna drive home, I wouldn't even want to risk it because they're looking for just 1 ounce of alcohol. You're going in the chamber.
Did
Like,
you go out?
I didn't go out.
You didn't go out?
I stayed in. I surprised myself and decided last minute to stay in because I had a party to go to, and I was just like, I'm not feeling it this year. I don't feel very sexy. Like I don't. Like, it was a
why aren't you feeling sexy this year?
but not like I didn't feel sexy that night. I'm back to my normal self. But
okay.
It was like a onesie party, and
onesie party.
The same thing Alan was saying. Like I already knew going there wouldn't be an issue, but getting home, I didn't want to stay the night with like a bunch. Like it was like 50, 60 people at this party, and then on top of that, I didn't like
in onesies.
And then going home, it would be like $100. I'm like, you know what? I got all the alcohol I need.
Did you watch the ball drop?
Yeah.
Did you watch Chrissy Teigen talk about steaming her vagina?
No, I was watching.
NBC is getting a ton of backlash for their New Year's Eve Rockin' Eve or whatever because it was Chrissy Teigen, John Legend's wife, Carson Daly, and I think Leslie Jones. And apparently NBC didn't catch the ball dropping or something. So people who watched missed the actual ball drop. And then Chrissy Teigen, they're kind of trying to keep these family oriented. She was talking about like steaming her vagina or something. Like, why didn't I watch this?
I was watching
this.
Jenna
Would have been
McCarthy.
amazing. A, who knew Carson Daly was still around? B, Leslie Jones, I guess there was some point where, because it was raining in Times Square, poked Chrissy Teigen in the eye with her umbrella.
Yeah, I saw that part.
It was a whole thing.
That actually makes me really uncomfortable because I have a thing with my eyes, and
yeah, one of them stopped working.
Yeah, I mean there was that, but I mean just anything getting close to my eyes makes me.
That's why people can't
like
bring
my
those.
eyes tear up, and like I like need to get away from that immediately. So seeing that happen, her reaction to it was really funny, but it makes me like seize up.
Yeah, that's why they weren't allowed to have umbrellas down there because people were already wearing diapers. It was just like a security measure that they didn't want anybody.
Oh my God! So one of my best friends who lives in L.A., but he and his wife have been traveling for a couple of weeks, and I see a picture of him in Times Square. I go, dude, did you do New Year's Eve in Times Square? This is a guy where when we go to visit him, doesn't want to go to the beach.
But did New Year's
because
Eve?
like the sand he's all weird about the
germaphobe.
sand. Not even that. He's just he's a real. You think I'm a curmudge? And he goes, well, we paid $1,000 to have dinner and stay at this hotel that was a couple of blocks away. So, because it was them and just the ponchos.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way that he and his wife were standing in those pens. Because you're in pens all day long.
For 12 hours. Like,
If you're lucky, it's
If you're
only
lucky.
12 hours. Yeah, and there's people wearing diapers.
You have to.
And,
You can't move.
And I don't know why people would, other than for the story that you pooped your pants in public. And he goes, well, we were in a restaurant, stuck our heads out at about 11:50, watched the thing and then went back into this place at 12:01. Like, well, that would have been the way to do it.
Yeah, that sounds like the way to do it.
But those people standing outside.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories.
Windy and rainy. I guess that's still better than those years when it snows.
Super cold,
But
yeah.
you're just standing
there's
out
not
there
really much to
all
do.
day long.
But I mean, think about all the people that you see. I mean, you would kind of want to. I would probably do it once for the story. I mean, you have every network on television. Television is there. You see celebrities just performing for free, and as long as your phone stays charged, like, I would probably do it.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I would rather pay to see that celebrity perform in my town
Yeah,
than
in like
to
a comfortable
stand
way.
outside all day long
But just once. And
maybe
do one
see
song.
them. Yeah, maybe see them because the celebrities don't want to be out there either. So the artist, what was it last year when Mariah Carey flubbed her whole thing, or a couple years ago or something?
yeah.
They don't want to be out there either. So they do one song poorly because they're usually lip syncing, and then they go back in their trailer or whatever.
Yeah, no, I would do it just once because I've never even been to New York, so I would have went the New York experience.
Would have gone.
Yes, I would have gone.
I saw Andy Cohen and Cooperson Ander. What's his name?
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson
Cohen.
Cooper. I could not. Yeah, because it was like
that.
it was like the Kathy Griffin Hates Us New Year's Eve special because she like hates both of them now because of that whole thing. Because she used to do that with Anderson Cooper, the New Year's Eve, for a long time, and then she did the whole Trump joke, the beheading, and everybody, got rid of her. And so now it's Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen over on CNN.
Love them.
Well, because you're gay.
Andy Cohen's gonna be a daddy too.
Okay.
I'm just saying, that's cool.
What a great thing to inject into his Playboy lifestyle. Andy Cohen. Sounds like he's got
50.
Right, but he's like a single rich dude who's why does he want to have a kid to lug around?
He wants a
wants a
designer
child?
kid.
Ricky Martin had a kid when he was single. He had two kids actually when he was single.
So wait, is he have like a surrogate that's having a baby for him?
Mm-hmm. He said it in like 6 weeks or like 5 weeks from now.
I saw Kanye's surrogate is pregnant again. They're going to have a fourth kid. I guarantee you, when Kanye West started hooking up with Kim Kardashian, he had no idea she was going to want to have a litter of kids.
Man, as long as you could afford them, I'm sure he probably doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Yeah, do you see him as
He has
being there?
nannies.
Like he's not around that much. He's just there to put it in to the. Is he doing it?
But they're still
They're
your
getting
kids.
a sample and they're
I mean,
going. I don't know.
They're still your kids.
And he probably is a good dad. I mean, he's
I'm
certainly
not saying he's
on
not.
tour.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that when he first got with her, she was like the hottest, fattest, curviest, thickest bitch out there, right? And then he's like, I'm gonna have kids. He's like,
Yeah, but he's family oriented.
Okay.
I don't know. I just don't care about Kanye. I would do whatever you want to do, Kanye.
Well, I always
have some kids.
I always-
Those kids will be fine.
But I always forget about Yeezys because I always go, how the hell does he? The Agora. Go to agoracleveland.com for all of the pertinent information. A couple of tickets here for you if you're caller number 15. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
While you're out there shoveling snow, they're in here shoveling The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you about 8 minutes from now, closer to 4:30. Next shot to go fund yourself. Every hour you get a crack at $1,000, right around 30 past the hour. And then 5 o'clock this afternoon will be your last chance today to get to L.A. Our Alter Ego Festival is sold out at the Forum on January the 19th, so it's not far off, and there are a handful of chances still for you to win one of these VIP trips. So 5 o'clock with me is going to be the last one today, and then 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with Rover. Eureka's Castle.
Eureka's Castle. That's what I said.
I mentioned
Did
that
you
one.
say
no,
that?
he said Eureka's Castle.
Yeah.
Is that the same one with the dragon?
People are telling me that Eureka's Castle was the one with the dragon.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Or something.
I just remember the name. I hardly remember anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, it
There
was
a
like
castle.
puppets,
Yeah.
and but they would like switch to a cartoon dragon that would like fly to the library, and then he'd pop up in like a fake treehouse that was a library and stuff. Dude, I didn't have cable, all right? Like,
I didn't
these
either.
are my-
And,
these are my PBS shows.
I
that
understand.
I grew up on.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, we didn't have cable either.
My grandma had cable, so going to her house was like, oh, I get to watch Nick Jr.
That's what it was. I would go, and because I'm old, WGN was still showing. It was the tail end in the late 70s of them showing shows from the 50s. So we go to my grandma's pretty much every Sunday. We'd go to Mass, we'd go to my grandma's. That was the Sunday thing. We'd have dinner over there. And we would get to her house, and they were still showing the Cisco Kid. These are black and white shows from the 50s.
Oh, wow.
I Love Lucy, like Three Stooges. Love those shows.
See, mine was like The Busy Town of Richard Scarry.
Yeah.
I remember that.
That
one,
was
yeah.
one.
Scary with two R's.
Yeah.
These are all the shows that like I think you're about my little brother's age. So
I'm 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Busy World of Richard Scarry, Franklin the Turtle, Arthur, obviously, but that was PBS. All the Face Junior shows. Do you remember Face from Nickelodeon?
Face Junior. Oh, yeah,
There
that
was
stupid
Face, and then there was
face, yeah.
Face Junior. Blues Clues.
Yeah.
that face was creepy.
What is the one I'm thinking of? That Binya Binya. It's an
Teletubbies?
island. It's an island. Gullah Gullah
Gullah
Island.
Island. Yeah.
Gullah Gullah Binya Binya. And he was like a big yellow frog. Yeah, that one.
It's so funny when you are like have a younger sibling and they're watching stuff like that, and you're like, how can you stand watching this crap?
Baby show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't you watching Doug?
Mm-hmm.
Like something good with some, some meat to it.
Right.
Like, the Rugrats.
See, my sister's also 4 years younger than me, so we would watch those shows together. It was like a compromise, I guess. I don't know. I liked it though. That was like the era.
What's the one with the my daughter will watch it sometimes, and I never watch it at the time. It's pretty freaky. It's just one big acid trip. The guy comes out, the DJ. He's got the. Yeah, I'm completely spacing on the name.
Requiem for a Dream.
No. And then Marlon Wayans vomits into the soup, and
Titanic.
No, the show with the
the Wiggles.
You've given us no details.
I
yet.
know. It's a black guy. He's DJ Rock or something, and he pulls the figures out, and they come to life. They have bands. It's an acid trip. It's for kids, but it's. What the hell is that show called? People will tell me. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
It's not the Wiggles. It's,
no, it's not. It's after that. It's oh God.
With all the, does it have the weird, like sex toy looking things? What's that called?
I'm thinking of Real Monsters. But
No,
that's not, that
They-
was
like
one
they
of
would-
mine. That was
It's
like
not
one
out
of
of the box, is it?
No, they would have bands. They would have Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yo Gabba Gabba. That's what I was thinking of. I couldn't remember what it's called.
I couldn't either, and I
Yeah.
probably watched one as recently as last week, and I could not remember the name of it. So I didn't watch that when it was on, but it's on Hulu or something.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, and you're like, this show's amazing.
See,
They'd have like the Aquabats on,
They
just these bands. That,
they sell out House of Blues.
Oh, I know.
The Aquabats.
I
Will.
know.
It's insane to me.
I know. People
With all
love
little
them.
kids, right?
I just
Well,
don't.
it's like families,
Yeah.
but no, the children purchase the tickets.
Just
1,400
rage, yeah.
unattended children.
What really bothers me though is like the educational system in this country. Like, when I watch shows, I remember songs from those TV shows when I'm a kid, like verbatim. I remember the exact lyrics, like Out of the Box and Gullah Gullah Island, like the jump in, jump out, turn yourself about. I remember all that stuff. But you asked me what I talked about in school or what I learned in school that year. No clue.
Well, because you didn't want to learn that stuff. You liked
Some of the stuff
songs
was enjoyable.
on TV. I
But
mean,
it's repetitive too.
Why can't they make it into a song? I mean, we learned our ABCs from a song, and I'm sure they had like multiplication tables, like the times tables, all that stuff in songs at some point. But all that crap, I don't remember. And when I watch those shows, this was almost 20 years ago that I remember these songs.
Yeah.
Some of them though, like I had to look it up to find out exactly what it was. But like my niece would watch Daniel Tiger, which is a spinoff of Mr. Rogers. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Daniel Tiger.
But it's like when you
The live show is in town this week, and
Oh, is it?
I went to the Cavs game last night, and then afterwards, we were at Chocolate Bar, and I was listening to these people talk about like being on the road and stuff like that. I'm like, what are you guys doing in town? And they're like, oh, we work for Daniel Tiger and on the production crew. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'd heard of it. So
Yeah, it's so that's like they teach about like anger says as like a what is it? When you feel so mad that you want to roar, take a breath and count to 4. So like my niece would literally like she would get like, do you want to roar? And she'd be like 1, 2. Like it's like all right, like they'll take things from the show. Like I mean, it might not be learning your ABCs, but it's like learning life lessons. Like
it's learning
hey,
how to
don't
control
pop
your
off,
anger.
right? Don't
Yeah.
pop off and freak out on everybody, but take a deep breath
I
and
just
count to 4.
remember playing that stupid like out of the box game. Or no, the Gullah Gullah Island game where it's like everyone's in a circle and you jump in and you jump out, introduce yourself, and you're like, my name is Cody. I want to be a singer. Gonna be a singer. every day of my life. Every day of his life. Like, you need to look it
My
up.
name is Cody.
Yeah.
My pronouns are
Yeah.
they, them.
Right.
Updated
So,
version.
like, but, like, I remember all those songs. I'm like, damn, I would really go hard for that. And I would be on the bus singing it, and I would buy the backpacks. I'm like, where is that marketing now? Because I was a diehard. Hannah
but, like,
Montana, all that.
Dora has that kind of a following, and all of her, you know.
I wasn't that old when I was old when Hannah Montana came out, and I still was a diehard for that show.
My niece's favorite was Backyardigans. I have a niece who's 12,
Mhm.
and she was all about the Backyardigans.
I think my older kids were into that when they
Yeah.
were younger.
That was like the best.
When I worked for PBS, I did a show in the same studio where they did Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And
What
I
did
would
that
see Fred Rogers in the halls from time to time. And it was surreal to
Oh,
walk in that
yeah.
room and have all those set pieces just in the corner. So like King Friday and
Yeah.
Lady Elaine Fairchild and Daniel Tiger and all these, bananas.
Iconic.
To have them not set up and like
Yeah, they flopped around.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, here, put it
Right.
here, we'll go to lunch.
And all and the crew guys that worked on that show worked on my show. So these guys that had been there for 35 years or whatever, and they'd have all these stories, and I didn't talk to Fred that much because I didn't want to impose.
Freak him out.
Well, hey, he was very nice, but I mean, I wasn't like I was just some dude who did one of the other shows. But yeah, very, very strange to see these things just kind of lifeless in the corner, not lit up, not.
Do not take offense to this when I ask you this question. But was like Woody Woodpecker, was that like you or was that before you?
It was before me,
Okay.
but I remember it as a
'Cause,
cartoon.
like Saturday mornings from like 6 to 7 or 6 to 8 in the morning was like those older cartoons.
Well,
Woody Woodpecker.
But that was
and-
also one that they would like
Tom and
reboot
Jerry, yeah.
and update.
Yeah.
So there'd be the new Tom and Jerry or the new Woody Woodpecker.
But
or
then
the,
it was always followed by, I remember it was followed by Green Acres and the Munsters.
Yeah.
Every single Saturday morning I would watch like those 4 in a row.
I mean, the original Woody Woodpecker was like in the 40s.
See, I didn't, that's what
Right.
I said. Please don't take offense to this because I have no frame of reference.
I understand.
For what's, I'm not asking you if you're 90 years old.
I remember like the first time I went to a relative's house and they lived in Toronto and they had cable before we had cable, and TNT would play Looney Tunes all day long.
Mhm.
That's all they'd play all during the day. So we're in Toronto and everyone's visiting and I just lock myself in the basement and watch Looney Tunes. I'm like, it's always on.
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. I can just watch Bugs Bunny and
I'm
it's
a
the
fan.
best. Yeah.
Well, that's why like there's a channel called Boomerang.
Mm-hmm. The Flintstones.
It's all old classic
and all that.
cartoons.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I've got $1,000 for you to win here. We do Go Fund Yourself once an hour. Plenty of chances for you to get in on this, so good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. We have your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword CRAZY to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's CRAZY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
It occurs to me when they're still trying to figure out this whole Oscars thing. Now, this is going to be a radical suggestion, okay? They can't get anybody to host the Oscars. 2 people who've been in the news who I think would bring their own particular whatever to the thing. Kevin Spacey hosts the Oscars. Go with me. He's still a huge star worldwide. They love to brag about how 1 billion people watch the Oscars. A small portion of that is here in the United States. The rest is worldwide, where they don't really care what Kevin Spacey's done. So for a global audience, Kevin Spacey. You saw he got a speeding ticket on his way back from that court date?
No, it's funny though.
He had to go out of Nantucket. He's at this court date. He's got to go not guilty, whatever. Flies back into D.C. with his lawyer, gets a speeding ticket like on his wherever he was
He's
on his way
driving
to.
himself? He needs to have a driver. Why is he driving himself?
I don't know. He
like to
probably
drive their cars.
He probably wanted to be, maybe a little bit under the radar.
That's how you get speeding tickets.
Who's your second suggestion?
Brian Dunkelman.
I don't think I
He
know
needs
who
a
that is.
job.
Yeah.
He's got a job. He's driving for Uber, but he's back in the
saw
news
that,
again.
yeah.
Brian
Aw.
Dunkelman was the co-host of American Idol with a young guy named Ryan Seacrest, and they both had the same hair, by the way, too. They had that 2000s spiky kind of look.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
Dunkelman was a comic, and Seacrest was kind of a DJ that nobody really paid that much attention to. And Dunkelman thought that it was lame or that it wasn't going to be good for his image. And
How'd that
so,
work out?
well,
Oh,
now
man.
he's getting divorced, and he's driving for Uber. So, like the dude from the Cosby Show that was working at Trader Joe's, and he
Mhm.
kind of got shamed in the media, and then all these people came to his defense. That's what's going on with Dunkelman, because he's driving for Uber. He's like, I'm making more money for Uber than I was making doing stand-up. Make Brian Dunkelman the host of the Oscars. People go, hey, I
remember
don't
him.
remember that guy.
Right.
But there he is.
I worked with him years and years ago.
Was he funny?
He drives for Uber now.
Okay. But imagine your wife has stayed with you probably as long as she possibly can. She's finally got her head around the fact that you quit American Idol. And again, nobody knew what that was going to be.
Right.
Seacrest was just happy to be on television.
I think after the first season, you knew what it was going to be.
Well, my buddy Stryker, who is in L.A. and a DJ in L.A. and has been there a long time, and he's done movies and TV. He was in Grandma's Boy, and I mean, he's an accomplished guy. He used to co-host Loveline with Dr. Drew. He turned down one of the judging. He was Ellen's DJ, like in season 3 or something. He turned down one of those original judging spots because he thought that it probably would be too of a teeny bop show and wouldn't be good for him.
There was a bunch of people that turned it down.
Right, but they're all
Williams was
kicking
one.
themselves.
Not Wendy Williams.
I wonder, though, if that's one of those stories that a lot of people in Hollywood tell because there's no way to really check it.
Right.
I was going to be, this dude, Chuck Booms, who used to be on the radio in Cleveland. I don't know what he's doing now.
He
but
did
used to
stand up.
I know, a comic or whatever.
Yeah.
But he used to love to tell people that he was almost Letterman's replacement, which isn't true. But, I mean, it was a matter of they were talking to 100 people at the time, right? They cast a giant net to see who could we possibly get to replace Letterman. Somebody probably took a look at his tape or something or whatever. But then those stories
his
become,
agent, yeah.
I was almost Letterman's replaced. Those kinds of Hollywood stories where there's no real way to check them. Pound Cake could say he was almost one of the whatevers. Pick something.
Pick something.
Pick something recent.
There was a guy that used to own a comedy club in Fort Wayne, Indiana, named Kevin Ferguson. Is that right? I want to say Kevin Ferguson. So he said he was up for the spot that Conan got after Letterman left NBC. And so what he did was he had his own like public access show that he would buy time after the Sunday night news and put that on, and then comics would come in to his club on Thursday, they'd tape it, and then it would air on Sunday. And he would just tell all these stories about how close he was. And this is 20 years after the fact.
Right.
Like, and now his club's closed and everything. But it was so uncomfortable having this guy come into the green room and be like, hey, like try to treat it like it's a talk show. I'm like, dude, this is Thursday in Fort Wayne, Indiana. You have nice cameras and it's a good tape, and I appreciate that. But this is not Conan. This is not late night television.
And I think a lot of people thought, well, Conan O'Brien was an unknown too, and they gave him a talk show. So when people tell those kinds of stories, there seems to be like you could maybe get people to believe it. Except Conan wasn't out of nowhere.
Right.
He'd written for The Simpsons and SNL. Yeah, he was in the machine already.
Yeah.
So
he wasn't a guy doing a talk show in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Right.
Because that was his claim to fame. It's not like he was in the machine either. Like he was
Fort
just
Wayne.
in Fort Wayne, and then he's like, "Well, it was almost me."
You know what else is in Fort Wayne, Indiana? The Fox Island Nature Preserve.
Okay.
It's just really nice.
Foxes?
Is it?
Or is Fox
Is
Island
it full
a
of
place?
poop now?
It's a place, but they have
Is it a federal reserve? Because if it is, then it's probably all pooped
like
up.
a federal park.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that. But it was. It's not a national park, but I know they have groundhog problems in the summertime.
Woodchucks?
Yeah.
They need to trap
like
'em?
trapping woodchucks. Hashtag trapping woodchucks.
What's the closest national park to us?
Cuyahoga Valley National Park. The one I was talking about an hour ago.
That you're going to go clean up.
Yeah, the one that you're going to go help clean up.
I didn't know that was the closest one. I don't know. I didn't know that was close.
Well, if there was one across the street, that would be closer. But otherwise,
I always get confused state parks and national parks together, and metro parks. Like it's just
Kalamazoo, Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
Okay.
A fugitive in Baltimore was picked up in Pennsylvania. His street name was Doo-Doo Butt.
DD Mega Doo-Doo.
DD Mega Doo-Doo.
He was wanted
DD
for
Mega Doo-Doo.
He was wanted for attempted murder. They caught him.
It appears that a 21-year-old Baltimore man, known by the alias Doo-Doo Butt, was arrested for a road rage-style shooting. Ward, a.k.a. Doo-Doo Butt, was wanted for first-degree murder and was arrested in Pennsylvania. On
DD Mega Doo-Doo.
They're like, nobody knows how he got the nickname. Nobody
he pooped his
knows.
pants one time.
Nobody knows.
The first
Somebody's
time,
got to know.
The first time he killed someone, he pooped his butt.
Yeah.
He pooped his butt.
It's
not
like when
pooped
you
his
shot a
pants.
gun, like you started crying.
Right.
It scared him, and he pooped his pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's doo-doo butt.
You saw that, I'm sure a lot of people call it the Rover Show because they've been on in Rochester for a long time. But this TV weatherman in Rochester lost his job because he flubbed Martin Luther King's name on television.
Yeah.
Like
How
is
poorly.
Rochester like a big black community, or because boy, I don't know anything about Rochester, New York, but it sounded like they really threw this guy to the wolves in no time at all.
Over a slip of the tongue.
How poorly did he mess it up?
He said Martin Luther Coon Jr., but said Coon King. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like he combined King with Junior, so I don't even think he said Junior. I think he combined those.
Coonier or something?
He said Coon.
He's talking about a park.
So he said Martin Luther Coon Park. And, he messed up. He apologized later, and they're saying that he was using it as a racial slur.
He better be very sure. Like, you have to look confused. Like, I would play it off like, oh, sorry, I took a pain med today. Like, because I wouldn't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if you
he's not
just
joking.
tried to slide by and use it in malice. I
Right,
don't know.
but if you hear it and then you hear the guy apologize and he's got no track record of being racist.
Yeah, he's
it
like
just-
super
yeah.
Jesus-y.
Just
and,
what a word, like, very wordy.
That's a very unfortunate word to confuse.
Exactly.
But it's also something that's happened on multiple occasions. There's been other broadcasters that have confused it because
Martin Luther King and
Junior. That happens. You put
You
it
say
together.
Coonier, that might, you got to apologize.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Right. Thomas Menino, former mayor of Boston. He thinks it's Martha Luther King Jr. Hey, Brian.
And
he's gone. Okay, thank you.
Brian.
I've got to take a break. I'm going to have your shot to get on my Polar Blast tubing team closer to 520. We go back to Boston Mills Brandywine on the 8th of February for the 2019 Polar Blast Battle. All this week, 520. You want to get on Team Cold Cox? We'll do that. And then I'll have Apocalyptica tickets for you later on, too. Mary is sitting in today. Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram. Are you out tonight or no?
No, I got stuff to do tonight.
Stuff to do. She's got stuff to do, guys.
We can talk about
Sorry.
it after the break, but I have a lot of things I have to accomplish before tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. 35192 if you want to text. Everything else, find us at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, there's no way. He's not into chubby, funny girl.
But he's young, too, so I don't think you would want that either. He's like my age.
Yeah, but that's not. You're what, 25?
He's 26.
Yeah,
It's not
29.
that much. Yeah, she's 29.
19 is not okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue with your
Anyway,
Tempe
so
story.
you,
Sorry.
you were moving your
and
friend
all your
into
hot friends.
Tempe.
I have a lot
Yeah,
of hot
moving
friends.
some-
I'm the ugly fat friend. Anyways, I was moving her into her apartment. We're walking up steps. I'm carrying couches and loading it into her apartment. And I was like, why does everyone complain about Arizona? I was like, this is nice. Like, it was 103 degrees. Like, just had like one sweat, like one drop of sweat on me. I'm like, okay. But Florida, when we went to Disney World,
I just think of Tampa as being wall-to-wall strip clubs. That's what
Is
I
that
think
all
of
it is?
Tampa.
I don't think so.
And Bubba the Love Sponge.
I think of all resorts.
I mean, they're
And tourists.
well-known strip clubs in Tampa, but I didn't see.
I mean, the city.
Like they weren't everywhere.
The
I was in
the city
Ybor
is
City.
about the size of. That's right
Yeah.
outside. But the city's about the size of Cleveland.
Yeah,
it's about the same size.
And you also have Pinellas Park, which is like over the bridge, which is a lot. Like it's kind of a city divided.
There's a lot of porn
There's
stars, too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of porn studios from there. I don't know why they choose Florida. But then again, why wouldn't they choose
Because you get
Florida?
runaways.
Runaways.
They want to go to Tampa?
They just want to go where they can make some money and do some meth.
My friend do some meth. Yeah, my friend there's a couple friends I have that have done porn, and they were both for different studios in the city of Tampa.
Huh.
I was like, with something about Florida, something about Tampa. Nice.
Not me. I liked it when we went to Arizona last year. I got fried the second day we were there because I was laying out by the pool.
You lobstered out.
I was so red because you can't tell how hot it is. I would get out of the pool and it was 92 degrees and I'd be shivering. But then I just went to Florida not too long ago and it was disgusting. I couldn't get out of the
Yeah,
water
that's
because
sweaty.
it was just like
It
I would
hits you.
rather be in the water dealing with this than just sitting just drenched.
Even if you're not in the water, it feels like you're in some sort of water.
It's
that,
just-
that humidity
ugh.
is the worst.
Well, that's
You're
what I'm
just
saying.
damp. I'm just damp.
I don't-
Just sitting there.
Oh,
You're just
damp.
gonna wanna
You get
have
out of
my-
the shower, you're just damp again.
You are. You're just
Yeah.
like, blech.
I could literally, like, I felt like Alan when I was in Disney World in Orlando, like walking around. I was like, why do people go to Disney World during the summer? This is stupid. I see why people go during Christmas. Like, that's the only
Right.
time where it's tolerable. Like, I was walking around with a stupid Captain Jack Sparrow bandana and had the dreads hanging down, and like the dreads were sweating. It was a wig, and the dreads were sweating. I looked ridiculous. and I
The
was
dreads
like,
were sweating.
People were calling
Sweaty dreads.
Milli Vanilli. I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
He's
with,
like, every little thing gonna be all right.
oh my gosh, I was like, never again. I'm good. I'm good on Florida. Been there 3 times. I'm
His
good.
fake dreads were sweating.
Good.
Yeah, it's 66 degrees right now in Tampa. That doesn't
Yeah,
sound
that's
too bad.
perfect,
I put
yeah.
up with
No,
I
that's
put up with
great.
66
Yeah,
degrees.
it's winter. That's great. I'm good on Florida. Forget Florida.
Yeah. I'm just picturing you with a Jack Sparrow wig on. I love it. I love it so
man.
much.
They're like, you guys, well, obviously we had to go like sightseeing and we were going to all the different attractions. And they're like, you should get a Captain Jack Sparrow hat. And I was like, all right, if you want to buy it for me. Wrong. Completely wrong choice.
It's the full-on hat with the Keith Richards.
Yeah, with the
braids.
with the beads and the band,
Yeah.
with the beads hanging from the bandana. You got the dreads, so I had to wear it to every. It was like $100, so then you have to wear it to every freaking ride and every.
Your friend bought
No,
yeah
no,
because
no.
they knew you'd have to. Your friend bought it for you?
Went with my family.
Oh, your
So-
family
so my,
bought it for
my
you.
aunt bought it for me.
So then you had to wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna spend $60 to $100 on a stupid.
Man,
$6,200.
$6,200 hat over here. I have to fight with
No.
my dad to buy me $3 Dippin' Dots if we're at the fair. I'm like,
Yeah.
I
"Can
said-
please get a pretzel.
60 to 100. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was in between there. Nothing there was cheap. But you're not gonna go to Disney World if you're trying to be
You paid
cheap.
$6,200 for wet dreads.
You
is
were
what
there.
I'm hearing.
Oh, it was disgusting. I don't even have that anymore because it just stunk. Like the
Ew.
entire ride home, I was like, I'm just gonna put this in the trunk, like with all the luggage, because I do not want to be anywhere near this thing. Had sweat beads on it. Like I'm good.
Your head stinks that bad?
When you're
After
walking
it's
around,
been
and
in
I feel like your armpits would
bandana.
stink.
everything
Your
stunk.
head
Yeah,
stinks?
everything just.
I was
gets
14 and a little
Oh,
musty
yeah.
kid walking around Disney World.
Musty
Yeah.
kid.
He was just going through puberty.
Yeah.
His hormones were running wild.
No,
Rub
no.
deodorant on your head?
And you got some fake ass dreadlock helmet on your head too. and
Yeah,
it's
just trapping all the
80 degree
heat in.
Oh
Ugh.
god,
Yeah.
That's brutal.
there's no breathable fibers in
Yeah.
there.
Different cities in Florida, same experience. I've had every single time. I'm good.
No
No
babies.
babies.
Mary's
That's,
birth control
I got
alarm.
it quick on that one. That's why I don't understand how people can work out in hats. Like, it's just so sweaty. Like, I don't like wearing a hat even to, like, a baseball game because it's just hot and it traps the heat in. I don't think it stinks necessarily, but people who will, like, go for a run with
In
a
a
hat
hat,
on,
yeah.
I don't understand how that doesn't annoy you.
That's why when I go to a ball game, I always wear a cowboy hat made of terry cloth.
Oh, there you go.
Uh-huh.
How does it keep its form? Pipe cleaners? What do you make?
I've got a tiny series of levers and pulleys underneath the
little
hat.
hamster under there keeping the wheels running.
That's right, yeah. Well, you know those people who really learn how to fold towels into swans at resorts and
I
things?
can do that.
Yeah, I do that for a cowboy hat. Like I get a Stetson that's made out of a towel.
There you go.
And
To embroider the Cleveland
it looks
Indians
good.
logo on there.
Yeah. Well, it's old Wahoo, and people don't like that anymore. So
Oh.
it's
there's
you know.
plenty of people that still like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
a lot of people that don't. Anybody seen Steve Harvey?
What about him?
Is
He
here?
stopped.
Like today, or
No, he stopped the he stopped that jet black dyed lip caterpillar.
It's gone? Oh, really?
And he's letting his stubble come in, and it's all gray, and he looks way better and completely
Really?
different. Yeah.
I have to Google this.
Look at you with you changed your whole look. Was it on purpose? Did you say, you know what, I'm going to go for a whole new thing now?
Kind of like that. It happened. I was on vacation, and I actually left my Just for Men at home because I had been dyeing my mustache, black, and I left it at home, and so I was on vacation, so I didn't dye it, and then the rest of it started growing in, and next thing I knew, I went down. This either gonna be sexy or I'm ugly as hell, one of the two.
He looks pretty good. His
I
wife
like it,
wanted
yeah.
him to keep it. Yeah, it looks good.
Distinguished.
Well, that's the constant battle, too, that you go through when your hair's gray. Is you're like, should I dye it and have... Because I dyed my hair for a long, long time. And my hair would be naturally brown, and so I just dyed it for a long time anyway. And then I was like, who am I trying to kid? But you go, all right, you do look older with gray hair. So you go, do you want to just let it go? Or do you want to dye it, have people know you're dyeing it, but who cares? Because it doesn't look so old.
I
It's
say
a
let
whole
it go.
thing.
Be natural.
That's what my wife says, too.
That's salt and pepper. It's a good look.
Yeah, I got way more salt.
Yeah, I'm saying in
way more
general,
salt.
though. Like,
I
I
know.
mean, even just looking at Steve Harvey, it looks more
looks good.
natural. It looks
Yeah.
more natural.
Mhm.
I think if you're a 50-year-old man, you should look like a 50-year-old man. Just be.
But he
you know?
still has great skin, and he
Yeah.
still looks
He looks
fine.
good.
And in that, the mustache that he had didn't look good. Like he looked like
Well, it's what we knew, though.
yeah, but it, like seeing this and then
looks
seeing
so
that
much better,
it looks
yes.
way better
Yes.
this way. So yeah, I got the silver streak in my hair, and it's getting salt and pepper on the sides, and I have never even thought about dyeing it because what's the point? Then you got to keep up with it too, and then once you don't dye it, and then people will forget if you dye it regularly, but if you don't, then it comes back in. They're like, oh, get a little gray.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the lengths that some people will go to dye their hair, because usually you can dye it, but then like your chops will start to be gray.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way around that. You got to get the little mascara brush, like he was probably doing with that lip caterpillar. You know, that's why when Keenan would play him on SNL, it was so funny because he looked exactly like
him.
Steve
Yeah,
Harvey.
yeah.
I like just whatever you're supposed to look like. You know what I mean? Keep it great.
That's
Or-
the mature
that
way
goes-
to look at it.
I think that goes with like men who are weird about body hair as well. Like if you're a hairy dude, just have a hairy chest. I don't unless
I mean,
it's like
hairy chest. I don't want a hairy back. Like I just don't.
whatever. You're gonna shave someone's back or make them wax it.
No, you
Like,
got that thing. You got that thing with a blade on the back that you
that
can do your
sounds
back.
so dangerous.
Well,
Is
guys
that
do it.
real?
And plenty of them
Is
live.
that real?
Oh, yeah.
There's a razor that you just blindly shave your back.
It's like a back scratcher. Tim Cornette has one, and
you
it's
serious?
yes, it saved his life.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I hate a fat upper butt too. Like that, that's really annoying.
Love handles?
No, or not a hairy upper butt. Like where you just have like
the fat.
Southbound past 271 and 422 eastbound past Route 44. I'm Faith in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Iceland Air. Booking now at icelandair.com. Iceland Air will be back at CLE in the spring with flights to more than 25 European destinations. Book your adventure now at icelandair.com.
Hello. Alexa, play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Here you go.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, it's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. An iHeartRadio station.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to join us. 35192. Send me a text. About 9 minutes from now, straight up 5 o'clock, I will have your next shot to get out to L.A. There are a handful of trips remaining for our sold-out Alter Ego Festival, which is going down the 19th at the Forum, legendary venue. You have 21 Pilots, The Killers, Muse, and more. Sold out, of course. Second year for the festival. And so 5 o'clock will be your last chance today to try to text and win. Now, if you don't win one of these, and you're a Rush fan, January 19th here at home, Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson are going to be hosting one of those. It's Rush Fan Day at the Rock Hall. Rush owes they've said many times, the debt of gratitude that they owe to the city of Cleveland, this radio station in particular, for getting them off the ground outside Canada. I was mentioning last week that one of our listeners, a guy named Henry, was kind enough to have Geddy Lee sign me a copy of his new book. He had an extra copy. He went to one of the book signings. I'm a drummer, but it's fine. Part of the rhythm section. And so they're going to be coming through doing that at the Rock Hall. Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson for the Rush Fan Day. And he's going to have copies of the big book of Beautiful Bass is what it's called. And there's going to be conversations with him and Alex Lifeson and all kinds of stuff. So if you're way into Rush, mark down January 19th if you're going to be here in town. They're going to be showing footage from their induction into the Rock Hall all day long too.
I heard that Rush was heavily influenced by Imagine Dragons. Okay, let it go. Let it go. Callbacks not
okay.
working. That's okay.
Well, you know
we
what?
all flop sometimes.
This is the problem, though. Some people take things a little too far.
Was that one of those?
Oh. Not you. I just mentioned that in the aftermath of that college championship football game, and Imagine Dragons and Lil Wayne were not highly regarded in that performance, right? I think Imagine Dragons sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That's me, okay? But a day or so after that, you start to see these stories pop up. Is Imagine Dragons the worst band ever? You're like, no, they're not the worst band ever.
They're just,
It's just
not for
clickbait.
everybody.
It's
yeah.
clickbait.
Yeah, they are. They just want you to click on
It's
it.
just a headline, and this could be like, well, we don't think so. Tell us how you feel on Facebook. Like, that's
Take our poll.
I was going to say it's a poll, always a poll.
And then they get your information, then they hack you, and then we have Donald Trump.
Hey, speaking of that game, by the way, it's pretty funny. There was a station in Alabama, a sports station, called 94.5 Jocks, J-O-X. They accidentally recorded the commercial that they cut that would talk about how Alabama beat Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when they make the Super Bowl champion shirts for both teams, losers, it's a bunch of Kenyan kids wearing them next week. Huh?
Sounds like you said meat.
I heard meat.
Meet what?
You said
Alabama meet Clemson.
Alabama beat Clemson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sound like meat.
Did you know what I meant?
No.
You didn't know what I meant?
No, I thought there was like a meet and greet
was there a
between
meet off?
teams.
I don't know.
Alabama beat. Their station
They beat their meat.
aired the commercial that they cut.
So that Alabama.
Coming to you once again from Academy Sports and Outdoors, John Hawkins Parkway in Hoover. Many Bama fans coming through, getting all of their title apparel. What a great win over Clemson for the Crimson Tide. The 6th title in 10 years. Truly amazing. Title number 7 for Nick Saban.
And this is stupid, too, because when you pre-record these, and you have to be prepared in this business for any eventuality.
Right.
Especially if you're at a smaller station where you're not going to be live in that
Right.
situation.
So you pre-record and you go,
Yeah,
so many
you wanna
people
be
are coming
sure.
out to celebrate the...
It's hard to...
We're going to continue here. Come by and see us. Plenty more apparel to give away. Your title gear is here at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Landon Roberts for Jocks 94.5.
You know, because they're like, look, we're going to have an appearance day after if they win.
Right.
Of course, they didn't. They were blown out 44-16. But, you know.
Yeah, that was a tough game.
Pre-record those.
The new coach of the Browns, former quarterback at Alabama, Fat Freddie Kitchens.
There was a quarterback named Fat Freddie?
Well, he's Freddie Kitchens.
Usually it's Fast Freddie. That's the one people want.
Yeah.
Fat Freddie Kitchens?
He's Freddie Kitchens, yeah.
He's the new coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Yep, they named him the coach today.
Huh.
He was the offensive coordinator once they fired Hugh Jackson and Todd Haley, and he's got a good relationship with Baker Mayfield, and he's a good choice. I like him.
Freddie Kitchens made the most of his chance, and the Browns reward him for it. Okay?
Polk just tweeted out earlier today where he's like, I don't even want to see all the Kitchens Baker memes that are going to be going around.
Oh, the punny
like
jokes
all the
and
punny
stuff, yeah.
jokes about bacon in the kitchen or something stupid.
Yep. Or all the many times that I called Hugh Jackson Hugh Jackman.
Right.
Hugh Jackman.
You know, there's that too. Because who cares?
Come on down to Freddie Mayfield. How do you like that one?
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just use their other names.
Yeah.
All right.
I
well,
like Fat Freddie Kitchens, though. I like the.
Where did fat come from? I don't see that in this article.
It's not, but that's
When
what I'm
did they
trying to
call
get
him?
going.
Oh, I
because
see.
he's a
He's
bigger
fat
guy.
now.
Yeah.
So he was a quarterback in college.
Yes.
Like 30 years ago? When was
Yeah,
that?
probably like in the mid-'90s. Like I want to say like 94, 95. He's 44.
Oh, he's that
yeah,
young?
Yeah.
Oh, I must be looking at a different guy then.
Yeah,
Okay, well, good for him.
I like him a lot, and he's going to. I think he's the guy. You know, we got a good quarterback now. We got a guy that the quarterback gets along with as the head coach.
This is his first head coaching job?
Yeah, and his stint as the interim offensive coordinator was his first time calling plays too.
Okay.
So like this dude's had a nice glow up, as they say, this year. He went from a running back coach to the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
So good for him.
He is liked and respected around the league, they say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, good.
The future is bright.
Listen, they've got the, oh, yeah, fat. I see it. They've got the goods with Baker Mayfield. And now they got a guy who can tell them what to do, right?
That's right. And they work well together. They have like a playful relationship too, where they're just kind of goofy together.
Oh, here it is, right in this article I'm reading.
Yeah.
Baker cooks with kitchens.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's not even the headline. That's a sidebar. It's a graphic just showing you some lame stats. And they still use Baker cooks with kitchens.
It's going to be a lot of them. T-shirts.
Okay.
Hey, whatever. I want us to have, if this is what we have to deal with when we're winning,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
I don't
it.
care either way.
Just win games.
Right.
I'll
This
take
is
all
a
the
John
puns.
Dorsey guy?
I mean, yeah.
Or he picked him, but I mean, he worked with him somewhere else? Or
No, I don't think so. I think because he was on the Cardinals and he was on the Cowboys. Not like but like he was coaches
with the organization.
with those organizations.
Okay.
Yeah. But Dorsey likes him. He sees the potential. See what happens.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, okay.
A lot of people are excited about it. Is all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
It's hard to get Alan excited about it. But
Listen,
it's exciting. He's a good coach.
I wish them nothing but the best. Can you blame me, Bill, to be such a long-time, die-hard Browns fan like me, to be heartbroken over and over? You understand?
You're jaded. You're jaded.
I'm keeping him at
it.
arm's length.
Yeah.
I'm keeping him at arm's length. Come on.
It's time to embrace him.
He's had literally weeks of disappointment with this team. Like,
I have had...
treat it with some sensitivity, Bill.
I have had almost... I've had 500 weeks of disappointment.
It's a lot.
Year
Yeah, it's
after
been-
year
it's been a
after
while.
year.
Just year after year.
Yeah, oh my God. Ever since Byron Leftwich,
What was he? I don't think he ever played for us. Byron Leftwich.
No, I didn't say he did. I just said ever since Byron Leftwich.
Okay.
I've been,
Well, he played for the Steelers for a bit, right?
That's where I'm coming from.
Gotcha.
What do you want from me? Charlie Batch. Come on, give me something.
I got nothing,
Yeah,
buddy.
I know. I don't know. Greg Williams is gone, though?
Yeah, Greg Williams is out.
All right. Do people like him?
I liked him. I would have been okay, but it's hard to be the interim head coach and then go back to being the defensive coordinator on that same team. So I get why he's not going to be back, but if he had stayed, I would have been really cool with that.
Alan, with regard to that TV meteorologist who got fired in Rochester, the city has a black mayor named Lovely, who is notorious for trying to censor the media. She actively advocated for the guy to be fired. Yeah,
I just don't think they should have. I think it was a mistake.
That's a situation where you'll keep a gig, and Christy Capel said jigaboo.
I was just going to bring that up.
And people knew she screwed. They knew she didn't know what she was talking about.
Right.
When what's his name is sitting right next to you,
Wayne.
Dawson.
He's like,
No, but I mean,
was like a deer in
he
headlights.
came to
I
her
know.
defense. I
Right.
mean, in the moment, you're going to go, what? You're going to be Mike Myers next to Kanye. But he came to her defense. He's like, clearly, she
was off the
misspoke.
cuff.
Yeah.
It's just a very unfortunate word that she
Right.
said. Like with Martin Luther King, and you associate that with Coon. It's like, did you have that in your brain?
Heart?
Yeah, you had that in your
I think
brain.
you're just
at the
trying
time?
to.
coming from your heart?
I think
or
you're
is
just
that
trying
just
to
a
fit
mix-up?
all the words in there, and you're
Oh.
on a clock. You're trying to get everything out.
Yes, but with
and
Christy,
you speak too quick.
With Christy Capel, though,
Oh,
she was
with her.
thinking of Hubbabaloo. Like, I think that's what
I
she was
don't know
thinking
what
of.
she was thinking.
She was thinking Hubbabaloo, and she said Jigaboo.
Well, that's
Hubbabaloo's
not
not a
even
word.
the word. No,
Hullabaloo.
Hubbabaloo is not the
Hullabaloo.
word.
No,
either.
Hubbabaloo.
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 That's the name of
yeah.
the bubble gum you blow. That the actual bubble is a hubbabaloo.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
I'm blowgum. That's gay.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
And she was talking about Lady Gaga music when she was talking about it too. She said, so, just pointing that out.
Okay. Freddie Kitchens almost died while he was coach in Arizona. It's a really cool story, somebody said.
neat.
All right.
Really cool story.
Really cool. You see the woman freak out in the airport? Screaming and screaming and screaming.
I haven't seen it, but let's do it.
Why do people still do this? Don't they know that they could get arrested? I am super, just like when I drive, I'm super slow and super white. I'm exactly the same in the airport. Super quiet, mind my business, scared.
Just exchanging nudes with the bartender.
I didn't exchange nudes with him. I was trying to get free drinks.
You know what you should do? Next time somebody wants a nude, send them a photo of your boyfriend pillow.
There
That's
you
actually
go.
a really funny idea.
Boy, you really work out. Although you do look a little fuzzy
Not even
and
on,
slightly bloated.
not even on Grindr or Tinder anymore.
And what's up with that giant nipple?
It wasn't that big of a nipple.
Good for you. You deleted him?
Yeah.
Good for you.
A drunk woman at Fort Lauderdale Airport freaked out at the jet. So she's drunk, she's in Fort Lauderdale, and she's at the JetBlue counter. There's your trifecta. And they told her she was too drunk to fly. Back in the day...
I was like, is that even a thing?
It is. It is now. I'm old enough to remember where you could be loaded on the plane, getting on. You know, some people get drunk on the plane. Used to be, it wasn't... I don't ever recall that being as big of a thing as it is now.
People are crazy, though.
Where people have always been crazy. It used to be, if you were drunk, you could get on the plane. Now, they'll be like, you are too intoxicated to fly. We will not let you on. She calls the guy a rapist. Says she has a gun on her. She flipped. I mean, she sounds fine to me. I don't. It is Fort Lauderdale. You know what you got to do to stand out in Fort Lauderdale?
How long does she do this before she's scooped up by security? I just can't imagine doing this in such a.
She could also be
high
kicking and screaming on her way out.
And that's when you get the tase, and then they drag you out. Like, this isn't hard.
So says Pound Cake.
That's insane to me.
Listen, TSA people aren't working.
People just lose their
minds. If I were a terrorist, I would be making plans to bring my family and everyone I knew over here right now.
Hey,
when the TSA people aren't working, air traffic controllers, all these people.
And if they are working, they're not getting paid, so they're disgruntled and just like, I don't care.
While everybody's focused on some fake wall, people, airports, seaports. Man, if I was ISIS, I'd be booking everybody I knew to come over here right now.
Such your new album. If I was ISIS. ...
It's my new single.
It's got like you with your hand on your chin.
That's right. It's an R. Kelly song.
There you go.
If I was ISIS, I'd get all my family.
Trapped in the
get them on an airplane.
What?
Get me out of here! Get me out of here! A gun on me because I'm homeless! Get me out!
I have a gun on me because I'm homeless. I'm a homeless person who's trying to get on an airplane.
Sounds like
that's not booze.
Yeah, it sounds like she's just
There's
playing
gotta
Mad
be
Libs with her
something
brain.
else.
Yeah.
There's gotta be something else.
All
going
she had
on
to
there.
say was, "I've got a gun."
Maybe
and then,
drunken pills.
Did you hear other people like, like that was the golden word, and then everyone starts to scatter. Like I
think they would have found a gun on her if she had gotten through the gate.
Who cares? A threat of a gun is enough. Like,
Where's she going?
She just wants to get the hell out of Fort Lauderdale.
I mean, she's homeless. We're just to a new destination. Where's
I
your
wanna
next plane going?
I want to be homeless in Des Moines.
Right.
Get me there as quickly as possible.
This time of year? No.
That's a bad time to be homeless in Des Moines.
She's a gun. She's a gun.
She got a gun.
Yeah, she's in that. She's got a gun on her.
She said, I got a gun on me.
See, for
She
real.
got a gun. She got a gun.
L.A. Maybe she's trying to get to L.A. for our Alter Ego Festival.
Hey.
Hi-yo. All right. Trip for you. Please behave yourself at the gate if you win this trip. Don't tell them that you've got a gun on you. Of course, with no TSA, who knows how long this shutdown's going to last. You walk right through. If there's any upside to this shutdown, it's that we can probably keep our shoes and belts on now. Nobody's checking. All right, good luck.
You just check the person behind you?
Yeah.
Like, you walk through.
Like when
It's
you
an honor system.
When you would pass your spelling test to your neighbor.
Yeah. It's like a relay. You good? You all right? Yeah, okay, you look good.
Your shot at a trip to our sold-out 2019
iHeartRadio Alter Ego now.
Text the nationwide keyword
Fly to 200-200.
You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info.
Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
That's fly to 200-200. He goes, she go, you go, we all go. Alter Ego.
Good luck from WMMS.
I'll tell you what. I guarantee that when I played that clip, and if you noticed, if you were watching the live stream, when I played that clip, it made Bill visibly nervous.
Oh, yeah.
Because he knows that kind of...
You know better!
He knows that. You know what I mean? That screaming.
That is his type, almost. If you're going to scream at a stranger in public, he's got a quarter chub.
I know.
Like,
a quarter
whoop,
chub.
whoop.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have a gun, but do you got a ring?
Right. I know you're a little wild up right now, but how do you feel about settling down?
You, me, why don't you come up here? Let's talk it over.
No, he just walks up to the, I got this, guys. I got this. I'll have her calm in no time.
All right.
I am a crazy whisperer.
You kind of are.
I know.
Puts his finger on her mouth.
You had me at crazy outburst.
Yeah.
You know better!
Man, that's just a little bit of it, too.
Yeah.
I heard the whole thing.
When we played it, the one time we
No,
played it. Oh, well,
in the-
on the show.
yeah.
Oh, I have it uncensored. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, whoa. I don't think I've ever had an outburst like
I'm
that.
going to turn it into a stand-up bit.
You
at some
have
point.
to.
Yeah, it's good.
That's like a good audio cue. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
I've
I'm not
done-
a huge fan of those kinds of bits.
I've
but
done it a few times, and it's time to really dig into it and make something of it.
For sure, man.
Here's the question, though, with any situation like that, because I think a lot of us have been on the receiving end. Guys have been on the receiving end of something like that, and plenty of women, too. Is the more important point is, do they do that frequently with people they date, or is there something about you that
triggers
really draws that passionate response out of someone?
There was-
Because that's where you get a check in your box. If she does this willy-nilly with every dude she dates, that's something altogether different. Or some guy who screams at every girl that he goes out with. That's different. But boy, if she was heretofore a calm, collected, beautiful young woman, and yet Bill Squire pulled that out of her in the wee hours of the morning, no less. That's some good stuff.
There was one dude I saw for a while in college for like a couple months that we would, I don't know what it was about him, but we would like get along great, and then we would start to drink, and we would just fight and yell at each other. But he was the only person
I
who
think
made
I
me
know what it
crazy
is.
like that. Alcohol, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like I mean I drink all the time. I drink
Right.
with everybody. But like this particular guy, we would make each other crazy, and it would I don't know what it was, just little
Booze and him
tics.
didn't mix.
No, and it
Right.
would just be like. But then it was always that really hot makeup sex.
I was going to say, it
Like we
ended-
would just
right.
scream at each other and cause a scene in the bar,
Yeah.
and then be like, "Just get in the, we're going on," and then we'd go home and it'd be like the best. I don't know, but he's the only guy I've ever had that kind of like a
Throw you up against the wall,
where-
break
yes,
some
where
break
it was
some
just
frames.
Like, why do you do this to me? You make me insane. Like, But that was, I mean, years ago. Only time I've ever experienced that.
I've been around the block a few times in my life, but my life is still regrettably short on angry makeup sex. I always had a real hard time jumping that gap from I'm legitimately angry with you to let's have sex.
It's
some
a,
people.
It's a very minute.
I know.
I don't know.
I know.
I feel like that's walking that line is right where everything's great for me. Like where it's like angry sex, good day.
Okay,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
Angry sex, good day.
I've gone
Yeah,
from
like-
sex to
Right, but-
angry.
but-
I've done that a lot. I have sex. I'm like, get out of my bag! Get out!
The other
Punch him
way.
dead in your chest, and that's why I have the
Punch
boyfriend
you
pillow.
dead in your Boyfriend pillow.
I did. I had to punch him dead in his chest.
Why?
Because he wouldn't leave.
He was the DL dude. We got done having sex, and he was like, "Oh, by the way, I effed a girl tonight. Sorry." I said, "Ah!" and I punched him, and like it was a reflex.
2 in one night.
Right.
That guy gets around.
Both.
He
Hey,
did get around.
knocked it out.
Yeah, it was a reflex. So.
Yeah, I'd punch him too.
Not proud of it.
But I mean, when you get to the point where you start fighting because you're just laying the groundwork for makeup sex, because that's probably another thing too, is you just start picking
Nah,
fights.
it's pretty
'cause
like
No, I
it
feel like
doesn't
it has
work.
to happen
It has to be
naturally.
natural.
Organic?
Yeah, it's got to be an
Alright.
organic experience.
I
or
mean,
else it just doesn't work.
yeah,
because you're not gonna be really mad.
I couldn't make that leap that often.
That,
Where
yeah,
some
that
people
guy
are like,
made me
"Oh, it's
insane.
the best. It's the best." I'm like, I guess. Because you both got to be into it. If you're arguing and only one of you goes, "All right," and they're
Well,
like,
see-
"No, what are you doing? We're still arguing about that." I'm like,
Right.
okay.
A lot of times I'm the calm one through the whole thing. Like I don't get to the level that they get to.
That's
so
what
they'll
makes
be
them all.
mad.
That makes them madder.
I know.
Look at your dumb little smirk. I hate people like you. We're
Why?
just playing the game. I mean,
I'm not
good
playing
for
the
you.
game.
It
It's
takes
just-
two people
Good
to
for
play that
you.
game, by the way.
It's you want me to get angry?
Or diffuse the situation.
I do diffuse it with
no,
sex.
you poke the bear just enough where you're like, no, okay, no, I totally see where you're coming from, but you're wrong. And I'd be like, you don't freak out.
Well,
Like,
because you are wrong.
Since when? Since when was trying to be calm not diffusing the situation?
But Bill is the type of guy. Is like,
He's-
I don't want to
Supposed
say.
to.
he's being calm at them.
Yeah.
He's not doing it to diffuse. He's like, he's gonna look at you and he's like, I'm chill at you. What?
Okay. I don't know why you're mad. I'm not mad.
I've held it
Why
together.
are you yelling at me?
Right.
Why are you yelling at me?
Yes.
I'm perfectly calm.
I never raised my voice.
Why? I don't
Not
know
one
why you're
time.
yelling at me.
No, I'm not passive aggressive.
You're the type of guy that's like, I don't want to tell you I told you so, but I will because I'm right. And I like, that's what you do. You just
I'll
put
just
one
say
in there.
This is what I'm saying, and if you don't like that, then that's fine. But that I'm not gonna change on that.
Gwen used to get mad because I'd go, I'm sorry if you're offended.
You don't have to say anything.
Sorry that you're upset about it. Sorry you took it the wrong way.
That's right.
No.
All right.
Basically, you're saying, I'm sorry you have feelings.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you're wrong.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't feel any way. I don't know what to tell you. I can't feel anything.
All types of ways.
Yeah. All right, our 2019 Polar Blast Battle is back at Boston Mills Brandywine, not that far off. February the 8th, we're going to be back up there on the hill. You want to get on my team, Cold Cox. We will hook somebody up coming back. Full details on it. You can register to be on Erica's team and all of the details on the event. $10.07 tickets, too, to join us. Even if you don't get on a team, you can get some cheap tubing up there with us that night. Go to AlanCoxShow.com. Use the keyword Polar Blast.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
One who has pots is, cooking and
Pots
making
and
things in
pans.
pots.
Right, the Pots cookbook would be pots and pans.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there's really not, you don't have recipes for pots.
Things you can do from kneeling.
It's all
or
just
sitting.
salt and water.
It's all the recipes you can make while sitting down at your stove. You just reach up here and you just be very careful.
Spoiler alert, while baking the cookies for you guys today, I have a little stool in my kitchen and I sit on that when I...
Oh, God.
That's why you have too many cats.
Ugh. There was a little stool right by her foot.
No, a step stool.
Oh, Bill, she didn't
stepped
mean,
in it.
Didn't mean poop. Mm-hmm.
And I sit on that in front of the oven and
You
in front
sit
of my
in the
mixer.
stepped-on poop?
That's right.
Yeah. All right.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Can't say anything.
So you sit at your stove.
I sit at the stove
Yeah.
and then I have my
You probably
mixer.
can't cook bacon that way without like a welder's helmet on or something.
I microwave bacon.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
All right. Or cook it in the oven.
Nah.
That's good too.
It is good, but it's just too time consuming.
You mean you don't like to do the lattice like I do? Really?
No.
The lattice is nice.
It is nice.
lattice.
But it is labor intensive.
Yes, a little.
What's a lattice?
Intertwined like weaved,
Yeah.
woven.
Woven meat.
Woven meat on that Hailstorm show. You ever heard of a band called Bad Omens?
No.
I've heard a couple of their songs. It's kind of run-of-the-mill screamo, I think, but they have dropped off a tour with a couple of bigger bands because they
I've heard about this.
said their name was too small on the poster. The Amity, Affliction, and Senses Fail were going on the road.
Love senses
And
fail.
They all sound the same
I know.
to me.
I know.
Scream, chord, scream.
I get it.
Oh,
It is repetitive.
my God. These bands, give me something I can sink my teeth into. But Bad Omens said they just announced the tour, and they said they were going to drop off the tour because their name was too small on the poster. These are those kind of stories that make funny headlines, but I can't believe that's the actual real story. There's contracts and things that get signed for these tours. A partial toe amputation forced the band High on Fire, which is a great band if you like stoner rock. A partial toe amputation had forced High on Fire to jump off their recent tour. But Bad Omens hopped off basically because of font size.
So stupid.
Yep. They said they were unhappy about the size of their name and the artwork. I mean, for bands that go, that's just a 3 or 4 band tour, but, these bands that do festivals where you get down to the 8-point font. And if it's one of those death metal festivals where everybody's logo looks like vines and you can't read it anyway,
Yeah,
it looks
doesn't
like
matter.
the same band is playing 50 times.
I know. I'll be honest,
What's the matter
too.
with block lettering, guys?
I think a lot of bands, if they see that their font is smaller on a poster, that usually means your time slot is worse. So it probably comes down more to that as to why they canceled. Is they're like, well, we're the smallest font. That means we're gonna have to open every night, and we're gonna play to 5 people. So screw that.
Yeah, but if it's one of those things where you're on a tour with you could still build a fan base off of being on that tour.
Yeah, I just the one thing I've learned about being in a band and dating band guys and being married to one and whatever is like band guys are always arguing about time slots. And it sucks. Like, we got to play MGK's EST Fest like 2 years in a row, but our time slot was literally like a joke. Like, people were still waking up by the time we were playing. They were camping and they were waking up. So it's just like a time slot's kind of everything, and you can see the writing on the wall. If your font size is small, bad time slot.
Listen, there's another band called Belmont that is on this tour with them, and they had the exact same size font as Bad Omens, and they're still on the tour.
Probably because they're trying to make a name for themselves. 'Cause I don't know who the hell that is.
But that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
You don't jump
Yeah.
off the tour because you're Bad Omens.
No, it's a bad look.
and
You should pay your dues, right?
Yeah.
You should pay your dues.
So if you like any of the remaining bands, they'll play the House of Blues on January 27th. I did stage announcements for Lollapalooza in 2007. And they have the two main stages in Grant Park, obviously, and then all the side stages. And I had to bring on Juliet and the Licks.
Oh, yeah?
Juliette Lewis and her band. And for some reason, for a band that, and they weren't that well known then, they're a bit more known now, but I think back then they were still considered a bit of a novelty. But a novelty that might draw people because you have a celebrity singing in this band.
Right, yeah.
For some reason, they put them on first on one of the side bands. So I had to bring them on at like noon or 11 or something.
Tough time.
And I'm standing there talking to her, and we're just kind of chopping it up or whatever, and we're both looking out. And this side stage was basically on what was normally a baseball diamond.
Yeah, right.
And there's 15 people out there, and they went out and tore
Rocked
it up.
it. I know.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's what you do. I mean, when we played...
You got to play to just like you're playing to 50,000 people.
We played EST Fest. I mean, we went ham. I was squirting champagne out of a squirt gun.
I'm so glad
to
she
20
said
people.
champagne out of a squirt gun.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that statement was longer
Champagne.
than. Oh, we were so excited I was squirting.
That would get people's attention, though.
It really would. Hey, if you go to a Hawkeye show, don't stand in the first 3 rows.
We're like the Blue Man Group.
Yeah, like Gallagher. Alan, they have Atkins diet food in stores. That's basically keto. Paul
Not
says.
really, though.
I don't know. That's what Paul says.
It's not really the same thing.
Bad Omens is also releasing a T-shirt with small font in response to the game.
That's funny.
That's true. That'd be funny. But if you're going to jump off the tour, I have a feeling that, like, hey, geniuses, where are you going to sell the merch?
Yeah, why don't you do the
on
tour
your website
and sell the tiny font T-shirt on the tour? Like, that makes more sense.
I think it would be cool if you were a band to make a T-shirt that looked like a festival lineup
But just your band.
with all the different fonts, but your band's name is the only one on there. So it's like your band name in big font, small font, like but it looks like it's a big festival.
You got to work to get your band's font bigger.
Yeah, I mean,
Guys,
you gotta pay your dues.
This is the year we go from 9 to 12.
But just be a funny T-shirt if it's only their band name in different size fonts on the front, looking like it was a full festival.
Yeah.
I would buy if some band had that T-shirt and I didn't even care about the band. I would still buy that T-shirt because it's funny.
I've got $1,000 for you. As promised, we do our $1,000 bribe every hour. And you got a shot to walk away today with $1,000. Good luck.
Your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. Good luck from WMMS.
Alan, due in part to my strict Catholic upbringing, it took until my 20s to admit that I'm a lesbian. So I regret all the D's I've ever seen, including Bill Squires. Look at that.
What?
You banged a girl at some point and made her a lesbian.
That's
Good
a
job.
scandal.
Good job, Bill.
Whoever that is, text me. I want to know who you are. I want to know who I turned.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
I regret the one vagina I've seen.
Why do you regret it?
Did you see it though?
I guess I
Or did you
didn't.
just reach down?
I guess I didn't see it. I don't think I've ever seen it.
He saw it in his mind. He had a
His
mental
mind's
image.
eye, yeah.
He had a mental image of what it was.
Does a picture count?
It's worth 1,000 words.
She sent me one before, like I.
No, she. All right. Before she sent you one.
Yeah.
Before you were going to be.
Yeah.
And this is when you guys were kids, too.
In the gazebo.
Yeah, gross.
I was the gazebo.
I'm proud to say I've never taken a picture of my vag and sent it to someone. That's so awkward.
It was very awkward.
You're proud to say that.
I'm proud.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
sure. It is an accomplishment.
Yeah.
People should only be proud of accomplishments.
I turned someone gay.
But you want to talk about
Bill turned someone gay.
But
Congratulations.
Good job, Bill.
He did it.
Do that now, don't they? Call themselves lesbos.
Yes.
Honestly, though, but while we're talking about like bad omens, like the girl that I tried to mess with 2 times, something bad happened. The first time, the thing happened where I thought she peed on me. The second time I tried.
That's not a bad thing. That's a misinterpretation of
Well,
how
I didn't
the body
know,
works.
and I was very traumatized. But the second time I tried it, her friend was downstairs playing DDR, and her dad got into a bad car accident while we were in the middle of trying to do something.
Those are 2 very
So you were
different
meant to
things.
be gay?
I
Is
mean,
that
I
what
figured
you're saying?
DDR?
Dance Revolution.
She was downstairs playing, and then she
what?
comes running upstairs, banging on the door, and I'm like, "We're kind of busy." And then
Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, we go back up on the hill Friday night, February the 8th, for the 2019 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race. All 4 of us have teams. My team, Cold Cox, getting the spots filled this week. We'll do Bill's team next week. He'll have a name by Monday. Pound Cake's team the week after that. You can register to get on Erica's team with Barry White, Boston Mills Brandywine's mascot. You can register to get on her team at AlanCoxShow.com. Want to get on mine? Good luck. Be caller number 13. Put you on the Cold Cox roster. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The only show proudly serving the living with a friend's grandma fetish community.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another shot at $1,000 in about 5 or 6 minutes. Go fund yourself. Happens once an hour all week. Mary Santora's here.
Hello. Hi.
Mary Santora Comedy. If you want to follow her on Instagram. And for the love of the sweet baby Jesus, why would you not want to?
All right.
You can find out where she's going to be. Her final Fridays at the Battery Park Pub will start up on the 25th of this month. And then, as the name implies, every subsequent last Friday of the month.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Sounds great.
Now, I imagine you might ask people to kick in a couple of shekels for this show, right?
Yeah, just
How much
$10.
is it to get? $10?
10 simple, measly little dollars.
It's a bargain at twice the price.
For a Friday night out? Come on.
come
You're going to do drink
on.
specials. There's rumor of a
food.
popcorn machine.
Ooh.
So we don't know if that's
So the popcorn machine is hovering.
rumors.
Yeah,
It's rumored.
just
We're
in
not
rumors.
sure. We're not sure if it'll
All right.
happen or not. But there may be a popcorn machine. $10. That's nothing. Doors at 8 o'clock. Every time.
There was a when I went to see my older kids over the weekend, I stopped to get some gas at one of the Turnpike rest stops, and I walked into whatever the little store is, you know what I mean, where they got chips and
Yeah.
drinks and all that crap. And
Convenience store?
Travel stop. Or
Travel
whatever.
stop,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
it is,
yeah.
yeah. And the guy behind the counter, and he's surrounded by drinks and food and chips. He had a high school basketball game popcorn machine on the counter.
Yeah.
And it smelled so goddamn good. That is one of those smells that immediately takes you back to high school basketball games,
Yeah.
or not. That's for me. I mean, it's not. I'm sure some people might go to
but
the
it
county
transports
fair
you
or
to
something.
whatever the memory
yes.
is.
Yeah. And I looked at the guy. I was like, I really wanted a little half stack of Pringles, but now I might want a bag of that bright yellow popcorn that you got
some of
back
that.
there.
For me, it makes me think of the time that you wanted popcorn because you went to that rest stop.
I thought of that too. That's so weird. That was also my memory.
It's such a
I'm like,
recent
this-
memory too.
Yeah, I know. It
It's
sticks with you.
It's so fresh in your mind.
Fresh like the popcorn.
Yeah, that's why I think of it.
Just that heat lamp fresh
No.
popcorn.
Well, because the more I thought about it, I go, okay, it smells good, but it's probably going to taste
Salt,
awful.
just salt.
Yeah, salt. Like ass.
That's what it is.
If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from out of state, let me know where you are. I always like to hear from people all over. Cameron is a new bureau chief. He is in Waldorf, Maryland, which is in kind of that Alexandria, Baltimore, Chesapeake area, I think. Matt is in Alton Bay, New Hampshire. Kevin's out in Frederick, Colorado. Dave's in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Lenny's out in Gilbert, Arizona. So thanks. If you need the Alan Cox Show sticker, which is brand new, hit me up and I will get that to you as quickly as I can. If you are in Northeast Ohio. Of course, you can get them here at MMS. Get them at any one of our appearances. The new Alan Cox Show stickers. Cavs game tonight. They lost again last night to the Pacers.
Crazy.
123 to 115 was the final there. They're in New Orleans. You know where they play in New Orleans, Pound Cake? You know what the venue is where the Pelicans play?
The Georgia Dome?
Smoothie King said, well, as New Orleans is not in Georgia. No.
He just named any stadium he could think of.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
First Energy Stadium.
Smoothie King Stadium.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, if it was Freshens, then you could come talk to me.
Freshens?
That was where I worked.
It was called Freshens?
Freshens.
Oh.
You like Robex?
Kind of, but it was Freshens.
Freshens.
We made crepes, rice bowls, salads. I would do you up with the rice bowl. Like, my rice bowls were on point. World famous.
You had to make them,
World
or they
famous,
were
huh?
world famous?
World famous.
All right. You had to literally make them, or you just nuked them behind a wall or something?
It's like Chipotle. He just put all the items in it and handed it to you.
Yeah.
He's a rice bowl
But, like,
artist.
I'm the type of guy.
Fancy.
Well, when people want their sauce, I'm like, everyone else puts it on the top, but me, I'm gonna stir it up for you. Like I know, I put some in the middle, I put some at the bottom, I put some at the top.
Tossing
No one else
salads
is
even at work.
No one else is gonna do that for you. Just saying.
Now, earlier in the show, when we were talking about, I was talking about how it's a little jarring when dead friends of yours will pop up on Facebook for a birthday. And Pound Cake mentioned that when he gets hit up by, exuberant listeners, that it takes too much out of him to respond to their lengthy questions.
Never said that.
Okay, then what did you say? I'm paraphrasing. I'm not quoting you. I'm saying that when somebody becomes a nuisance, in your word, you don't answer them. Is that fair enough?
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So why put so much work into people's rice bowls? Strangers.
I was on the clock then.
He's trying to make someone's day through rice and chicken and sauce that's stirred.
I was on the clock.
I hate to point this out to you, Pound Cake. You're on the clock here, too.
Sure.
But not
So
on his
when
Facebook.
He's not on his Facebook when he's at home. He's not on the clock.
But you're talking to a listener who's talking to you because they know you from when you're on this clock.
Okay, and then
Do you understand where I'm going with
So
this?
I'll answer them all when I'm here at work during commercial.
No. You're taking me too literally. They know you because you're on this show.
Sure.
Doesn't matter where they're hitting you up. So when you ignore a listener,
If you had a question as to where you or Bill or Mary or I would be, appearing somewhere, that's one thing. But if you're talking about lengthy conversations that we had on the show a week ago, and you're asking me questions about it, I'm not going to respond because it would be rude to just tell you I don't know, I don't remember.
no, it wouldn't. I
be.
say that to people all the time. All the time.
go,
I
"Thanks
go,
for
you know
writing."
what? Yes.
I don't know.
I'm not just going to copy and paste. I don't know. I don't remember every single time
No, you
somebody
can
asks
type
me
it
something.
out.
Okay, again, but my basic question was what compelled you to spend so much time on the rice bowls to really give these people a little extra?
It wasn't
Because that
even
seems to be like more of a boring workaday thing. Like you just want to get it over with. Here's your rice bowl. Get out of here.
Well, if I was really busy, I wouldn't do it. But it didn't take that much to do that, and I wasn't giving them really anything extra. I was just spreading out the sauce that I was already going to give them on the top. So everything wasn't
Did you have
soggy.
regulars who would request your rice bowl?
Yeah.
Hey, is Cody working? No, he's not.
Well, they would
I'll
know.
be back tomorrow.
I was at the front. Like I would either do register, and then when they would see me, I'm like, "Oh, girl, I got you. I know you're huge. It's noon. You come in at the same time.
I know you're
You just
huge.
got out of your 11:50 class. Like, okay, so.
So you were okay. You were that guy.
He's schmoozing.
You were finger guns guy, basically, kind of. Yeah, I got you, girl. Yeah.
What else are you gonna do with a college job? Like those are the best jobs because all your friends come
I know,
in.
but I'm just saying. I mean, I commend you. Give them a little extra, but those are also the jobs that most people. They don't put their heart and soul in it. Be like, I just want to get it done.
I didn't loathe it.
Huh?
I didn't loathe it.
All right.
It wasn't a terrible job. It was probably one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. Like, honestly.
Making smoothies and crepes and rice bowls.
I would come in there. I was doing shifts with my friends. Just like you said when you used to work. Where'd you used to work? Where you used to sweep up the store all the time?
Blockbuster.
No.
I worked in a grocery store.
I thought it was a deli or something like that. But you said it was a fun job because the people you worked with made it fun.
Yeah.
I probably would have hated that job if I worked with some stick in the mud.
I
But
see.
We were
Okay.
all college kids.
Gotcha.
We were all getting drunk after we got off our shift, and we would go to college parties together. So it was fun.
Boy, I missed a lot in college. Missed
You
a
did.
lot in college.
I missed
because I
more.
didn't party.
I did more than college than I ever
Oh
functioned.
God.
I didn't do college enough. I did all the extracurriculars, all the fun stuff.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Got $1,000. We call it go fund yourself because you get it. $1,000 though, once an hour for someone. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Go fund yourself. We have your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword DIG to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's DIG to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Uh-oh. It is a song that never means anything
Yeah,
good.
right,
I mean,
yeah.
Something's bad.
It's like, uh-oh, everyone's getting a raise.
Did you know that the oldest person in the country was in Cleveland Heights?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Did we?
The
Yeah.
sweet potato lady?
No.
Yeah, sweet potato lady.
I filled in on a show that we talked about her.
Right.
See, Pound
Look
Cake,
at
I don't
my
know what we're
memory.
talking about either. Good for you.
You're welcome. Well, when I only do it 12 times a year, it's a lot easier to remember.
Leslie Brown. She was 114 years old.
Well,
And she died at her daughter's home in Cleveland Heights. And they asked her why she lived so long, and she said that
Dr. Pepper.
she ate a sweet potato every day. But then she said it's probably just God's will. And that was when she celebrated her 109th. Imagine you're 109 years old and you don't even know you have 5 more to go. You're like, I'm ready to go. That math is
She
right.
died when?
Tuesday, yesterday.
Well, you better go unfriend her on Facebook.
We weren't friends on Facebook.
You better get on
If
that.
she pops up, you laugh, but now I got to go through all my friends and go, okay, who's
alive?
dead?
Yeah.
All my
Yes.
friends are dead. Push me to the edge.
I got to figure that out.
You'll never eat a yam the same.
I don't care for
Friend
yams.
this lady, and you'll look at your
No.
sweet potato pie and be
No.
like, old Bessie or whatever.
Sweet
her name was.
potatoes are one of those things like avocados that are, I realize, are really good for you.
Even fries?
I don't like them.
Like the sweet potato fries, even?
Well, those are fried.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, those are really good.
No.
You don't like sweet potato fries?
Well, I try not to eat a lot of fried stuff.
You're
but,
good.
But like sweet potatoes,
Right.
You know, like Thanksgiving or somebody makes them.
Yeah, they have
Man,
that
I
same
never got. Yeah, I never
richness.
got into them.
I like them.
I should just. I'm a grown ass man. I should just go screw it. Eat some sweet potatoes. It's just that there's so many other things that are healthy that I like. If I don't have a sweet potato, I'm fine.
Yeah.
My wife loves them. You know.
Live your best life.
I think the only time I eat them is when they're fries.
All right.
They're so good as fries.
They're so good as fries. If there's an option to switch out sweet potato fries, I have to. Even in ketchup.
Do you think that those? I have had them before. I just you think those are even though they're fried? You think those are still better for you?
Yeah.
Sweet potato fries better for you than white potato fries.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, fried cauliflower is better for you
White
than both of
potato.
those.
Fried cauliflower.
You know what I mean? It's still cauliflower. It's just
Yeah.
deep fried.
I like my
they're
salad.
white potatoes,
but
aren't they?
I like my lettuce fried.
Lettuce fried.
That would be healthy, right?
Fried
cauliflower.
Dude,
What
they
is
have
that?
it up in the foundation room at House of Blues.
Yeah, they
It's tempura
batter it?
fried.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Oh, so it's like battered
it's
and
addicting.
then
It's like that light, really crispy, flaky tempura batter.
right. But what I'm saying is, then it doesn't matter what's on the inside.
It's still
No, the cauliflower is good.
Because the batter is what you like, right? Like it
Well,
tastes
no, you
crunchy
like
and fried.
because the cauliflower is like just fried enough so it's crunchy, but also like
Oh, I see.
not
Just the-
hard to bite
yeah,
into. It's
yeah.
not like
Okay.
a raw vegetable.
Do you? Does it like so it doesn't like scald your mouth or anything?
Not like give it a minute. You can't just
You don't take
throw
it out of the
hot-
fryer.
Yeah, you don't put your hand in it and put it into your face.
No,
Like,
I mean by the time they get it to you, it's cooled down a little
Yeah,
bit.
they're
I'm not
really
working
good.
you got to work the fryer to make them, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's
I got to work the.
self-serve.
Oh, you got to
Yeah.
work the fryer to get them.
You got to have carny experience.
Do you guys still have those fried cauliflower? Yeah. Strap on an apron, get there in the back.
You got non-slips on?
Yeah.
I see.
No
That's
Crocs
probably-
back there.
It's probably my favorite appetizer that they have up there. It's so good. It's just you just pop them in.
I
So
haven't
good.
been out there in a long time.
Come up.
I feel like I'm not living.
You're not living.
I'm not eating tempura cauliflower, Bill.
Gotta try
I'm
it
not
out.
going to the foundation room.
I'm not going anywhere.
What the hell am I doing with my life?
I have no idea.
Raising a toddler.
Get it together, man.
I know.
That's what I was saying. I don't know what happens on Friday nights other than comedy shows. What do people do?
Right.
You have drinks? I know that.
Yeah.
Concerts?
Concerts.
What do people do on Friday nights?
Hang up at a gazebo.
Go by. I don't want to go by. It's too cold.
Huh.
It's too cold for gazebo blasting. Zebo blast.
Zebo blast.
That's the name of your polar blast team, the Zebo Blasters.
I'm not bad. Yeah, that could work.
Well, we were talking about guns earlier in the show and going to the range. Bill was using his hand cannon in that gazebo a couple of years ago.
Oh, quick draw.
Oh, trigger warning.
Quick draw. Oh, boy. Just to envision that scenario cracks me up. The story is funny and we toss it around and it's one thing. But just, I mean.
You see someone standing there making out the girl.
As much as I'm comfortable envisioning it.
Yeah.
Were you sitting or standing?
We're standing.
Standing.
Did she have a leg up like she got a little captain in her? Like that? On a barrel or
like
something?
she's leaning into it.
Yeah.
She's
just
leaning
like,
into it.
It was just a regular, just making out and hands were exploring and I got one down.
There you go.
Regular making out. That's one of those things that, listen, I'm sure it rocks. But I would feel like I was 13 again, man.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what's exciting. You don't do that anymore as an adult. It's like,
There's a reason why adults don't do that anymore.
Because it should lead to sex. You don't do those
Well, it
types
did
of things
eventually,
and
just
then
not that
not
night.
having sex.
Yeah.
I almost feel like making out is fun. I love making out, but it's like, well, I'm an adult. I'm 30. Are we going to do
That's
this
what I'm
or
saying.
not? You know what I mean?
I think it's Chris Hardwick who has a bit in one of his hours where he's like, if you're an adult, try doing that to someone, like your
Just
wife.
make out. Yeah.
No. Putting your hand on, they'll be like, what are you doing?
Right. But
You
that's
know?
it. It doesn't go any further.
That's what I
your
feel,
only- You do that for like a half hour under a blanket while you're watching a TV show.
But you're drunk too, right?
Yeah, drunk.
Yeah,
it's after-
drunk. Okay.
This isn't a
But also-
sober activity.
No, but it's also, I mean, I've been
couldn't ya?
in situations where, like we're in a kitchen and I'll start, like, we'll just be kind of goofing around and then I'll start doing things and then, like, get them to completion. Like,
Wait.
yeah. Like, not
kitchen?
like,
Any kitchen.
like, it was my apartment.
So the person next
But, like,
to you
that's-
is he's
yeah,
deep
like-
frying some cauliflower and he's
Yeah.
over here.
That's the second station.
I've had
Johnny Ten Fingers is doing his best work.
That's what
I
makes
think-
the batter
I think
so light and crispy.
I think sex outside of the bedroom is always fun.
It is. It's a fun, goofy.
And, and you do something like that,
Goofy.
like where
Yeah.
you're not gonna lay on the floor in the kitchen and bang, but you're like,
I've done that.
I mean,
Yes.
I've done it too, but it's
cold.
like in this
Your
one.
butt's cold.
Yeah, I've done that stuff.
Yeah. You gotta go mop the kitchen.
Be in the
Mopping
kitchen.
the floors.
Swing a couple hands around the front. While
Just doing the dishes.
Yeah,
Just-
she's frying up a mess-o catfish.
Ugh.
Good for you. All right.
So catfish.
Boy.
That sounds like a platter at like a southern comfort place.
Dick's
Just
Last
a little-
Resort.
Like a little meso catfish.
Oh, we went to the Cracker Barrel and I got the meso catfish.
Yeah.
So good.
So good. They got this tempura batter on it. Ooh, I don't know where they got that
The
recipe.
sauce, you don't even know.
Tempura.
Tempura.
Yeah. So anyway, condolences to the Brown family out in Cleveland
Oh,
Heights.
that's where this was going.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going.
Yeah.
I forgot what we talked about. Her husband died in 91.
Jeez.
So she's been just hanging out. So I don't know how old the current oldest American is.
You've just seen so much. 114 years worth of just wisdom.
But you're just ready to go by the time.
But at what point does it stop being wisdom? And you're just
Yeah.
like, I just want to get out of here.
Yeah.
Because I think after like 90, like you're not. Well, I could be wrong. My grandmother lived to like 71, and she was like doing things for herself. But I think after a certain point, you're like you cannot live on your own. So then you're seeing life through other people's eyes. You're at the mercy of who comes to visit you. And
My
your
grandma
TV.
died. My grandmother died 2 weeks shy of her 103rd birthday, and up until it was like the last month that she lived with my parents. She lived by herself in a 2-story house until she was 102. And she was lucid, but I'm like, and she was in good spirits, nothing wrong with her. But I was like, at that point, you're just ready to go. Like, you're not going to go skydiving. You're not,
No.
You might.
Her secret is probably just a meso catfish every day.
Meso catfish. Hey, Apocalyptica, you like rock and roll on cellos? They're coming through to do a tour. They'll get them to Playhouse Square in May. If you want to see Apocalyptica, I'll have a pair of tickets for you coming back. 35192 if you want to text. AlanCockShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
2 layers on
Wear
right now,
a-
so you
wear
can't
a
see my
hoodie.
hips.
Now it's because it's 90 degrees in here.
No.
Because tissue paper skin over here has got to have it all. We're under these lights.
I have not done anything.
No, someone
with
took
the
my
thermostat.
sign down, and it's been warmer in
This
here
isn't
lately.
tissue paper's fault.
I know.
Tissue paper has nothing to do with the temperature in here.
When I come in here in the morning, between Corey and Jason, and I know Jason's from Florida, and maybe
Right.
he'll get used to it up here.
Yeah.
It's like 90 degrees in here. Corey Roddick is like 75 pounds, so I'm sure he gets cold real easily. But when I come here in the morning,
Jason's thin too.
my God, it's like hot as balls in here.
Well, there's a banana tree in the corner that they're trying to get going.
Good,
so.
because they're going extinct, and this might be the last of its kind.
Ring, 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 banana tree.
Something. So I turn it down to 70 in the morning.
I don't touch the thermostats anywhere. I bring sweaters in here in case I need, and I have like, an extra little blanket in case I need something. But I let you guys deal with the lights and the temperature.
Well, I think that Bill's note was frowned upon at some point because he
Oh,
put up
really?
there. Well, he's like, don't touch the.
Well, because it's easier
we're
to
not-
put on a hoodie.
We're not the
than-
only people who use this room. Was the point?
Right, but we are the most people that use this room. So when we're in here, the temperature goes up faster than if you're in here by yourself.
Well, why don't you just?
Oh, you're leaning on the body temperature argument.
But why don't you just come in here half an hour before the show and adjust the temperature you'd like it to be?
Because
and then
that
when we
would
get in
require
here,
me to remember to do that, Erica, and I don't want to have to do that.
But I already do that in the morning.
Yeah. So hope
it seems easier than putting a passive aggressive note up or something.
People can.
passive
It wasn't
aggressive.
passive aggressive.
It was
I mean,
aggressive.
I understand.
It was intentionally aggressive.
I think all notes left
Nothing
somewhere
passive
are
about it.
passive aggressive because it means you don't want to tell someone to their face. You just want to leave a note.
Well, because I'm not here to tell them to their
Right.
face.
There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of different people coming in and out. It's
Yeah.
easier, That said, I understand where they were coming from. They're like, well, you guys
You
are
don't
the
get
only.
to pick the temperature.
Right. So
but I'm
I
also
just,
a believer in if you touch something, put it back the way you found it.
I turn it down.
Yeah, and people wrote on this board today, and it stained the board.
I saw that and I was like, because it was over here, and I go, oh boy, wait till Erica finds out somebody used her whiteboard.
It's pink. It's mine. I don't write on other people's crap.
402.
You're at 402. That one's going to keep on giving, too. Okay. Here you go.
Bill, don't die. It's not that funny.
Good thing he's wearing his tuxedo. He might die. Quick, go get his tails, Pound Cake.
That one just hit me real good. I really like that one.
But I'm pissed.
Yeah, I saw that because
It's all stained now. And you know how whiteboards are. It's like
They're
if
white.
you leave it on, if you leave the black ink on for too long, it ain't never coming clean.
Right.
If it hasn't turned red or puffed up, I probably don't need a shot.
Now I got to figure out which one to
Get your own
replace.
whiteboard, other people.
Yeah.
No, I really don't care that much, but it did annoy me kind of.
Well, I didn't.
And I don't have an eraser, so I just have to wipe it with my hand.
I didn't.
Use paper towels.
Yeah, paper towels. I didn't erase it. I left it specifically for you to find.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Hey, man, we're all just trying to coexist here. You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
use other people's stuff.
We're all trying to coexist.
I don't use people's personal belongings in this building.
Maybe you should start. What's good for the goose is always good for the gander. Oh,
I'm just gonna-
Shayla.
I'm just gonna start writing on people's notebooks and like in their whiteboards in their offices.
Just right.
Erica was here.
Love
WAZ.
Erica. Yeah.
Have a kick-ass summer. HA.
Never change.
KAS or whatever. Yeah.
Alan, you can only imagine what I see on a daily basis. I work as a mortician's assistant in the state of California.
Ooh.
And I do extractions on pretty much everyone who dies in Siskiyou County.
Ugh.
All right.
You don't want to hear extraction. I don't want to be extracted from anywhere. You know what I mean?
Extracted.
Yeah.
Like the people who start to grow into the furniture.
Yeah,
No.
fuses.
You got to be there a
Skin.
long time for that, though.
That's bad.
I hope I'm found very quickly and clothed.
Alan, I don't remember which comedian said it, but whatever outfit you die in is your forever ghost outfit. I truly think about this. There you go.
That's amazing.
That's what you're in for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
So that's why they say I wouldn't be caught dead in that, because that'd be the
Right, that's what you wear in your coffin. That's
Mhm.
precisely why.
I wouldn't be caught dead in that.
But that's the coffin. But I mean, it's funny to think about the ghost is wearing the clothes that they died in.
Or think about the modern things, like, you know, you got a long. Remember when like long tees were in, like when t-shirts would go down to like your kneecaps? People be wearing long tees and baggy pants, or people who used to wear their pants backwards. Now
Those
I wanna
long
see
tees
those
make you
ghosts.
look like a ghost.
Sure.
I think it's Dimitri Martin.
Okay. That
I've got
sounds
a-
like a Dimitri Martin joke.
Yeah. We listened to him the last time I went to Chicago to a family wedding. We listened to like all his stuff
He's
on the way
hilarious.
there.
Yeah, he's very funny.
So funny.
Yeah.
Or
Kind of
think-
off the beaten path, but very funny.
Or if you're at the bunny ranch and some like one of the prostitutes dies, if they're in like a little G-string or something, they got to walk around as eternity in like a little G-string with the little nipple stickers on.
But they were a stripper, so they're comfortable in that.
But forever though, they don't get cold. Like ghosts don't get cold.
I don't think ghosts get cold.
No, I don't think. No, because cold implies that your body's not keeping you warm enough, and ghosts are dead. So no, they're not getting cold.
If you're walking down the hallways of the bunny ranch, you can see like at the end of the hallway, like The Shining, you just see like a prostitute with nipple stickers, nipple tassels just swinging, woo, and then they disappear.
Casper was naked.
Yeah,
You know?
that's why he was so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He didn't seem cold.
Okay.
The Akron Fright Fest is in a lot of trouble.
Uh-oh.
I guess they fired a couple of the actors there because a couple said that they were part of the haunted house was a mock rape.
Really?
You know, two words you never want to hear in conjunction with a haunted house: mock or rape. Yeah.
Instead of a couple of scares, what he got was an actor who threw him on top of a bed, held him down, and started thrusting on top of him.
All right. Anywho, you certainly don't want to be. This is we were talking about that haunted house in San Diego. They're getting more interactive. They're getting more like you sign a waiver and
You
they
gotta
throw
push
you in
the
a box.
boundaries.
And
Is that
some
what
of these
this
places,
place is like?
I guess, said that they fired a couple of the actors associated with it because a woman complained that she was being held down. They grabbed her ankles and pulled her legs apart.
Damn. That's messed up.
That is messed up. That's messed up. Yeah.
And how do they not in this climate
Well,
that we're in?
That's where you got to really have all your ducks in a row if you're going to do, they call these mature haunted houses. These are not for kids.
There's more than one climate change, too. There's
right.
the social climate change.
That's right.
There's you get a lot of physical contact from our actors. That's why you got to have everybody on board with what you're doing and what you're not doing.
Yeah.
And by the way, are they that exciting when there's so much more of a chance now that somebody's going to come out of these touchy-feely haunted houses and go, I didn't like that at all, or they grabbed my ass, or,
I was in a haunted house once, and there was one actor that was being just a little, like, not completely over the line, but getting close to it with my kids as we were going through, because it was one of those mazes, and we had gotten separated, and I could hear what he was saying to them, because they were like 12, 13 at the time.
Yeah.
And I found him. I go, cut that out. Don't talk to kids that way. And he's like, oh. And I'm like, well, I'm their dad, and you're gross. And they
What was he saying?
just talking about them.
Inappropriate.
Like, yeah, inappropriately, yeah.
Hmm.
And swearing at them and stuff. It was not okay.
Not necessary. Yeah.
And again, he didn't go super far, but he was getting close enough to the line that I could see if there were other people in there and there wasn't a parent around, he would be real gross.
To me, like a good haunted house isn't even about like the actors. To me, it's more like the
setting and stuff.
setting, the scenery. Like I love when they have those little like they get you through the tight spaces. They have the stuff hanging down that hits you in the face. You have to go through.
There's so many.
Just leave it alone.
I'm trying to.
A Metallica by 4 cellos. Sunday, May 26th. They'll play the Ohio Theater downtown at Playhouse Square in the shadow of the mighty chandelier. Tickets are on sale. Go to livenation.com for all the info. A couple of tickets for you. Want to see Apocalyptica in the spring? Caller 12 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hello. Alexa, play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Here you go.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, it's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. An iHeartRadio station.
35192, want to give me a text. You can watch, if you like. The live stream is at alancockshow.com. Friday on the show, Dr. Ryan Berglund will return for our Is It Red segment, the first one of 2019. He's a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic who joins us periodically throughout the year for many years now. Comes in here, offers his immense medical knowledge and wisdom for you guys who have weird stuff going on down there. That's his bread and butter, man. He's doing circumcisions. He's doing, what's the thing when you get your...
Vasectomies?
Vasectomies.
Those? Vasectomy.
You were there.
I just shut it out of my head, I think. I couldn't... Yeah, that's a conversation that I guess I'll have to have at some point.
Snip, snip.
Am I going to get snipped?
Yeah, take the bullets out of the gun.
Yeah. Doc, I want to take the bullets out of the gun. Yeah, I don't know. It seems a needless expense at this point. Like, I'm fine wearing condoms with my wife, but then you say that out loud and it sounds ridiculous.
It does sound ridiculous.
Yeah. So maybe I just...
Snip it up. You'll be fine.
You know the
I'm
guy
sure,
to go to.
I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
It's not even that. It's not a fear or anything like that.
It's
I'm
a
just
matter
like,
of when.
I guess. His busy time, he says, is March Madness, because all these guys want to get snipped and then just go home and sit on a bag of frozen peas and watch games for 2 weeks.
Or when a big video game comes out, he says that's a big one, too.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because you need to sit and play video games while you're healing.
Smart.
So he'll be in on Friday. So if you have questions for him, some weirdness going on down there, you can email me if you're not able to listen live, but otherwise we'll take your calls and we'll take your texts on Friday afternoon. Yes?
Huh?
I thought you were saying something. I thought you started something.
Oh, no, you said a bag of frozen peas, and I didn't have an ice pack, and I used that to take food with me on the road last weekend. I took 2 bags of frozen vegetables, put it on either side, and it worked.
Mm-hmm. You can buy ice packs.
Yeah, I know, but I just didn't have one. And so I was like, well, now we need to improvise, because I meal prepped this food, and I'm going to eat it.
Right. Now, are the frozen peas part of the meal prep? Do you have to come back with only 1 bag of frozen peas because you had to cook the other one?
I designated those 2 because
threw
they were
away.
no, they're just going to be ice packs.
The frozen peas are just ice packs.
I have other bags of edible food, but that is like,
You
it
have to
was
mark
thawed and, no, I keep them in a separate part.
Yeah, I would
All the
mark
other ones
'em.
are over here, now this one's over there.
You might as well mark them.
Why?
Because what if you mix them up and you
I'm
throw
not
on
going to
one?
mix them up. They're in 2 different parts of the freezer.
Is the meal prepping working out for you? This is one of these things that we always say we're going to do. And it just sounds, I'm like, I got to take my Sunday to meal prep. I mean...
For me, I can eat the same thing about 3 meals in a row and then I'm done with it. So I cannot meal prep an entire week's worth of food and it all be the same meal, all chicken, rice, broccoli, chicken, rice, broccoli. So like I can have like chicken, rice, vegetable for dinner one night cooked fresh, lunch the next day, and then dinner. I can have it like that, but then after that, I don't want to see that again.
But you couldn't do the week.
No, but
Yeah.
like this, I
can eat the same thing every day. I don't care.
Last night I made taco salad with ground turkey, and I had that for dinner last night fresh, and then I brought it for lunch this morning, and I plan on eating it again tonight. But then tomorrow I'm going back to the grocery store.
So 3 is the magic
3
number.
is because 4 I'll like
3
pick at
strikes.
it, and I'm aggravated with it, and I want a different flavor.
All right.
So no, for me, I cannot do 5 days in a row of the exact same thing.
Because friends of mine who are like way into it.
It's
they
so
got their
it's
Tupperware
there.
and they send their Sunday's meal prep day. I'm like, oh, what a waste of a Sunday.
I just don't like having the same food over and over again. I understand the
don't care about
convenience
that.
of it. I understand that it keeps you from going and getting fast food. But for me, it's just I need variety.
It's well, and you can do it so that
You
you,
need
have
a Whopper.
variety. But yeah, it's,
I wish. I want a Whopper
sounds
so
good.
bad.
Just get one.
I had a.
Just give up.
No, I'm doing
Give
so
up.
good.
Just be
I'm
a
doing.
quitter.
I'm
I know
doing
you
so
deserve
well.
a little reward.
No, you know what? I
Don't
read
reward
on
yourself.
Food, you do not reward yourself with food because you're not a dog. You reward yourself with like other things you enjoy.
Don't you love all these little witticisms that they try to
But
tell
it's
people?
smart.
Like, I'm not saying it's not smart. It's just
I like
hard,
it.
you know. I understand.
I'm finally
you know what
actually
they
trying
say?
at this. It's been 2 solid weeks.
Nothing tastes as good as
Skinny
thin feels. That's
Mhm.
right.
I was a cheerleader. I've heard that. Believe
Yup.
me. No, but that is like I'm actually trying. Last week I didn't have like the full blown meal plan, but I was like eating right and I wasn't really drinking that much. And then like this week I'm like on it and I'm working out and I'm doing it.
All right.
Have you ever heard the term pain is fabulous?
No pain, no gain.
No, I heard
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
No, I heard pain is fabulous, and that was in relation to, I guess my mom was trying to fit into some shoes, and I guess they were smaller than her feet was. And my cousin was like, "Hey, you know what they say? Pain is fabulous. Like if you want to wear
never heard that.
if you want to wear those pumps, like it might hurt, but you'll look great."
Yeah, but comfort is wonderful.
If you if you get them from a store, they probably have another size. Would be my
They
guess.
did.
Like, you don't
Clearly
have
they
to get-
didn't. And she was like, I really like these pumps. And my mom, that's the one thing she'll splurge on. She likes a
I
nice
love
pair of shoes.
Man, I love
And
shoes.
She was like, they're not my size. And my cousin was like, pain is fabulous. Get them anyways.
No way. Because if you've ever, you wouldn't know. You've never had to wear heels all night long,
No,
which is
not
daunting
this night.
to begin with. Wearing heels, it sucks, especially brand new ones that you're trying to break in, and then for them to be not the right size, that would be. You have bloody toes.
That would totally
Yeah, it
be
looked
my
like
side
you're
hustle.
baking bread in your shoe.
Yeah, your feet are popping like
out the,
off the
You
top.
got biscuit toes.
I would totally.
But the worst part about it is the blisters that you get on the back of your heel. Because then
Ew.
you can't wear any other kind of shoe because you have two big blisters on the back of your heel from it, like rubbing.
Is that
I'm so
like
glad
chafing?
That, like cool shoes for me are just always
So comfortable, yeah.
It's like, oh, I want
That's-
these Jordans, boy.
So roomy.
Right.
So nice.
Padded. The shoes that I got for New Year's Eve. Adorable.
Very
so cute. But by the time it was time to take those shoes off, I was ready for those shoes to come off. Like, you're at an angle the whole time.
I know how shoes work.
Did you get gussied up for New Year's Eve?
Uh-huh.
I know you guys were performing, but I didn't know how gussied you
I bought
got.
a whole brand new outfit, and it was really cute.
You were
Got some
thought-tastic?
brand new- No, I think it was tasteful.
Okay.
I had a cute little dress on and some open-toed nude shoes. They were cute. Got my toes done. Nude.
Dress with the nipples cut out. I thought that was a little much, but you know.
Oh, I had the bra on. It wasn't that bad.
The smiley face stickers on the bra.
Right.
That was a nice touch. Ellen, make sure your bathroom is on the same floor when you get a vasectomy. Well, I have one upstairs and one downstairs, so, I mean. But a lot of people are pointing out that it might not even take because I have what, Bill?
Oh, you have super sperm.
Alan Katz. Super Sperm.
We know so much about each other on this show.
That's good.
You know so much about each other.
Well, I do have super sperm. I don't know what to tell you.
Pulled the goalie one time, got it in.
Got a kid.
Mm-hmm.
There
That's
you go.
right. Yep.
He shoots, he scores.
I scored. Yeah. Old guy in Euclid called 911 because he was mad at his hooker. A 79-year-old guy in Euclid.
Aw.
I don't know what you cats. I don't know that much about Euclid. I've done appearances there over the years. I'm not really tied into the fabric of that community. I don't know if South Euclid is markedly different from Euclid.
Regular Euclid.
Well, because people in Parma Heights get real mad if you tell them they
'cause
live
it's
in Parma.
not Parma.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. So
Right,
I
it's
don't
like
know.
worse Parma.
I don't know if it's the same. If it's, I don't even know that. Like which one's supposedly worse, which one's better. So I don't know if South Euclid is any different than.
Whoever's gonna get angry about it is, you know.
I lived in Parma Heights for a little while. Right out of college. It was a cheap, really big apartment. Right
And did
by
you
the
feel
DMV.
like, oh God, hopefully someday I can live in Parma?
No.
Was that the pervading thought?
No,
Okay.
it wasn't.
It wasn't aspirational to go to Parma?
Maybe like Strongsville or
Okay.
Avon or.
Yeah, ooh,
I'm
not by
moving
me.
on up.
Oh, look at
Bougie.
you.
I'm in
I mean, you
Rocky
are in
River.
Rocky River.
I'm in
I
Rocky
keep forgetting
River.
you're not that far from me. You're
All
in
right,
Rocky
girl.
River.
Avon Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep going one suburb west until I have a house.
You're
or
in
something.
Sandusky.
So you're in Sheffield Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Come full circle. Anyway, this guy's 80 and he calls 911 because he paid a couple of hookers $500 to come to his house, and he said that they failed to meet his expectations.
So he called 911.
Call 911. Yeah. Boy, 911 is one of those things, and I know we say it every time, but 911 is one of those things where probably 20 years ago, if you were a 911 operator, you'd get maybe a couple of random calls here and there, but it was usually people who knew how to operate 911. Now, no one seems to operate 911 properly. Like, there was a video the other day of some guy whose family is causing a stink because he's deaf, and he was going through the drive-thru, and he held the phone up with his order on it, like, I'm deaf, and the guy behind the window wouldn't serve him. Some nonsense about it's corporate policy. I doubt that's true, but whatever. And he's like, you got to get out of here. I'm going to call 911. The guy working the drive-thru calls 911.
I think
I'm
some.
like, what are they going to do? Hey, I got a guy who's deaf who won't get out of my drive-thru line. I mean, they don't pay 911 operators enough. Whatever they pay them, they don't pay them enough.
But what else is that McDonald's guy supposed to do? Like, he's got to get him out of the drive-thru.
I think people confuse calling the police and calling 911. Like, if you don't get out here, I'm going to call the police. You can call the police have a number. You don't have to call the emergency line to get the police there.
Yeah, that's not really an emergency.
I mean, listen, if you're working a drive-through, you go, bro, pull around. Can you come in? And I'll have somebody help you out. You know, there's cars about. I'm going to call 911. That seems to be like everybody's go-to now. I'm going to call 911.
That gets you viral fame.
I really think people, like, when they threaten, like, I'm going to call the police, they don't know the police. They know 911.
I just say I'm going to play the police, and that gets people out of there in no time.
Out.
Yeah.
See ya.
I thought it was like a misdemeanor. Like if you call the police and, you know, it's a false alarm or whatever, or you're using it for the wrong reasons, you can get a fine and or jail time.
I think so.
Probably.
But
if you're just
not-
calling it to call it.
Well, they need to up that because clearly it's not working.
I've called 911 one time, and I was actually on 480, and there was a car going the wrong way. That I called 911. I was like, I'm on 480. Well, this person's gonna kill somebody. Like
that is an emergency.
I called 911.
That's
for
an
that.
emergency.
I think that's the only time I've ever called 911.
But everybody who's pissed off about something now goes to 911. We've played the calls. The woman who was sure that the sun was on fire or something, right?
There's a hole in the sun. Yeah, whatever.
Yes, it's a weird circle up in the sky. It's a round, full circle, and it's dark in the middle. This has never happened in Tampa, Florida. Please go outside, look up in the sky, and look at this weird object, and I need to get the news people on this. Is it a cloud, or is it a... It's not a cloud. It's a big black circle in the middle, and it's all the way around.
What was it, the eclipse, or
Yeah,
it was
an
a
eclipse,
corona
yeah.
around the sun or
It gets
something?
bigger and bigger.
Yeah, this has
She
never
said it.
happened in Tampa, Florida.
Oh my God.
In the history of the United
Just
States
how
of America.
condescending she said.
Is
Is
it
it
a
a cloud?
But what are you supposed to
Yeah,
say
what
to
Right,
these
no,
people?
I understand.
So this 80-year-old guy in Euclid calls 911 and said that he had been robbed by two ladies who took $500 from him. Two African-American females, approximately 40, and dressed all in black. He said one was about 5'7", while the other one, named Keisha, is the short, fat one.
See, they need Yelp for strippers. Or
I'll
for
tell you what, though,
prostitutes.
$250 a pop for a couple of 40-year-old Euclid hookers?
He's
That sounds
80.
like a good haul.
Yeah, he's got retirement.
I thought that would be overpriced.
Yeah, that sounds overpriced.
For 40 in Euclid?
That's what I'm saying.
That's
gotta,
too much money. Oh, for
Yeah,
them.
they gotta-
for
yes.
them. Yeah.
they make some. They got their money's
Oh,
worth.
yeah, you could get a couple of them for probably $25 a pop.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not too bad for them. I mean, you know, I remember one guy here in Cleveland, so silly, called 911 just because he sees this girl crawling out of a house.
That's nuts.
That's crazy.
He got famous, though, didn't
He was,
he?
yeah, he was eating his cake Donalds and
Yeah. He's cake
Eating
and
my
having
little
it, too.
food here.
Cleveland 911 police ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey, bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? So I'm on my porch eating my little food, right? This broad is trying to break out the fucking house next door to me. So there's a bunch of people on the street right now. And so we like, well, what's wrong with you? What's the problem? She like, this motherfucker done kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this bitch. She said her name is Linda Berry or some shit. I don't know who the fuck that is. I just moved over here, bro.
Sir,
You know what I mean?
Sir, you have to...
Oh, God. I don't know, man. I just moved over here.
His name's Linda Berry.
Linda Berry. Oh, God.
I'm eating my little food, right?
My little food. Hey, I saw Donut Fest is coming back. If you want fried
point
stuff,
at me.
because you like fried stuff, right?
Yeah, it's like with sweet potato fries, and you point at me, hey, Tubzo.
No,
Donut
I mean,
Fest is coming back.
well, people love
Are
donuts.
we
I love
calling you
donuts.
Tubzo now?
You can call me Tubzo.
I don't
At
wanna
least
call you
until I
Tubzo.
lose a little bit of weight.
No.
Just like fat shaming you to lose more weight?
I'm going to do it. I'm telling you, crop top on my 30th birthday, regardless. That's a bet I made with my sister.
Regardless.
She said, regardless. She said, I don't care. You said you're going to lose the weight. So now, even if you don't, I get to pick it, and you have to wear it.
And the birthday's when? October?
November. The end of November. I have so much time.
So much time to get into crop top shape for your 30th birthday.
That's crop top shape. There's a lot of girls that I feel are not. I mean, I'm not body shaming or anything, but I would not.
Sounds like you're body shaming.
No. That I would not wear it.
So, but like,
I'm not body shaming anybody. I'm saying in my
but
body.
you see a lot of fatsos wearing them.
No, I see a lot of women who are much more confident than I am.
Top of the muffin
Is that-
to you
yeah.
is what you're saying.
Top of the-
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I would never put. I don't even wear form-fitting shirts. All my shirts are flowy. All of them are not hugging anything.
Well, they love themselves, Mary.
That's what I'm saying. I'm very self-conscious when it comes to those kind of things. So that's why my sister was like, well, you better kick it into gear.
Is she in good shape?
She just had the baby. But she...
Congratulations, by the way.
But she
I
snaps
saw
back
that
real
on
quick.
Instagram.
But she snaps back, like, she'll go to the gym for 3 weeks and she'll lose 10 pounds and tone up, and her body just... She's made for that.
Okay. Oh, she just had a baby.
She had a baby Saturday.
Saturday?
Mm-hmm. Brand new little nugget.
Wow.
Isabella.
So you have a new niece, is what you're trying to say.
My 9th.
Pardon me? How many
9th.
sisters do you have?
I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers. They each have 2 kids, and then I have a stepbrother who has a kid, too.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a lot. Big family.
That is a lot. Yeah. Anyway,
I have 9
Donut
too,
Fest.
Donut Fest.
Yeah.
I also have 9 nieces and nephew.
That's too many.
Yeah.
You don't think?
I mean, I don't have to take care of them, so I don't care.
Yeah, that's a lot of kids.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care. What do I care? All right, let's go. Bill's got to
Let's
get
go.
home. He's got to go home.
Bill's so tired.
Thank you, buddy.
We did it.
I did it across
2
the line.
minutes ago, you didn't hear him yawn into the microphone.
Hey, he's under the weather. I get
You
it.
don't wanna be-
You know, he's trying to do his thing.
That's okay.
Okay.
Flicks and Bill.
Yeah, Flicks and
Flicks
Bill.
and Quill tonight.
Yeah, that's my night tonight. But Flicks and Bill, the new episode comes out tomorrow. Make sure you check it out on iHeartRadio, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Rate and review it, and subscribe, whatever you got to do.
Sure.
And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And there's a shirt that it actually kind of applies to my life today, because Baker Mayfield's got the whole I woke up feeling dangerous, and my joke is when I wake up feeling dangerous, it just means I don't feel well, but I'm going to still go to work. So,
Real dangerous.
Yeah, real dangerous. Just going to get everybody else sick. So I'm contagious dangerous.
Well, thank you
Contagious?
for
Yeah, contagious. I'm
that.
done.
Mary
I
Santora,
Hi.
we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
What would you like to promote?
Just the Final Friday show is going to start this month, and then last Friday of every month. It's at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary _Santora on Twitter, and there actually is a free comedy show at the Winchester tonight. If you guys want to go there, come on out.
In
9
Lakewood?
p.m. In Lakewood. Be there. Show starts at 9.
Mm-hmm. Pound cake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. Still on the search for 10K.
How far are you?
Still at 8,500.
You know, it's those last 1,500 that are really the hardest.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you really got to work for.
It's okay. I mean, if I don't get it, I'm not going to be butthurt, but I would like to get it.
I would like you to get that just in time for Mary to reveal her crop top on her 30th birthday. All right, good. The last 10 is next. If you aren't able to join us at the top of the show, it'll be something you missed. And then Cavs game later tonight. That's an 8 o'clock tip in Nolans against the Pelicans. So the pre-game stuff will all start here at 7:30 on MMS. Thank you very much for listening today. We will talk to you again tomorrow at 2. And I will see you in hell.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
You can't always